Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel where we dive deep into the darkest corners of reality. Those true scary stories that make you question every shadow in your room, every creak in the floorboards at midnight. If you've ever felt that icy chill down your spine from a real ghost encounter or a paranormal horror that defies explanation, you're in the right place. These aren't just campfire tales. These are chilling true stories pulled from the edges of human experience. The kind of real horror stories that keep millions awake, hearts pounding, wondering if the unbelievable could happen to them next. We're talking bone-chilling encounters with spirits that linger, entities that whisper your name in the dead of night, and unexplained terrors that leave scars on the soul. If you're obsessed with true horror narration, real ghost stories that feel too close to home, or spine-tingling paranormal tales that blur the line between the living and the dead, buckle up. This compilation is going to grip you tighter than a poltergeist's grasp. Before we plunge into the abyss, if you're new here or just discovering these terrifying true accounts, do me a solid. Smash that subscribe button right now and ring the bell for notifications. That way, you won't miss the next drop of heart-stopping scary stories to fuel your late-night chills. And hey, let's make this interactive. Drop a comment below telling me what country you're tuning in from. Are you in the US? Hiding under the covers from American hauntings? Or maybe the UK, where ancient spirits roam foggy streets? Canada with its frozen forest phantoms? Australia, battling outback horrors under endless stars? Wherever you're at, your stories from around the globe make this community thrive. Alright, lights low, volume up. Let's begin with our first true scary story, a real paranormal nightmare straight from the heart of the American Midwest. Get ready to lose sleep. This is the Whispering Walls of Elmwood Manor, a true scary story of a family inheritance turned nightmare. It started innocently enough, the way most true horror stories do, a faded envelope arriving in the mail on a crisp autumn morning in the sleepy suburbs of Portland, Oregon. Sarah Jenkins, a 32-year-old graphic designer with a penchant for vintage aesthetics and a husband named Mike, who worked long hours as a software engineer, had always dreamed of owning an old house. Not just any old house, but one with character, creaky floorboards, stained glass windows, and secrets etched into the walls like forgotten tattoos. When her estranged aunt passed away, leaving behind Elmwood Manor a sprawling, Victorian relic on the outskirts of town, Sarah felt like fate had handed her a golden ticket. "It's perfect," she told Mike over coffee that morning, her eyes sparkling as she unfolded the will. "We can fix it up, turn it into our forever home. No more cramped apartments, no more noisy neighbors." Mike, ever the pragmatist, raised an eyebrow. "It's been empty for decades, babe. Who knows what kind of shape it's in?" But Sarah's enthusiasm was infectious, and within weeks they'd sold their condo, packed their lives into boxes, and driven the hour out to Elmwood, where the manor loomed like a forgotten sentinel against the misty Cascade foothills. The first night was magical. They arrived at dusk, the sun dipping behind the evergreens in a blaze of orange and purple, casting long shadows that danced across the manor's ivy-choked facade. The realtor, a wiry man named Harlan with a mustache that twitched like it had a mind of its own, handed over the keys with a perfunctory nod. "Built in 1892, he said, his voice flat as he rattled off the basics. "Original woodwork, but watch for drafts. Old houses like this, they settle." Sarah laughed it off, too excited to notice the way Harlan's eyes darted away from the front door, or how he lingered by his car a beat too long before driving off. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of aged oak and faint lavender, probably from some long-gone flower's ghost. The foyer opened into a grand staircase that spiraled up to a second-floor balcony, and the living room featured a massive fireplace with a mantel carved like twisting vines. "This is it," Sarah whispered, spinning in place as Mike set down the boxes. They ate takeout on the floor that night, toasting with cheap wine to new beginnings, oblivious to the subtle shift in the air, like the house was exhaling after years of holding its breath. But by the third night, the whispers began. It was subtle at first, a soft murmur, like wind rustling through cracks in the plaster, but words formed in the hush. Sarah woke around 2 a.m., her bladder protesting the wine, and padded downstairs in her socks, the cold hardwood biting through the thin fabric. As she reached the kitchen, she froze. There it was, a low, indistinct chatter coming from the walls themselves. Not outside, not from the pipes, no. It was embedded in the wood, vibrating faintly like a radio tuned to static. "Hello?" She called softly, half asleep, assuming Mike had left the TV on. But the house was silent except for that murmur, growing clearer as she stood there. Stay with us. Don't leave. Double quotes. Her heart skipped, but she shook it off as imagination, the fatigue of unpacking playing tricks. Back in bed, she snuggled against Mike, who snored obliviously, and convinced herself it was nothing. True scary stories always start with denial, right? The kind that makes you scroll past the warning signs. The next morning, over breakfast, Sarah mentioned it casually. Weird dream last night. Thought I heard voices. Mike chuckled, buttering his toast. Old house vibes. We'll get a white noise machine. But as the days blurred into a renovation frenzy, ripping up threadbare carpets, painting walls a cheerful eggshell white, the whispers evolved. They weren't random anymore. They targeted her. During a solo sanding session in the dining room, Sarah paused, sweat beading on her forehead, when the voice slithered from the wainscoting. Sarah. Why did you come back? She dropped the sandpaper, her breath catching. Back? She'd never been here before. Aunt Eliza had cut ties with the family years ago, after some vague falling out over family curses, as Grandma used to mutter. Shaking, Sarah searched the room, pressing her ear to the wood, but it was quiet now, mocking her. That afternoon, she dug into the manor's history online, fueled by a nagging unease. Turns out, Elmwood wasn't just old, it was infamous. Local forums buzzed with hushed tales. A doctor who lived there in the 1920s, experimenting with spirit communication during the spiritualism craze. He'd hosted seances, inviting the dead to tea, and one stormy night in 1927, the maid found him hanged from the chandelier, a smile carved into his face with a pocket knife. The whispers, locals claimed, were his echoes, trapped souls begging for release, or worse, luring the living to join them. Mike dismissed it as urban legend when she showed him the grainy newspaper scans. Come on, Sarah. It's Portland, everything's haunted. But doubt crept in like fog off the Willamette. That night, as thunder rumbled outside, the whispers turned to pleas. Sarah bolted upright in bed, the room lit only by a sliver of moonlight through the lace curtains. Mike, wake up! She hissed, clutching his arm. The voices were louder now, a chorus seeping from the ceiling cracks. Join us, Eliza tried. She failed. Eliza, her aunt. The one who'd lived here alone for 40 years, growing reclusive, boarding up windows until neighbors called the cops for a welfare check. The autopsy said heart attack, but Sarah remembered the rumors. Eliza found dangling from the same chandelier, her neck bruised but no rope in sight. Mike grumbled awake, listening. For a moment, silence. Then faintly, husband first. A cold draft snaked across the bed, and Mike shivered. What the hell was that? For the first time, fear etched his face, real, visceral, the kind that binds couples in shared terror. They tried rational fixes, plugged every crack with caulk, hung heavy drapes, even called an exterminator for rodent sounds. But the house fought back. Tools vanished mid-project, only to reappear in locked closets. Lights flickered in patterns, 3 short, 3 long, like SOS, but no wiring issues. And the whispers? They adapted, mimicking voices Sarah knew. Her late mother's laugh, tinny and distorted. Come home, dear? Mike's boss, barking orders from the study walls during his Zoom calls. You're fired. Stay here, paranoia set in. Sarah stopped sleeping, her eyes hollowed like the manor's empty sockets. One evening, while prying loose floorboards in the attic for renovation inspo, she uncovered a hidden compartment, yellow journals bound in cracked leather. Dr. Elias Hawthorne's handwriting sprawled across the pages, dates from 1925 onward. The walls hold them, he wrote. Voices of the departed, woven into the grain by my rituals. They hunger for company. Last night, the maid whispered my name before she vanished. I fear I've opened a door that swings only one way. Clippings tumbled out, obituaries of Hawthorne's guests, seance attendees, who died mysteriously, one by one, until only he remained. And then, Eliza's note, tucked in the back. The doctor never left. He waits in the wood. Burn it down, Sarah, before it takes you too. Tears stung her eyes as she read by flashlight, the attic air turning suffocating. That's when the floor beneath her groaned, not settling, but shifting like something massive stirred below. A hand pail, elongated, with fingers like splintered branches, burst through the boards, grasping for her ankle. Sarah screamed, scrambling back as it clawed the air, wood dust exploding in a choking cloud. She fled downstairs, journals clutched to her chest, bursting into the kitchen where Mike was on the phone with the contractor. "It's real!" she sobbed, slamming the books on the table. "We have to leave now." Mike, pale as the intruder's hand, nodded. They grabbed essentials, abandoning half-unpacked boxes, and piled into the car as rain lashed the windshield. But as they peeled down the gravel drive, Sarah glanced back. In the upstairs window, a silhouette stood tall, unmoving, waving slowly, like an old friend saying goodbye. They crashed at a motel that night, hearts pounding, but the whispers followed. Faint at first, from the vents. "You can't run ... double quotes by dawn." Sarah was unraveling, begging Mike to call a priest. He did, and Father Reyes arrived at Elmwood the next day, a stout man with a cross that gleamed like a promise. He toured the house, murmuring prayers, holy water sizzling on the floorboards, like acid on skin. In the attic, where the claw marks still scarred the wood, he froze. "This isn't just echoes," he said gravely. "It's a rift. Hawthorne bound spirits here, but one dominated the whisperer. It feeds on isolation, mimics to draw you in." They performed the exorcism at midnight, candles flickering against the storm. Chants rose, Latin rolling like thunder. But the house rebelled. Doors slamming, mirrors shattering, and the voices a cacophony now, screaming names from the past. Sarah and Mike huddled in the foyer as shadows writhed on the walls, forming faces twisted, pleading. Then a boom from above, like the roof caving, and silence. Blessed silence. Father Reyes emerged hours later, exhausted but triumphant. "It's sealed for now. But sell it. Quickly." They did, to a developer who planned to raise it for condos. The check cleared, and they moved to Seattle, vowing never to speak of it. But sometimes, in their new apartment, Sarah swears she hears it, a faint murmur in the drywall. "We miss you ... and, on quiet nights." She wonders if the walls everywhere are listening. This true scary story took place in the United States. As the echoes of Elmwood fade, brace yourself for the next descent into dread. This one is called The Fog-Bound Ferry, a real-life horror tale of isolation and something ancient lurking in the mist-shrouded waters off the coast of Nova Scotia, Canada. In the rugged fishing village of Lunenburg, where colorful clapboard houses cling to cliffs like barnacles to a hull, the ferry to Devil's Rock was more than transportation. It was a rite of passage. For locals like 28-year-old marine biologist Lena Harper, who'd grown up chasing waves and dissecting cod guts, the 45-minute crossing was routine. But in October 2024, when a freak nor'easter rolled in early, blanketing the Atlantic in impenetrable fog, routine shattered like brittle ice. Lena was heading to the island for a week-long research gig, monitoring lobster migrations for her thesis. Her boyfriend, Tom, a burly lobsterman with salt-crusted boots and a laugh like gulls, saw her off at the dock that gray morning. "Text when you dock," he grumbled, kissing her forehead amid the diesel fumes. "This soup's thicker than my grandma's chowder." "Stay sharp," she waved from the deck of the Scotia Star, a weathered catamaran that groaned under the weight of crates and a handful of passengers. Two grizzled fishermen nursing thermoses, a young couple on a romantic getaway, and old Mr. Whitaker, the ferryman, whose face was a map of wrinkles etched by decades at sea. The engine chugged to life, and they slipped into the fog like ghosts into oblivion. Visibility dropped to zero within minutes. No horizon, no buoys, just swirling white that muffled sound and warped time. Lena leaned against the rail, her notebook in hand, jotting observations. Temp, 48 degrees Fahrenheit. Swell, negligible. But the quiet ... unnatural. The fishermen chatted lowly about quotas. The couple snapped selfies with the mist as backdrop, but Mr. Whitaker steered in silence, his eyes fixed on instruments that flickered erratically. Halfway across, the radio crackled static, then a garbled warning from shore. ... storm front. Turn back ... But the old man waved it off. "Nah, we've threaded worse." Rocks weighed in. Lena felt a chill unrelated to the damp air, a prickling at her temples like static electricity. That's when the whispers started, not voices, but a rhythmic hum, rising from the depths, vibrating through the hull like a whale's song gone wrong. By the 30-minute mark, unease rippled through the group. The young woman, Emily, clutched her boyfriend's arm. "Where's the island?" "We should be there." Her partner, Jake, peered into the void. "GPS says we're off course. Wait, no signal." Panic edged their tones, but Whitaker barked, "Sit tight." Fog plays tricks. Lena, ever the scientist, pulled out her phono bars. No map. She tried the emergency beacon, but it beeped futilely. The hum grew insistent, weaving into her thoughts. Low, guttural syllables that tugged at buried memories. Childhood tales from her Micmac grandmother. The fog walker, a spirit born of shipwrecks, jealous of the living, who lured vessels into the abyss with songs of the drowned. Silly superstitions, Lena muttered, but her pulse quickened as the water darkened unnaturally, oil slick black against the gray. Then the first sign. A shape breached the surface, a massive form, longer than the ferry, undulating slowly before vanishing. The fishermen crossed themselves. Porpoise? One ventured, but his voice cracked. Lena's training kicked in. She snapped photos, blurry voids on her screen. Too big. Too deliberate. Emily whimpered as the hum morphed now. It mimicked cries. Help ... cold. Join us ... Jake pounded the captain door. Captain. Something's out there? Whitaker emerged, his face ashen, pipe clenched in teeth. Eyes front. It's the fog. But his hands trembled on the wheel. The ferry lurched, engines sputtering as if clogged with seaweed hands. Alarms blared, depth sounder haywire, showing impossible shallows, and then the lights failed. Plunged into Stygian dark, the only illumination the bioluminescent glow from below. Eerie blue veins pulsing in the water circling the hull. Chaos erupted. Emily screamed as cold fingers, icy, not water, brushed her leg through the deck grating. Jake swung a flashlight, beam cutting fog to reveal ... nothing. But the cries intensified, a chorus now. Names, dates, fragments of lives lost at sea. Thomas Halley, 1912. Mary Lou, capsized ... double quotes. Lena's blood ran cold, her great-grandfather's name echoed, the one who'd vanished on this very route a century ago. She banged on the radio. Mayday, Scotia Star, position unknown. Static answered, laced with laughter, wet, bubbling. The old captain confessed then, voice breaking. I knew. The rock calls him back. Been hauling souls since '68. Last trip I left a man behind, swam off, singing. The fishermen muttered prayers. One pulled a flask, swigging rum like absolution. In the frenzy, Lena rallied them. Life jackets, flare gun! They clustered amidships, flares hissing red into the mist, painting horrors in crimson, translucent figures rising from the wave, sailors in tattered oilskins, faces bloated and eyeless, hands outstretched. One latched onto the rail, pulling itself aboard with a squelch, its mouth gaping in a silent wail. Emily fainted. Jake fired the flare gun point blank, the blast searing flesh that wasn't flesh, smoking like wet kelp before dissolving. The hum peaked, a dirge that shook bones. One must stay, balance the scales, ... double quotes. Whitaker nodded grimly. Me, I've danced this jig before. He grabbed an oar, smashing at the apparitions as they swarmed, the ferry tilting perilously. Lena dragged the others to the bow, but the fog thickened, tendrils coiling like ropes, yanking at ankles. Time fractured minutes or hours? Lena blacked out, waking to splintered wood and lapping waves. She was on the beach, Devil's Rock's jagged shore, Emily and Jake groaning beside her. The fishermen? Gone. Whitaker? Vanished. The Scotia Star bobbed offshore, half sunk, lights flickering like a dying firefly. Rescue choppers arrived at dawn, hauled by a Coast Guard cutter that pierced the lifting fog. Official report. Mechanical failure, rogue current. But Lena knew better. In her notebook, waterlogged but intact. Sketches of the figures, the hum transcribed as phonetic Micmac prayers for the lost. Back in Lunenburg, Tom held her as she recounted it in whispers, but the village shunned questions. Some debts the sea collects, an elder said, eyes on the horizon. Months later, Lena quit the thesis, took a desk job inland. But on foggy nights, she hears it still, the hum in her ears, calling her name. And sometimes in the shower, cold fingers trace her spine. This true scary story took place in Canada. One more plunge into the void awaits, the final tale in tonight's True Scary Stories marathon. Hold on tight for the midnight shift, a gripping real horror account from the fog-choked streets of Manchester, England, where the night watch reveals eyes that never sleep. In the labyrinthine underbelly of Manchester's industrial district, where Victorian warehouses squatted like forgotten beasts amid the neon buzz of 2025's gig economy, night security was a job for the desperate or the damned. 25-year-old Ollie Hargrove fit the former, fresh out of uni with a philosophy degree gathering dust, buried in student loans, and a breakup that left him crashing on mates' sofas. The ad for midnight patrol at Thorn Mills promised steady pay for light duties, patrolling empty factories from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., logging anomalies, avoiding the odd vagrant. Easy money, his recruiter smirked over Zoom. Buildings haunted by history, not ghosts. Ollie signed on, trading his battered laptop for a flashlight, radio, and a lanyard that screamed expendable. Thorn Mills, a sprawling textile empire shuttered in the 80s. After a fire that claimed 17 lives workers trapped in the weave room, flames fed by oil-soaked looms. Locals crossed the street to avoid it, whispering of the weavers, souls stitched into the shadows. Ollie's first shift was a blur of boredom. Echoing corridors lit by sodium lamps, the air heavy with rust and mothballs. He clocked in at the gatehouse, a squat prefab where shift manager Vera, a chain-smoking pensioner with a voice like gravel, handed him the keys. Stay on path. Don't poke in the weave room, and if you hear singing, ignore it. He laughed it off, nerves jangling as he ventured in. The mills were a maze. Catwalks overhead, conveyor belts frozen mid-motion, bolts of faded fabric draped like shrouds. By 2 a.m., fatigue set in, the radio static his only companion. That's when the footsteps started soft, rhythmic, like heels on concrete trailing just behind. Ollie spun, beam slicing emptiness. Hello? Echoes mocked him. Vera's voice crackled. First night jitters, lad. Happens to all. But by week 2 the footsteps had company. A melody, faint and lilting. Women's voices harmonizing an old mill song. Thread the needle, spin the wheel. What the dark conceals ... double quotes. It drifted from vents, growing bolder as midnight told. Auditory hallucination? A VAC? But deep down he knew. One night, during rounds in the storage wing, his light caught movement. A figure in the corner, hunched over a loom long rusted still. A woman mid-40s by her silhouette, in a pinafore-stained sepia, her hands blurring in phantom motion. Oi, this area's off limits, Ollie barked, heart hammering. She turned slowly, face obscured by fogged goggles, but her mouth moved in song. He backed away, radioing Vera. Intruder in Sector 7. Her reply, static, then a sigh. Weaver's love. They worked the night shift eternal. Don't engage. Terror coiled in his gut, but bills loomed, so he clocked back in. The weavers multiplied, shadows flitting at periphery, fingers long, thread-thin brushing his uniform. Whispers wove into his dreams. Join the line, Ollie boy. Your thread's fraying. He researched on brakes, the 1987 blaze. Sparked by faulty wiring, but survivors spoke of hands holding them back, invisible grips as doors jammed. Coroner's inquest hushed up, mass hysteria. Ollie's flatmate, Raj, urged quitting. Mate, that's poltergeist bollocks. Walk. But pride or stupidity kept him. The breaking point came on shift 23, a moonless Friday in November. Rain lashed the tin roof like accusations as Ollie patrolled the weave room Vera's forbidden zone. Drawn by a light he'd glimpsed from the hall. The door creaked open on hinges that shouldn't move, revealing a cavern aglow with spectral lanterns. Looms hummed to life, shuttles clacking in frenzy, and there they were. Dozens of women, translucent as gauze, their faces gaunt, eyes hollowed by soot. They wove not fabric, but shadows, strands of darkness coiling into shapes. Faces, hands, Ollie's own reflection twisted in agony. The lead weaver, goggles cracked, beckoned. Your shift, lad. We've waited. Cold seized him, not air, but essence, as threads snaked from the looms, wrapping his wrists, pulling him toward the machine. He thrashed, flashlight shattering, plunging into Stygian weave. Voices swelled. Burn with us ... Eternal labor ... Vera's cavalry arrived, then her ancient pickup roaring through the loading bay, shotgun blasting salt rounds that dispersed the horde like smoke. She hauled him out, coughing ectoplasm, into the rain. Told you not to peek, she growled, lighting a fag. They claim 1 a decade. You're lucky. Turns out she was the last survivor of 87, bound by guilt to guard the mills. Fire wasn't wiring, it was them trapped, lashing out. I keep the balance. Ollie quit at dawn, scars on his arms like burn marks fading to threads. He moved south, took up our job, but Manchester's rain still carries the song on windy nights. And sometimes in mirrors, he sees stitches at his seams. This true scary story took place in the United Kingdom. There you have it, 3 true scary stories that crawled from the depths of real life to haunt your feed. If these chilling true tales left you breathless, smash that like button, share with a friend who dares to listen, and subscribe for more real horror stories, paranormal encounters, and unexplained mysteries that demand to be heard. Comment your country below. We're building a global coven of the curious. Sweet dreams, or not. See you in the shadows. The Whispering Fields of Iowa, USA, started like any other summer in rural Iowa. The kind where the cornfields stretch out like an endless green sea under a sky so blue it hurts your eyes. Sarah Jenkins had grown up in that old farmhouse on the edge of Eldora, a speck of a town where everyone knew your business before you did. The house had been in her family since the 1920s, passed down like an heirloom nobody wanted but couldn't throw away. Her grandparents built it after the Great Flood, when the rivers swelled and swallowed half the county, leaving behind mud-soaked ruins and whispers of things that drowned but didn't stay dead. Sarah's dad always joked about it being cursed, said the basement flooded every spring not from rain, but from tears of the restless. She laughed it off as kid stuff back then, but that summer of 2018 when she was 28 and fresh off, a messy divorce moving back home felt less like a retreat and more like stepping into a trap she couldn't see. The first night wasn't much. Sarah unpacked her boxes in the upstairs bedroom, the one with the slanted ceiling and the window overlooking the fields. The air was thick with that earthy scent of turned soil, and crickets chirped like they were mocking the silence inside. She crashed early, exhausted from the drive, but around 2 a.m., she jolted awake to a sound like rustling paper, not wind too deliberate, too close. She sat up, heart thumping, and flicked on the bedside lamp. Nothing. Just shadows playing tricks on the faded floral wallpaper. Old house settling, she muttered, pulling the quilt up to her chin. But as she drifted off again, the rustling returned, softer this time, like someone breathing through a straw. And then, faint as a dream, a word. *stay. Sarah chalked it up to stress. The next morning, she met up with her old high school buddy, Mike, at the local diner for coffee. Mike was a farmer now, broad-shouldered and sun-leathered, with eyes that had seen too many droughts. Over greasy eggs, she mentioned the noise. He paused, fork midway to his mouth, and leaned in. That farm's got history, Sarah. Your grandfolks never told you about the harvest of '29? She shook her head. Mike glanced around, voice dropping low. Depression hit hard. Folks were starving. Old man Harlan, your great-uncle, lost his mind out there in the fields. Hung himself from the windmill when the bank took everything. But that's not the worst. They say he didn't go alone. His wife Eliza went missing that same night. Body never found, but the fields... They say she walks 'em still, whispering to the lost ones, pulling 'em under the soil. Sarah forced a laugh, but it stuck in her throat like dry cornmeal. Back home, she tried to shake it by puttering in the garden, weeding the overgrown patch her grandma once tended. The sun beat down merciless, turning the air hazy, and by afternoon, sweat soaked her shirt. That's when she noticed the footprints, not hers, too large, too deep, circling the house like a predator sizing up prey. They led straight into the corn, vanishing where the stalks swallowed the light. Uneasy, she followed for a few yards, calling out half-heartedly. Silence, except for the wind sighing through the leaves. Then from deep in the rows, that rustle again. Closer. *stay. It breathed, clear as if someone stood right behind her. She spun, saw nothing, but felt eyes on her back, cold, hungry eyes that knew her secrets. Her failures, the nights she'd cried herself to sleep after the divorce. That evening, Sarah called her mom, who lived in Des Moines now. "It's just the wind, honey," her mom said, voice tinny over the line. "That place gets to you after a while. Sell it if it's too much." But Sarah couldn't. The house was all she had left, a tether to roots she'd spent years running from. She poured a glass of wine, lit candles against the gathering dusk, and settled on the porch swing. The fields glowed golden in the sunset, peaceful almost, until twilight crept in and the crickets fell silent. That's when the whispers started, not one voice but many, overlapping like a chorus of drowned souls. Asterisk stay ... join us. ... the soil is soft ... Asterisk. They slithered from the corn, wrapping around her like smoke, carrying scents of wet earth and decay. Sarah bolted inside, slamming the door, but the whispers seeped through the cracks, growing bolder. She barricaded herself in the bedroom, phone in hand, dialing Mike at 11 p.m. "They're calling me," she sobbed. "Eliza ... She's out there." Mike arrived in under 20 minutes, shotgun in his truck bed, just in case. They sat up till dawn, him chain-smoking on the couch while she paced. He told her more how locals avoided the back 40 after dark, how dogs refused to cross the property line, how once, in 72, a surveyor vanished for 3 days, found babbling about hands pulling him down into black mud. "It's the flood," Mike said. "Woke something up. Eliza didn't drown, she became it. Guards the land now. Takes what it needs." Sarah wanted to argue, to call it superstition, but then the basement door rattled. Not a knock, a deliberate, insistent thumping, like fists pounding from below. They crept downstairs, flashlights cutting the gloom. The air down there was colder, damper, reeking of river rot. Water pooled in the corner, unexplainable, lapping at their boots. And in the beam's edge, a shape. A woman in a sodden dress, hair matted like weeds, face pale as bone, eyes black pits that wept mud. She didn't move, just watched, lips moving silently. Asterisk stay ... Asterisk Mike fired a warning shot into the ceiling, plaster rained down. The figure dissolved into mist, but the whispers exploded then, a cacophony filling the house. Asterisk. "Join us. The harvest waits. You're one of us now." Asterisk Sarah screamed as invisible hands clawed at her ankles, dragging her toward the puddle that spread like blood. Mike hauled her up, half carrying her to his truck as the floorboards buckled beneath them. They fled to his place, but the whispers followed in her head, relentless, promising peace in the earth. The next day, Sarah listed the house. It sold quick to outsiders who didn't know the tailies. But on closing day, as she signed the papers, her realtor handed her a locket from the attic, engraved with EJ 1929. Inside, a faded photo of Eliza, smiling with Harlan's arm around her. And scratched on the back, in tiny letters, asterisk she waits for kin. Asterisk Sarah left Iowa that week, but the whispers never fully stopped. On quiet nights, in her Des Moines apartment, she hears them still faint, pleading. Asterisk stay. Asterisk last fall, she drove back just once to check the fields. The corn was high, swaying like mourners at a grave. She parked at the edge, engine off, and listened. The wind carried it clear, her name twisted in agony. She hasn't returned since. But sometimes, in dreams, she sees the soil parting, hands reaching up not to pull her down, but to welcome her home. And in those moments, part of her wonders if Mike was right. Maybe the flood didn't just take lives. Maybe it made family. Ooh, if that didn't send shivers racing across your skin, stick around, our next true scary story ramps up the terror even more. A real ghost encounter from the misty moors of England that proves some histories refuse to stay buried. These chilling paranormal tales are the stuff of nightmares, real horror stories that echo through generations. The fjord's frozen echo, Sweden in the frostbitten archipelagos off. Stockholm, where the Baltic Sea freezes into jagged mirrors under winter moons and the wind howls like a widow's lament. Lies the island of Vaxholm, a postcard of red cabins and cobblestone lanes hiding horrors older than the Vikings. It was here, in the winter of 2024, that Ingrid Larsen, a 41-year-old marine biologist, inherited her great-aunt Elsa's cliffside cottage after a sudden stroke claimed the old woman mid-sentence. Elsa had lived alone for decades, her letters to the family always curt. The sea sings, but don't listen too close. Ingrid dismissed it as eccentricity, arriving in late November with her rescue dog, Loki, a stocky husky with fur like fresh snow and eyes that missed nothing. The cottage was quaint, pine walls etched with runes, a stone hearth that swallowed logs whole, and windows framing the ice-locked fjord like a painting of eternal blue-gray. But from the first night, the air tasted wrong, briny, laced with something metallic, like blood under salt. Ingrid unpacked by lantern light, the power lines iced over from an early storm. Loki paced the floorboards, whining at shadows that pooled unnaturally in corners. "It's the draft, boy," she soothed, firing up the hearth. Flames danced, casting flickers on a faded oil painting above the mantel. Elsa as a girl, arm in arm with a fisherman, their boat bobbing in calmer waters. By midnight, sleep tugged at Ingrid, but Loki bolted upright, hackles raised, staring at the bedroom door. A knock came soft, deliberate, 3 raps like knuckles on bone. Ingrid froze, pulse thundering. No one lived within a mile. The ferry didn't run in this weather. Hello? She called, voice swallowed by the walls. Silence. Then, from the fjord outside, a low hum, not wind, but a voice, layered and distant, chanting in Old Swedish. Come hem, asterisk. Come home, come home, closing parenthesis. Loki growled, teeth bared at the glass where frost bloomed in the shape of hands small, child-sized, pressing from the ice side. Morning thawed the panic. Ingrid rationalized, ice cracking, echoes off the cliffs. She hiked to the village grocer, swapping nods with locals who eyed her with pity. Elsa warned you? The shopkeep muttered, bagging herring. Ingrid laughed it off, but back home, Loki refused the stairs to the attic Elsa's studio. Untouched since the 70s. Curiosity won. Ingrid climbed, flashlights slicing dust motes. Canvases leaned like tombstones, seascapes twisted into nightmares. Waves parting to reveal faces gaunt, pleading, mouths stretched in silent screams. One unfinished. A boat capsizing, figures clawing upward, titled Asterisk, the echo of 62 Asterisk. Ingrid's skin crawled. Elsa's journals, tucked in a sea chest, spilled the truth. In 1962, a fishing trawler vanished in a squall. Elsa's fiancé, brother, and their crew, swallowed whole. Bodies never surfaced, but the widow's curse lingered. The drowned return as echoes, mimicking voices to drag the living down, binding families in eternal grief. That night, the knocks returned louder from inside the walls. Ingrid barricaded the door, Loki trembling at her feet, but the hum swelled, now a chorus. Asterisk Ingrid ... Comhem ... Elsa. Waits. Asterisk. The painting's eyes gleamed wet, as if tears traced the canvas. She fled to the kitchen, phone dead from the cold, when the faucet gushed not water, but seawater, black and foaming, swirling with tiny fish skeletons. Loki barked madly at the window, where figures emerged from the fog. Men in oilskins, faces bloated and blue, hands cupped to the glass, mouthing her name. Ingrid screamed, grabbing an oar from the hooks, but they didn't break in. The asterisk slid asterisk, melting through like smoke, leaving wet footprints that steamed on the floor. The leader, Elsa Jess fiancé, Carl, eyes milky orbs, extended a hand webbed with kelp. Sea took us quick. Join the echo. Elsa's lonely. Panic propelled her to the attic. Journals clutched like talismans. Elsa's final entry. Asterisk, they come for bloodkin. I hear them in the ice, pulling threads. Burn the boat. Asterisk. The model schooner on the shelf, Elsa's tribute to the lost, suddenly ignited, flames unnatural, blue as drowned lips. Ingrid smashed it, shards flying, and the chorus peaked. Whales crashing like waves, floor buckling as if the fjord rose to claim her. Loki lunged at Carl's form, tearing at mist that reformed with gashes, howling asterisk, Hughjelp os. Asterisk, help us. Ingrid recited a half-remembered prayer from her Lutheran childhood. Oar raised like a cross, and the figures recoiled, dissolving into vapor that reeked of the deep. Dawn broke the siege. The fjord lay still, frost melted to nothing. Ingrid fled to Stockholm, cottage sold to a developer who raised it for condos. But the echoes followed in crowded U-bands. She'd hear asterisk, KOM hem asterisk under the rails. In baths, the water chilled to reveal fleeting faces. Loki passed last spring, peacefully, but on full moons, Ingrid swears she sees him at the window, watching the sea, waiting for her to answer the call. Sweden's fjords guard their dead jealously. Some songs are meant to stay sung alone. If you're in Scandinavia, earplugs won't save you, the echoes know your name. Take a breath, that Nordic nightmare clings like damp fog, but our next true scary story plunges into the humid shadows of South America's rainforests, where the jungle doesn't just hide monsters ... it births them. These real paranormal horrors remind us, nature's revenge isn't always green. Sometimes it's red with blood. The rainforest's bleeding heart, Brazil, the Amazon basin in northern Brazil is a throbbing vein of green hell, where vines strangle the light and the canopy whispers secrets in tongues long dead. But in the sweltering outskirts of Manaus, the rubber boom ghosts of the 1910s still bleed into the present. It was during the dry season of 2024 when the rivers shrink to veins and the air thickens with ash from slash and burn. Fires that Dr. Sofia Mendes, a 37-year-old ethnobotanist from São Paulo, ventured into the Tapajós National Forest for a grant-funded expedition. Sofia specialized in ayahuasca vines, those hallucinogenic ladders to the spirit world, but her team, 2 grad students and a local guide named Joa, knew the real draw. Rumors of a cursed clearing where the 1910 Fordlandia outpost crumbled its overseers, driven mad by pink demons that peeled skin like fruit. Joe, a wiry man with tattoos of jaguar spirits snaking his arms, spat at the mention. The forest remembers debts. White man's rubber. Paid in blood. They set camp on the 3rd day, a ragged circle of tents amid ceiba trees whose roots clawed the earth like desperate fingers. Sofia's samples thrived unnaturally, vines twisting overnight into heart shapes, leaves veined red as if capillaries pulsed beneath. That first evening, as thunder grumbled distant, Joe shared the tale over rehydrated feijoada. In 1912, Henry Ford's managers whipped native tappers for low yields, chaining them to trees till fever took them. One night, a girl, Anya, 16, daughter of an overseer, stumbled into the clearing, drawn by chance. She returned raving of a bleeding heart tree that wept sap like tears, promising revenge if fed grudges. By dawn, the camp was a slaughter. Managers flayed alive, skins draped on branches like flags. Locals called it Coracal Sangrento *, the bleeding heart, and avoided the site, where rubber trees grew thorns like barbs. Sofia scoffed, notebook scribbling folklore for her paper on indigenous pharmacology. But sleep brought dreams. Vines coiling her limbs, a girl's face, Anya's, framed in bark, eyes hollows of rot, whispering, feed me your anger, the forest hungers. She woke drenched, not sweat, but a sticky crimson sap coating her cot. Joel was already up, machete drawn, staring at the tree line where shadows lengthened into humanoid forms, tall, emaciated skin mottled pink from fresh flaying. They come at vespers, he hissed. The grad students laughed nervously. But Loki, no. Wait, Sophia's cat back home, her radio crackled static. Voices overlapping. Sophia ... Dear father's lies ... Your ex's betrayal ... Feed them to me. Personal sins, dredged from her subconscious, the bleeding heart probing like a therapist from hell. By noon, the air soured coppery, like open wounds. Vines encroached the camp, thorns drawing pinpricks that wept blood, forming patterns on the ground. Hearts, whips, chains. One student, Marco, brushed a tendril. It latched, burrowing into his palm, and he convulsed, vomiting black ichor flecked with rubber latex. I see them, he gasped, eyes rolling white. The TAPPERS. The marching ... They want the boss's hearts. Sophia dosed him with antivenom, but the scratches on his arms bloomed into welts, spelling *Davida. Xing that. Joe chanted protections, burning copal resin. But the sun dipped, and the clearing pulse trees leaning in. Bark splitting to reveal pulsing fleshy hearts beneath, dripping sap that sizzled on leaves. Dusk unleashed it. The shadows solidified. The flayed overseers, mouths stitched with thorns, dragging chains of vine-wrapped bones. But leading them Anya, no older than her portraits. Dress ragged silk, stained rust. Chest a cavern where a heart tree sprouted, thorns for ribs. You came for my secrets, she crooned, voice a rustle of leaves. Now give yours. The team bolted, but the jungle twisted paths looping back, roots snaring ankles like manacles. Marco screamed first, vines yanking him skyward, thorns peeling strips from his back as he thrashed, his grudges spilling in sobs, failed theses, lost loves. Sophia swung her bolo knife, severing tendrils that bled milky rage. But Anya closed in, hand cold, thorn pricked grasping her wrist. Your father's will cheated your brother. Feed it. Visions assaulted. Family rifts, buried guilts, the treating on them to swell. Joe sacrificed his machete, hacking at the heart tree in the clearing center, a monolith, trunk veined like lungs, fruits hanging like severed ears. As blade bit bark, the figures wailed, collapsing into mulch. But Anya lingered, fading with a promise. The debt spreads. Roots in your blood. They staggered to the river at dawn, Marco catatonic, airboat roaring them to Manaz. Sophia burned her notes, but the scratches remained faint hearts on her arms, itching on grudge-filled days. Last month, a package arrived. Rubber samples from the site, wrapped in a leaf with *volt*, return, scrawled in sap. Brazil's rainforest doesn't forgive colonial sins. It replants them in your veins. If you're in South America, watch what you resent. The trees are listening. Shaking off those jungle claws yet? Hold tight. Our third true scary story whisks us to the windswept cliffs of the southern hemisphere, where isolation breeds isolation's opposite. Company you never invited. These chilling real ghost stories prove some presences are stickier than sin. The cliffside caller, New Zealand, South Island, is a realm of raw edges. Milford Sound. Fjords slicing granite like godly wounds. Rain lashing sheep-dotted hills. And in the remote Catlins region, Nugget Point Lighthouse stands sentinel over waves that gnash like teeth. Built in 1870 to guard against shipwrecks that littered the coast with bones, it's a squat tower of iron and stone, automated since the 90s, drawing tourists for selfies with seals. But locals steer clear after dark. Murmuring of the caller, a spirit born from the 1881 Edwin Fox wreck, where 40 souls drowned, their screams said to summon the living as proxies. In early 2025, during a fierce southerly that grounded flights and flooded roads, backpacker Liam Harper, a 29-year-old Aussie surfer chasing swells, holed up in the keeper's abandoned quarters with his mate, Riley. They were the only souls for 50 clicks, armed with a 6-pack and a drone for Instagold footage. The quarters were a time capsule, rusted bunks, whale oil lamps, walls papered in yellowed logs of gales and ghosts. Liam joked about it over beers. Reckon the caller's just a possum with a grudge? But Riley, quieter, fiddled with his phone, signal bars flat. By nightfall, the storm hit full, winds shrieking like keening widows, rain sheeting the windows into blurs. They crashed early, but at 3:17 a.m., the witching hour, as Riley later swore Liam, jolted awake to a ringtone. Not his, not Riley's old landline trill from the hall, though the place had been cordless for decades. Ignore it, Riley mumbled, burrowing deeper. But it persisted, insistent, then morphed. Not a ring, but a voice. Faint over the gale, Harper ... to come out. The waves miss you ... Liam padded to the hall, torch app glowing. The phone a rotary relic, dust-caked sat on a table, receiver off the hook, cord trailing into a wall, crack like a vein. He hung it up. Silence. Back to bed, but minutes later, the call returned louder, personalized. Liam ... Your mum's waiting ... She drowned calling you. His mum cancer, dry land, 5 years gone. Heart hammering, he snatched the receiver, static, then sobs, wet and gurgling, a woman's plea. Boy. The reef took me ... Pull me free, Riley stirred. Mate, it's the wind. But the voice shifted to his timbre Riley's dad. Lost at sea in '09. Son ... anchors dragging ... need your hands. They unplugged the phone, smashed the jack, but the calls echoed from the walls now, tinny and desperate, names twisting into accusations. You left us ... surfs up. Join the swell, Dawn couldn't come fast enough. They barricaded in the bunk room, drone footage forgotten. But the lighthouse beam solar powered. Erratic swept the room in strobes, illuminating scratches on the plaster. Names, dates, Edwin Fox survivors turned keepers, driven to leap by the calls. Liam confessed over canned beans, his nan's tailies of the caller. A siren witch fused from drowned souls, latching onto loners with watery griefs, mimicking voices to coax them to the edge. It feeds on the pull, he whispered. Makes you finish what the sea started. Riley nodded, pale. His phone, dead battery, buzzed in his pack voicemail from an unknown. His own voice, pleading, help ... breakers ... timestamped yesterday. As night fell again, the calls crescendoed a chorus now, overlapping wails from the deep. Crewmen cursing captains, mothers keening lost babes, all converging on Liam ... Riley. The points waiting. Doors rattled unbidden, salt spray seeping under sills, though the sea was a cliff drop away. Shadows lengthen into silhouettes, dripping figures clustered at the glass. Faces pressed, eyes barnacle-crusted, hands beckoning with seaweed lassos. One broke through a woman in sodden skirts, skin pruned eternal, extending a conch shell. Listen closer. Hear your drownings. Liam swung a chair, shattering the pane. Wind howled in, carrying brine and the rod of lungs full of foam. Riley charged the shell, cracking it inside, not pearl, but a pearl of mercury-like memory. Visions of the wreck, souls chained to the reef, reaching eternally. They fled at first light, hiking 20 clicks to a ranger station, lungs burning, ears ringing with echoes. The lighthouse stands empty still, beam flickering Morse. Asterisk SOS asterisk. Liam hasn't surfed since. Waves now whisper his name. Riley screens all calls, but sometimes in showers, he hears the gurgle. New Zealand's cliffs call to the grieving. Answer, and the sea claims its due. If you're down under, mute the ocean, it might be calling you next. Almost through the gauntlet, brave ones, our final true scary story unearths the sun-baked secrets of Latin America's highlands, where the dead don't rest. They rise with grudges sharper than obsidian. These terrifying true horror tales warn. Some curses cross borders, but none forgive. The Senate's Shadowkeeper, Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, is a limestone labyrinth of sinkholes and secrets, where cenotes' sacred wells, once portals to the gods, now lure divers to sapphire depths, hiding Mayan bones and offerings to the rain deity Chak. Near Tulum, in the 2024 tourist off-season, when humidity clings like a shroud and howler monkeys scream prophecies, American expat teacher Elena Vasquez, 34, moved to a restored hacienda overlooking Grand Cenote for a fresh start post-divorce. The property came cheap, too cheap, whispered about in expat forums as the Keeper's Watch. Tied to a 16th century conquistador who drowned Aztec priests in the well for gold maps only to be cursed, his shadow unbound guarding the depths, possessing the unwary to drown anew. Elena's realtor shrugged. Superstition. Just don't swim alone. The hacienda breathed history. Courtyard fountain bubbling eternally. Walls frescoed with faded glyphs of eyeless warriors, and from the veranda, the cenote gleamed, a near-perfect circle of turquoise fringed by mangroves, vines draping like nooses. Elena's first week was bliss. Yoga at dawn, freelance grading by lantern, her tabby, Luna, sunning on tiles. But on night 4, as cicadas droned a dirge, Luna arched at the Senate's edge, hissing at her reflection, or what lurked beneath. Elena peered over. The water stirred, ripples forming a face not hers, but a man's, bearded and armored, eyes voids, mouth bubbling asterisk, G-U-A-R-D-A ... Garda. Asterisk guard dot closing parenthesis. She laughed it off. Fish, wind. But sleep brought pressure, a weight on her chest. Dreams of chains and turquoise, priests' screams echoing as gold sank from grasp. Morning mail brought a parcel no sender, wrapped in oilcloth. A Spanish dagger, hilt carved with a keeper's sigil, blade nicked from use. Elena pocketed it, uneasy, and dove the cenote that afternoon standard for her. Oxygen tank hissing, light-piercing jade veils. At 20 meters, the walls closed. Stalactites like fangs, ledges stacked with pottery shards and femurs. But at the bottom, 40 meters down, the anomaly, a crevice exhaling bubbles. Shadows coiling like eels. Her light caught it. A figure, translucent, clad in corroded plate, hand outstretched clutching a phantom map, whispering through the mask. Asterisk the gold's mine. Guard it eternal ... Join the watch. Asterisk Elena kicked up, lungs burning, surfacing gasping as Luna yowled from shore. That night, the whispers seeped indoors. From faucets, mirrors, her own shadow detaching at corners, trailing her like a hound. Research in Tulum's library unearthed the tale. Hernan the Keeper, 1520s, desecrated the cenote, binding his soul via Bruyo rite to protect stolen Aztec treasures. But the priest's curse unbound his shade, now a shadow parasite, latching to descendants of explorers or the curious, compelling them to guard by drowning interlopers. Elena's lineage? Distant Spaniard blood, unearthed in a genealogy app. The dagger was a beacon, her shadow the leash. By week's end, activity escalated. Doors slamming at midnight. Luna's fur singed with spectral burns, and in the Senate's reflection, Herna's form solidifying, beckoning with rusted gauntlet. "The map's yours," he rasped one eve. voice from the drain. Dive ... guard. Or I take your skin. Desperation drove her to a local curandera, who smudged the grounds with copal, chanting to Chak. Return the shadow to the deep. But Hernan fought vines animating to strangle, water flooding the courtyard unbidden, Elena's reflection in puddles twisting to his sneer. Luna vanished that storm-lashed night. Elena found her at the Senate's lip, eyes glazed, pawing the water as if fishing for fish that weren't there. In a frenzy, Elena hurled the dagger in, blade sinking like a sacrifice. The cenote boiled bubbles erupting in glyphs, a roar from the depths like chained gods breaking free. Herna's shadow writhed across the surface, then imploded, sucked under with a final asterisk Garda Etern . Asterisk Elena fled to Merida, Hacienda abandoned, cenote roped off by authorities after anomalous seismic activity. But shadows still lag her steps in crowds, and on humid nights, she hears the bubble whisper. Asterisk the gold calls ... guard it. Asterisk Mexico's cenotes hold more than water. They cradle curses that surface unbidden. If you're in Latin America, reflect carefully. Your shadow might not be yours alone. Will you that quartet of true scary stories should have your nerves frayed like old rope. Real ghost encounters that linger like bad debts. If these chilling paranormal tales from Sweden, Brazil, New Zealand, and Mexico left you barricading the bathroom door, smash like, share the shivers, and subscribe for the next wave of nightmare fuel. What's your homeland horror? Comment your country and encounter. We're all ears in the dark. Stay vigilant, stay subscribed. The keepers are always watching. Fade to black. The Moors' eternal watchmen, England. The Yorkshire moors have always been a place of secrets, where the heather blooms blood red in summer and fog rolls in like a shroud come winter. In the shadow of Whitby Abbey's ruins, those jagged teeth against the sky lies Ravenscar, a ghost town clinging to cliffs that drop sheer into the North Sea. Planned as a grand resort in the 1890s, it crumbled before it could rise, leaving behind empty streets and houses that stare out like blind eyes. It was in one of those skeletal homes, Briar Cottage, that Emily Hargrove first felt the weight of eyes not her own. Emily, a 35-year-old archivist from London, had come north in 2020 for a sabbatical, seeking solitude to finish her book on Victorian ghost lore. Little did she know, the Moors had a chapter of their own to add, one written in blood and bound by chains that no key could unlock. Briar Cottage wasn't much. 2 stories of weathered stone, a sagging roof, and windows cracked like spiderwebs. The local estate agent warned her off. Folks say it's unlucky, love. Storms come fierce there, but Emily dismissed it as tourist bait. She arrived on a gray October afternoon, wind howling off the waves, carrying salt and the faint rot of seaweed. Unpacking in the parlor, with its peeling paper and hearth cold as a grave, she found the first oddity, a rusted iron manacle bolted to the wall behind a loose stone. No chain attached, just the cuff, sized for a man's wrist. Etched with initials, asterisk TB 1892. Asterisk curiosity piqued. She snapped a photo and Googled later that night over tea. Nothing. But as rain lashed the panes, a low groan echoed from upstairs. Not the house settling, but a human sound, guttural, pained, sleep evaded her. By midnight, the groans turned to footsteps heavy, deliberate, pacing the floorboards above. Emily grabbed her phone, flashlight app blazing, and crept up the narrow stairs. The master bedroom was empty, bed frame bare, but the air hung heavy, like after a storm. The pacing stopped as she entered, replaced by breathing ragged wet right behind her. She whirled, beam-catching dust motes swirling in eddies. "Hello?" Her voice cracked. Silence, then a whisper, dry as bone. Asterisk mine. Asterisk it slithered from the shadows, brushing her ear like fingers. Heart slamming, Emily fled downstairs, double-bolting the door. She texted her sister in Leeds. Weird noises. Probably rats LOL. But she didn't laugh. That night, dreams came unbidden. A man in Victorian rags, face gaunt, eyes wild, dragging a chain across cobblestones while villagers jeered. Asterisk thief. Smuggler. Hang him high. Asterisk morning brought clarity, or so she thought. Emily drove to the Whitby Library, burying herself in microfiche on Ravenscar's failed boom. By noon, she had it. Thomas Blackwood, a dock worker turned smuggler in 1892. He'd clawed his way up from the workhouses, running brandy and opium from France under the cliff's cover. But greed undid him. Arrival tipped the constables. They raided Briar Cottage during a storm. Blackwood fought like a cornered wolf, killing 2 officers before they dragged him to the cliffs. No trial, just a noose from the old gibbet post, body left swinging as a warning. The papers called it justice. The locals, a reckoning. But one detail chilled her. Before the drop, Blackwood swore vengeance. I'll watch these stones till the sea claims them all, and any who trespass, they'll feel my grip. His body vanished the next dawn, chain and all, presumed swept into the waves. Yet rumors persisted, fishermen spotting a figure on the cliffs at low tide, rattling irons, luring the unwary with whispers of buried gold. Back at the cottage, Emily tried to work, but the air thickened by dusk. Books slid from shelves unbidden. The manacle upstairs gleamed, as if polished. That evening, as she cooked stew over a camp stove, the front door creaked open wide, she told herself. But it swung wide, admitting fog that pooled on the floor like milk. And in it, the silhouette, tall, hunched, chains dangling from wrists like pendulums. Asterisk mine, asterisk, it rasped again, stepping forward. Emily froze, ladle in hand, as the figure solidified. Blackwood, flesh mottled with brine, eyes milky from the deep, mouth a gash of broken teeth. He didn't advance, just stood, chains clinking softly, pointing to the floor. There, in the hearth's ash, words formed. Asterisk dig. Asterisk terror rooted her, but curiosity, damnable curiosity, won. She grabbed a trowel from her bag and scraped at the flagstones by the fireplace. Hours passed, blisters forming until the blade hit metal. A small chest, rusted shut, contents spilling. Gold sovereigns, tarnished and cold, mingled with bones, small, fragile, a child's hand. Emily retched, dropping the trowel. Blackwood's laugh echoed then, hollow as a conch shell. Asterisk, my boys. Taken for my sins. Now yours. Asterisk, the room spun. Shadows lengthened in the claws, yanking at her clothes, her hair. She clawed free, bolting for the door, but the chains whipped out, wrapping her ankle icy, unyielding, pulling her back toward the pit she'd opened. Visions flooded. Blackwood's son, hidden in the cottage during the raid, starved in the walls while his father swung. The boy's ghost joined now, a pale wisp beside the father, both reaching, both claiming kinship in death. Emily screamed, thrashing until the chains snapped, not broke, but released, as if sated. She stumbled out into the night, chest under arm, driving blind through the moors to her sisters. The police came at dawn. The gold returned to a museum, the bones buried proper in Whitby churchyard. But Emily never finished her book. She sees Thomas in mirrors now, faint at first, then clearer chained, watching. And on foggy nights the whispers return, asterisk mine. Asterisk last she heard. Briar Cottage stands empty still, door ajar, waiting for the next scholar to unearth what should stay buried. The Moors keep their watchmen close, and they don't forgive trespassers. If you're in England, check your attic for irons. You might find more than rust. Breathe easy for a second, that English spectre was relentless. But our third true scary story takes us north to the frozen wilds of Canada, where the woods hide horrors that howl with the wind. These real paranormal encounters prove the boundary between man and monster is thinner than you think. The Wendigos echo in the Yukon, Canada, up in the Yukon Territory, where winter bites like a starving beast, and the boreal forest swallows men whole. The line between legend and nightmare blurs under auroras that dance like false promises. In 2022, Jake Harlan, a 42-year-old trapper and guide, knew those woods better than his own scars. Born in Whitehorse to Cree parents who de-traded stories of the Wendigo around campfires, that gaunt spirit of famine, born from cannibalism, forever hungering for the warm flesh of the living, Jake dismissed it as folklore to scare kids. He ran tours for tourists, hauling them through snowshoe trails and ice fishing holes, spinning yarns for tips. But that February, when a storm buried the territory in 3 feet of powder overnight, Jake's world turned from white to black, and the old tailies clawed their way into the light. It began with the client, Dr. Lena Voss, a botanist from Toronto, all city polish and clipboards, researching rare mosses in the subarctic. She booked a 3-day trek into the Nahanni Range, that headless valley where rivers carve canyons like veins and disappearances stack like cordwood. Jake warned her the weather app showed flurries, but he felt it in his bones, a pressure like the air before thunder. Folks go in, not all come out, he said over coffee at the outpost. Lena laughed. eyes bright. Superstition sells tours, eh? They set out at dawn, snowmobiles humming, pulling sleds loaded with gear. By noon, the sky bruised purple, wind shrieking through pines like banshees. Visibility dropped to arm's length. Jake called a halt at his line shack, a ramshackle cabin hunkered against a ridge. Inside, the fire crackled defiance against the cold seeping through logs. They ate stew from tins, Lena chattering about her finds lichen that glowed under UV like fairy dust. Jake nodded, but his ears strained to the howl outside, not wind, but something mimicking it. A wail, high and broken, echoing off the hills. Wolves, he lied, topping off her mug. Wolves don't call names. But as night fell, it did. Asterisk Jake ... chair. Asterisk faint at first, then insistent, weaving through the gale. Lena slept sound, bundled in her bag, but Jake lay awake, revolver under his pillow, sweat beading despite the frost rimming the windows. He knew the signs, the isolation, the gnawing doubt, the way hunger sharpens senses till they cut. Dawn brought no relief. The storm raged on, snow piling against the door like a living thing. Their radio crackled static. No signal, no rescue. By day 2, supplies dwindled: crackers, jerky, a half pot of oats. Lena's cheer cracked. She paced, cheeks hollowing. We can't stay holed up. The moss, it's time sensitive. Jake barred the door. Waited out. Something's wrong out there. That night, the wail returned, closer, layered with scratches at the walls, claws on wood, deliberate, testing. Asterisk Jake ... Lena ... warm ... join. Asterisk Lena bolted upright, eyes wide. Did you hear that? My name. Jake feigned calm, stoking the fire. Lecos. Wind tricks the ear. But he saw it in her face. The glaze. The subtle lean toward the door. The Wendigo doesn't just hunt. It infects, turning friend to foe with whispers of meat. Day 3, hunger clawed real now. Lena vanished at midday, slipping out while Jake dozed. He woke to emptiness, her bag slashed, blood speckling the floor, not much, but enough. Panic surged. He geared up, rifle slung, and plunged into the whiteout. The forest loomed, trees skeletal, branches clawing skyward like pleas. Tracks led deeper, hers mingled with ... others. Elongated prints, too wide, toes splayed like a starved man's greed. The wail followed, mocking. Asterisk too late. She's mine ... taste. Asterisk branches snapped nearby. Shadows flitted, tall and emaciated, eyes reflecting firelight from afar. Jake fired blind, the shot swallowed by snow. Then a scream, Lena's raw, ending in a gurgle. He found her at the river's edge, half buried in drift, tearing at a snowshoe like it was flesh. Her eyes, God, her eyes were wrong, pupils blown black, whites veined red. Jake, she rasped, voice not hers, gravelly with frost. Cold ... so cold. Share the warmth. She lunged, nails raking his parka, teeth bared in a grin too wide. He shoved her back, horror twisting his gut. This wasn't Lena. It was the echo, the Wendigo's lure, preying on isolation's madness. Legend said it wore skins of the taken, mimicking voices to draw the rest. Jake raised the rifle, tears freezing on lashes. Forgive me, the shot echoed, body slumping into red snow. But as he dragged her back to light, too brittle, the wail laughed. Asterisk more ... Always more ... asterisk. Rescue choppers came at dusk, storm breaking like a fever. Jake spun the tale. Avalanche. Accident. They bought it. He saw the pity in their eyes. But in the hospital, mirrors showed changes. His frame leaner, eyes shadowed, a hunger he couldn't name. Whispers plague him now, in Whitehorse bars, in quiet drives. Asterisk Jake ... cold ... share. Asterisk, he quit guiding, took to the bottle, but the pull grows. Last month, he dreamed of the cabin, Lena waiting, arms open, skin sloughing like bark. He woke clawing his arms, marks like prints, the Yukon's vast, unforgiving. It takes what it needs. If you're in Canada, listen close on windy nights. That howl might know your name. One more to go. Folks, our final true scary story drags us down under to Australia's red dust, where the outback devours the unwary. These terrifying real events remind us. Some places hunger for souls, and they never let go. The red dust revenant of the Simpson Desert, Australia. The Simpson Desert is Australia's beating heart of emptiness. 1,000 miles of rust-red dunes that shift like breathing beasts under a sun that blisters skin to leather. In the summer of 21, amid a heat wave that cracked the earth, Tom Riley, a 29-year-old ringer from Alice Springs, thought he knew its rhythms. Raised on cattle stations, he tracked roos by starlight and outrun flash floods that turned wadis to roiling death. The Dreamtime stories his mum told, of spirits in the sand, ancestors who walked till they became the land, were bedtime fables, not warnings. But when his boss sent him solo to check a bore on the French line, 200 clicks into the gibber plains, Tom learned the outback doesn't forgive the cocky. It claims, and what it claims, comes back wrong. The drive out was brutal, helix bouncing over corrugations, dust choking the aircon, mirages dancing on the horizon like invitations. By midday, the Bora windmill pumping brackish water for strays stood silent, blades still as bone. Tom killed the engine, heat haze warping the world. Bloody pumps seized, he grumbled, toolkit in hand. As he climbed the tower, a wind stirred, not the hot northerlies, but a cool sigh from nowhere, carrying dust that stung like needles. And voices, faint, layered aboriginal chants twisted with English pleas. Asterisk turned back thirst. Join the walk ... asterisk. He shook it off, sweat dripping, focusing on the rusted gears. But the wind strengthened, whipping sand into vortices that whispered his name. Asterisk Tom ... water ... give ... asterisk. Dusk fell fast, sky bleeding orange to purple. The pump fixed. Tom camped nearby swag under the stars, Billy on for tea. Firelight flickered, casting long shadows that writhed like serpents. That's when the tracks appeared, not dingo or camel, but human bare feet, toes splayed from endless miles, circling his sight in impossible loops. No one out here? Nearest station was days off. Unease prickled, he doused the fire early, rifle close. Sleep came fitful, dreams of red sand parting to reveal faces mummified, eyeless, mouths gaping for moisture. He woke parched, canteen dry despite half full at lights out. The wind returned, colder, voices clearer. Asterisk Tom ... We walked ... walk with us ... asterisk. Dawn brought no relief. The helix wouldn't start battery drained, as if siphoned by ghosts. Tom shouldered his pack, rationing the last water, striking north on foot. The desert mocked him. Dunes rising like waves, gibberstones crunching under boots, heat mirages of waterholes that vanished on approach. By noon, thirst clawed his throat. Hallucinations crept in figures on crests. Tall and gaunt, draped in tattered singlets waving him on. Asterisk closer ... share the shade ... Asterisk 1 stepped forward, face shadowed, but eyes oh, those eyes sun-bleached white, skin cracked like dry creek beds. Water? Tom croaked. The figure grinned, teeth filed to points in old dreaming right. We have none. But you do. It lunged, hands skeletal, nails caked with ochre. Tom fired, the crack shattering silence. The figure dissolved to dust, but laughter echoed dozens, hundreds, a chorus of the lost. He ran then, lungs burning, pack shedding like skin. Days blurred. 2, 3. Water-gone lips split, visions constant. The revenants closed in outback wanderers from gold rush eras. Drovers from the 30s drought, miners who dug too deep into sacred ground. They weren't ghosts. They were echoes, spirits fused to the sand, drawn by greed or folly, now bound to lure the next. One night, under a moon like a scab, Tom collapsed in a swag of dunes, whispering apologies to country he'd ignored. The leader emerged a woman, 20s garb, hair matted with spinifex. We walked for water, she intoned. Died thirsty. Now you walk. Hands pulled him under, not to bury, but to merge sand-filling mouth, eyes turning him vessel. He doesn't remember rescue. A charter pilot, scouting for lost stock, spotted movement, a lone figure, shambling, waving madly. Tom was airlifted to Alice, dehydrated husk, raving of red men who drank your shadow. Docs called it heat stroke. Mates bought him beers, slapped his back, but Tom's changed. He quit the stations, holes up in a flat, windows taped against drafts. The dust follows fine grains in corners, forming faces at night. Whispers in the tap. Asterisk Tom ... thirst ... walk. Asterisk last week. He found tracks outside his door. leading to the fridge. Inside, empty bottles, crusted red. The Simpson doesn't forget, it recycles its dead. If you're in Australia, watch the dunes. That shimmer might be heat. Or hunger calling you home. There you have it, 4 true scary stories that burrow under your skin and stay there. Real horror tales of ghosts, spirits, and the unending hunt. If these chilling paranormal encounters left you glancing over your shoulder, hit like, share with a mate who needs a fright, and subscribe for more nightmare fuel. What's your scariest real ghost story? Comment below with your country and tale, we might narrate it next. Stay spooky, stay safe, and remember, the dark listens back. See you in the shadows. The silent children of Blackwood Orphanage, Scotland, deep in the Scottish Highlands, where the mist clings to the glens like a funeral veil and the wind carries the cries of the long-forgotten, stands the skeletal husk of Blackwood Orphanage. Built in 1874 on the ruins of a 14th-century plague village, it was meant to be a sanctuary for the unwanted. Instead, it became a tomb. The official story? Closed in 1956 after a fire claimed 27 children. The truth? The fire was started to hide what was done to them . And in 2023, a group of urban explorers from Edinburgh, 4 friends chasing clout on TikTok, walked in looking for ghosts. They found something far worse. Callum, the leader, was 26, cocky, with a GoPro strapped to his chest and a smirk that said "nothing scares me". His girlfriend Mia filmed everything. Behind them, quiet, anxious Reese, who only came because his sister dared him, and big-mouthed Darren, who kept joking about freezing his bangers off. They arrived at dusk, cutting through rusted barbed wire, boots crunching on frostbitten gravel. The building loomed 3 stories of blackened stone, windows like empty sockets, the front door hanging off one hinge like a broken jaw. Inside, the air was wrong. Not just cold heavy like breathing through wet wool, and silent, too silent. No birds, no wind. Just the soft drip drip from a broken pipe somewhere deep. They set up in the old dormitory rows of iron cots, some still with moldy mattresses. A cracked chalkboard scrawled with faded nursery rhymes. Callum laughed. Perfect for the thumbnail. Mia started recording. Reese hung back by the door. Darren kicked a rusted bed frame. That's when the first thump came. Not loud, just one, from below, like a child dropping a ball. Then another. And another. Rhythmic. Thump. Thump. Coming up the stairs. They froze. Callum whispered, "Old building pipes." But his voice cracked. The thumping stopped. Silence again. Then giggling . High soft, like a music box played backward. It came from the hallway. Mia's camera light flickered. Reese whispered, "We should go." Darren told him to stop being a baby. Callum, ever the influencer, walked toward the sound. The others followed. The hallway stretched long, doors on both sides hanging open. At the far end a nursery, rocking horse, broken dolls. And in the center, a circle of small handprints on the floor, fresh, wet, red. Not paint. Blood . The giggling stopped. Then footsteps . Tiny ones, running. Toward them. But nothing was there. Just the prints appearing one by one, pat pat like invisible children playing tag. Mia screamed. The camera dropped. Darkness. When Callum picked it up, the footage was corrupted, but the audio wasn't. You can still hear it on the dark web cut. "You're it." A little girl's voice. Then Reese screaming not in fear, but pain . They found him in the bathroom, door locked from inside. He'd clawed his own eyes out. Blood smeared on the mirror in child-sized handprints. Play with US . They ran, but the orphanage wouldn't let them leave. Every exit boarded. Windows painted shut from the inside . Hours passed. Batteries died. Phones lost signal. Then the children came. Not seen, but felt . Cold hands tugging sleeves. Breath on necks. Whispers. Stay and play. We're lonely. Forever. Darren tried to break a window with a chair. The glass didn't shatter it. Rippled like water. And on the other side, dozens of pale faces pressed against it, eyes black, mouths open in silent screams. At 3:33 a.m., the fire alarm went off, though the system had been dead for decades. Sprinklers burst, but no water came. Just dust, and ash, and the smell of burning flesh. Callum's last recording, him sobbing, they're in the walls. They're asterisk in the walls asterisk, then static. Rescue came at dawn. A local farmer heard the fire alarm from miles away. Police found the group in the basement curled in a circle, holding hands, faces peaceful. No burns, no blood. Just one thing. Every single one of them had the same message carved into their forearms with a child's plastic safety scissors. We played the orphanage was demolished 6 months later, but the land won't sell. Surveyors refuse to go near it. Hikers report hearing laughter on windy nights. And every year, on the anniversary of the fire, tiny handprints appear on car windows parked within a mile radius. If you're in Scotland, lock your doors. The children of Blackwood are still looking for playmates. The woman in the well, Japan in the mountains of rural Yamanashi Prefecture, where cedar forests swallow sunlight and old Shinto shrines rot under moss. There's a village that doesn't appear on any map. Locals call it asterisk Kuchinawa asterisk mouth of the snake. In 2019, a Tokyo-based photographer named Akihiro went there chasing a rumor, a cursed well that grants wishes if you were willing to pay the price. He never came back, but his SD card did. Mailed anonymously to his editor. With a single photo, a woman in white, hair to her waist, standing asterisk inside asterisk the well. Smiling. Akihiro arrived in Kuchinawa alone, backpack full of lenses and instant film. The village was dying, only 11 residents left, all over 70. They warned him, asterisk, do not go to the well after dark. She listens, asterisk he laughed. Took selfies by the Torii gate. Drank sake with the elders. At twilight, he found it. A stone well in a clearing, overgrown with kudzu, a wooden lid sealed with rusted chains and a faded Ofuda talisman. He pried it open. Peered in. Flash on. The photo shows it. 10 meters down, a woman in a soaked wedding kimono. Face pale as rice paper, eyes reflecting the flash like twin moons. She wasn't climbing. She was asterisk standing on air asterisk. Akihiro's journal recovered later reads. Asterisk. She looked up at me, smiled, said my name. How did she know my name? Asterisk that night. He stayed in the village's only inn. At 2:14 a.m., the security camera in the hallway caught him sleepwalking. Barefoot, eyes open. Walking asterisk toward the well asterisk. The footage ends with him vanishing into the forest. No screams. No struggle. Search parties found his camera by the well. The last 47 photos, the same woman. Closer each time. In the final one, she's asterisk behind him asterisk. Hand on his shoulder. Mouth at his ear. The timestamp, 3:33 a.m. But the real horror came later. Villagers burned the photos. Sealed the well with concrete. Put up new talismans. Then the phones started ringing. Landlines, cell phones. Even devices with no SIM. Always at 3:33 a.m. Always the same voice, a woman. Soft, loving. Asterisk, come back. The water's warm. Asterisk. One elder, 92-year-old Hana, confessed before she died. In 1952, a bride named Yukiko was murdered on her wedding day. Her groom sold her to a Yakuza boss. She fled into the mountains. Threw herself down the well, but the well asterisk kept her asterisk. Now she collects husbands, one every 33 years. Akihiro was number 7. If you're in Japan, never answer a call at 3:33 a.m., especially if the caller ID says, Yukiko. She's still waiting. Still smiling. Still asterisk hungry. The basement tenant, Germany, in a quiet suburb of Cologne, Germany. There's a street called asterisk L-I-N-D, E-N-A-L-L-E-E, asterisk dash tree dash lined. Perfect lawns, the kind of place where nothing bad ever happens. Until Arling Aryi, when Lena Muller, a 34-year-old nurse, bought her first home, a charming 1930s duplex with a finished basement. Great for storage. Or so she thought. The first month was fine. Then the noises started. Not creaks asterisk, footsteps asterisk. Heavy, deliberate, always below her bedroom. At night, pacing. Back and forth. Back and forth. Like someone measuring the room. Lena checked the basement. Empty, clean, concrete floor. One locked door she assumed was an old coal chute. She laughed it off. Old house, echoes. But then the smells came. Rotting meat. Wet dog. Sulfur. Always from the vents. She called a plumber. He found nothing. Called an exterminator. No rats, no mold, just that door. The one with the padlock. Rusted shut since the 1970s. One night, Lena woke to scratching. Not mice asterisk nails on wood asterisk. From asterisk inside the locked room asterisk. She grabbed a hammer, smashed the lock. The door creaked open. Inside, a narrow staircase. Down, into darkness. She didn't go. She called the police. They found it, a hidden sub-basement, 12 feet by 12 feet. No windows. One mattress. Chains bolted to the wall. And Polaroids. Dozens of women. Bound. Gagged. Eyes wide with terror. The most recent. Dated 2019. A woman Lena asterisk recognized asterisk her coworker, Sabine, who vanished 2 years prior. The police dug deeper. The house's previous owner, Klaus Becker, died in 2020. Officially, heart attack. But his autopsy showed asterisk starvation asterisk. He weighed 38 kilos. And in his pocket, a key to the padlock. Lena moved out. The house sold fast to a young couple with a baby. 3 months later, the new owner called the police. Same footsteps. Same smells. Same scratching. They found a new Polaroid under the basement door. The baby. Asleep in its crib. With a handwritten note. Asterisk asterisk welcome home. Rent is due. Asterisk asterisk if you're in Germany, check your basement. Some tenants never leave. And they always collect. The highway that eats cars, South Africa. The N1 highway between Johannesburg and Polokwane is one of the busiest roads in South Africa. 400 kilometers of tar cutting through bushveld and mountain passes. Truckers call it the Hungry Road, because every year cars vanish. Not crashes, not hijackings. Just gone. No wreckage. No bodies. No trace. In 2022, a dashcam from a missing Uber driver surfaced online. The driver, Thabo Makona, picked up a fare at 11:47 p.m. in Pretoria. A woman in a red dress. No luggage. Paid cash. Said she was going to the old farm. Thabo asked for an address. She just smiled. Sighed. You'll know it when you see it. The footage is 42 minutes long. For the first 30, nothing. Just night driving. Radio static. Then the woman starts humming. A Koza lullaby. Thabo asks her to stop. She doesn't. At minute 37, the GPS glitches. Shows they're 200 kilometers off route. In the middle of nowhere, Thabo pulls over, turns to her. She's asterisk gone asterisk, door still locked, windows up, but the back seat is wet. Like someone sat there soaked. He drives on, panicking. Then the headlights catch it. A farmhouse. Abandoned. In the middle of the veldt. No roads leading to it. No lights. Just there. Thabo stops. Gets out. The dash cam keeps rolling. You see him walk toward the house. Door opens by itself. He steps inside. The footage ends. The car was found 3 days later, parked neatly on the N1, engine cold, doors locked. Thabo's phone inside. Last photo. The woman in red. Standing in the farmhouse doorway. Smiling. Behind her dozens of cars. Stacked like toys. All missing vehicles from the past decade. Truckers now refuse to drive that stretch after 11 p.m. Some say, if you see a woman in red on the side of the road, keep driving, because the Hungry Road doesn't take passengers. It takes drivers. And it's always looking for more. The vineyard's veiled vendetta, from Greece, amid the sun-dappled terraces of Santorini's Caldera Cliffs. Greece, where azure Aegean swells gnaw at volcanic rims and bougainvillea veils the whitewashed cycladic facades like bridal lace. 38-year-old enologist Theo Karas staked his experimental vines in the forsaken Assyrtiko plots of Akrotiri during the languid haze of Vintage 25. Theo, an Athens enologist with a thesis on Minoan viticulture and an amulet of ambered olive leaf from his Iaias loom, had reclaimed the terraces for a boutique label-probing phylloxera-scarred soils for resilient varietals, chasing legends of the veiled vintage. A spectral cuvee said to intoxicate the greedy with visions of Thera's cataclysm, binding tasters to the vine's eternal toil. His vineyard, a labyrinth of espaliered rows clinging to pumice slopes, sprawled from the site's buried Minoan ghosts, where the 1600 BC eruption entombed a palace, its cellars still exhaling brine and brimstone. True scary harvest ghost stories from Greece thrum with that Olympian ire the Nereid's net. The Impausa, Salur but Theo's cuvee notes vendetta D into an intoxicating true horror narrative that corked. Cretan wine forums and Aegean. Agritourism boards uncorking millions of views from vintners who swirl their glasses with a wary eye. He terraced the plots at solstice, the caldera's breath a salty zephyr, the air laced with wild thyme and sulfur from geothermal vents that wept mineral tears into the furrows. His array was alchemical, soil augurs sampling rhizomes, refractometers gauging bricks, a digital press logging ferment anomalies, clusters heavy with obsidian berries that bruised not red, but indigo under thumb. By equinox, the augurs pierced erratics, not phylloxera cysts, but void subterranean hollows uncharted. Vapor eddies ascending like exhales from vintners' lungs, the press hissing with static not fermentation, but layered libations in linear A scratches, primordial and punitive. The ... O. Caipello tis skias, the veiled cup calls ... Press no deeper. He tuned the metrics, imputing it to seismic sighs from the rift, but the notes autofilled unbidden. Entries in his yayas looping uncials bleeding fresh. Annals of the eruption. A priestess's vintage bartered for Quake's mercy that cost the Onarch's sight, the veiled vintner claiming in toasts. Dusk gilded the caldera in Tyrian, cicadas chorusing as Theo harvested by lantern, the vendettas veiling to footfalls crunching pumice, lingering at trellis turns. His refractometer beam pierced the pall. The veiled host, not dusk but distillate from brine mist, forms in chitin folds and peplous drapes. Chalices upraised with illusory cuvies, wines that swirled like maelstroms, grapes weeping ichor droplets, eyes iridescent as amphora shards. The gods quaked our halls. You cultivate our crypts ... Vendetta eternal oinopoios, they vintaged. The vanguard his yaya's echo visage gaunt from the cataclysm's ash. Amulet mate, proffered flagon trailing a chain of libations that fouled Theo's press valve. The hollows were posted. Terraces trembling faint metrics maxed as furrows furrowed like vintner's brows. Mists mantling dense, convoying the host. Spectral figures in eruption veils. Countenances conserved in pyroclastic pallor, encircled the plots in a vinous vortex. We pressed for ambrosia. You bottle our bones ... Veil the vintage or join the crush, they caroled. Chalices clinking lattice in tempos twinning his throb, one incarnating to seize his notes frigid as chilled reserve, drawing toward an azure furrow where Minoan amphorae lay, toasting with pumiced phalanges. Phantoms pressed. The eruption inverted, vines vaulting to unveil the palace pristine, presses pounding as the veiled vintner vintaged them. His yaya amid nebulous enologists, inscribing toasts mid-quake. The press recirculated his timbre, not his, hymning the unbind and flawless Mycenaean, swamped by the host's homage, Scia Capello, HUNGERS ... Revert to the rift. He pruned at harvest's hymn, scrambling for the cliff path, libations lashing in vinous vortices, the caldera coughing cinder that cloaked his climb, sprawling at the harbor's hem as stars submersed. Enophiles in Athens assayed his affliction lungs laced with brine bouquet, dermis diagrammed with vendetta veins that vinified violet whilst the notes recovered at the plot's perimeter, pages poured, the cuva ye clarifies. Harvest sworn. Acrotiri agronomists autumn-locked the terraces that panegyri, emissions unexpressed, yet Theo's metrics, messengered anonymously, re-ferment the forms and loops. Devotees of true creepy stalker stories from Greece's veiled valleys guzzle narratives like Theo's real vintage vendettas that intoxicate the inmost. If the cups cresting your curiosity, like fiercely and vintage below, veiled by the vine's vintage? Vintage vigilant, our final true scary story burrows into mismantled moors where the peat preserves grudges deeper than digs. The peat's preserved pact, from Ireland deep in the bog-blanketed expanses of the Connemara peatlands. Ireland, where the 12 bens brood under perpetual mists and turf cutters unearth relics from Celtic tumuli like whispers from the Sidhe. 44-year-old archaeobotanist Shalvan Riley excavated a fairy ring in the Roundstone Bog during the sodden shroud of Samhain 2025. Shalban, a Galway polymath with a doctorate in bog body preservation and a clada of bog oak from her Mem.S. hearth, had funded the dig through a heritage grant-saving sphagnum for pollen proxies of Iron Age rites, pursuing myths of the Peat Pact, a subterranean covenant where the AOS sealed mortals in eternal guardianship, luring excavators with phantom rings into the black mire. Her sight a quarry cupped by esker ridges exhaling peat reek like the size of interred tuaha, nestled amid hags that harbored the 4th century bog bride, a preserved priestess whose torque testified to a pact for fertility that petrified her line. True scary Samhain ghost stories from Ireland brew with that fairy ferocity. The Dullahans dash the Bansheeus Bay, but Siobhan Profiles packed it into a peat black true horror tale that sodded Irish folklore symposiums and Celtic heritage hubs, sifting millions of views from bog trotters who tread their sods with trepidation. She sledged the quarry at All Hallows Eve, the mist a mantle muffling the loch's lap, the air thick with heather honey and hydrogen sulfide from anaerobic depths that bubbled baleful. Her kit was meticulous, coring augers, extracting plugs, palynology slides mounting spores, a field ledger geotagging anomalies, turf tufts laced with anomalously preserved fronds that flowered not green but fulvous under lens. By gloaming, the augers unearthed erratics, not pollen strata, but voids anaerobic hollows uncharted, gas eddies effusing like exhales from pack-bound lungs, the ledger logging interference, not fog, but layered incantations and ogham scratches, archaic and admonitory. Sayo. BHAN ... Tor ARM HON. The peat-packed calls ... Core no deeper. She calibrated the cores, crediting it to methane mirages, but the ledger leafed open unbidden, entries in her mam's looping uncials leaching fresh. Codices of the famine, a pact struck for potatoes that cost the excavator's eyes, the peat preserver, preserving in peats. Twilight twined the bends in indigo, curlews keening as Siobhan sieved by flare. The packs peating to footfall squelching sphagnum, lingering at ring rims. Her lens light lanced the loam. The peat host not murk but mire from anaerobic mist forms in fulic. Via cloaks and torque-twined turquoise, talismans tendered with illusory odes clays that congealed like conker spores, swirling like Sioga eyes embered as esker quartz. The Dudenan delved our depths. You dissect our dirges. Pact eternal, tacotoire, they pacted. The vanguard, her mam's mirror visage wizened by the pack's pall, clad a cognate, proffered palm peat trailing a chain of incantations that plugged Siobhan's auger. The hollows harped, bog-belching faint logs logged max as rings, ringed like ritual rims, mists mantling thick, marshalling the host. Spectral figures in famine phrase, features fixed in anaerobic ashen, encircled the quarry in a bog-bound braid. We bartered for bounty, you bag our bones... Preserve the peat or join the plug. They presaged talismans tolling turf in tempos twining her tempo. One materializing to manacle her ledger dank as dude dry-oaked, hauling toward a fulvous furrow where iron-age torques lay pledging with peat-preserved phalanges. Phantoms plugged. The famine flipped, furrows filling to unveil the hail. Augers arcing as the peat preserver packed at them, her mam amid nebulous botanists, incising oaths mid-mire. The ledger looped her lilt, not hers, lilting the unbind in flawless ogham, lapsed by the host's hex. Han pacta hungers. Revert to the ring. She sledged at Sawin's sabbat, slashing for the esker. Incantations invading in inky eddies, the bog belching black that blanked her bogway, buckling at the loch's lip as the mist melted. Kin in Galway gauged her grip lungs laced with sphagnum spores, dermis drafted with pack patterns that peated puce whilst the ledger? Located at the quarry's cusp, leaves layered. The plug preserves, excavates sworn. Roundstone rangers ringed the ring that imbulk, emissions unexcavated, yet Siobhan's slides, slipped surreptitiously, recircumscribed the forms and loops. Enthusiasts of true paranormal peat encounters from Ireland's miry mounds mulch profiles like Siobhan's, real bog-bound packs that preserve the primordial. If the peat's pledging your probe, like up and packed below, preserved by the plug's plea, there are plugs 3 true scary stories pacted from the primordial. Bargains in Varanasi, vendettas in Santorini, pacts in Connemara. Real horror exhumed, chilling ghost encounters, creepy caldera nightmares, these viral scary stories are sifted for the sifter. Subscribe to Sod the Shadows for more ultimate true horror. Comment your crevice and covenants, like if you're unuprooted, what preserves in your peat, presage it, and probe prudent. The Karoo's hollow cry from South Africa, out in the sun-scorched vastness of the Karoo Basin. South Africa, where the red earth flats stretch like a parched throat under a sky of unrelenting brass and thorn-veiled acacias claw at the horizon like desperate pleas. 29-year-old geosurveyor Thabo Nkosi pitched his research outpost amid the Sneeberg Mountains' fractured foothills in the blistering dry spell of February 2025. Thabo, a Cape Town native with a master's in seismic mapping and ink-black tattoos of ancestral beadwork snaking his forearms, had ventured deep for a government contract probing aquifers buried under layers of ancient dolomite, chasing whispers of underground rivers that could quench the region's endless thirst. The site, a wind-hollowed gulch locals dubbed Die Rope, the Cry, lay miles from the nearest farmstead, ringed by koppies that loomed like watchful elders, their crevices exhaling dust devils that danced erratic in the heat haze. True scary desert stories from South Africa simmer with that sand folklore bite, the Tokolosha's grudge. The hollow cry of the lost Bothebo seismic logs erupted into one of those raw, true paranormal activity chronicles that swept through Johannesburg dive bars and Cape Town subreddits, racking up millions of views from skeptics who trace hollows in their own doorframes after dark. He arrived at midday, the backie's tires churning gravel to powder. The air so thick with mirage it warped the distant ostrich silhouettes into elongated threats. His setup was stark, solar rigs humming against the glare, ground sensors spiked into fissured shale, a canvas tent staked against boulders that seemed to lean inward, listening. By afternoon, the probes pinged anomalies, not water veins, but voids. Cavernous hollows uncharted, thermal echoes rising like fevered sighs from the strata. Thabo logged it as karst collapsed, but as the sun dipped to a molten smear, the cry began. Faint at first, a keening wail carried on the sirocco, not wind but layered voices in Khoisan clicks and Kosa gutturals, fragmented and fervent. Tha. Bo die rope rope yo. The cry calls you. Dig no deeper. He adjusted the arrays, blaming acoustic fractures. But the recorder captured it clear over laps of his great-uncle's timbre. Lost to a mine collapse in '89, his warnings of the hollow ancestors. Bushman shamans sealed in caves during colonial raids, their spirits bound to guard the earth's veins. Twilight bled rust red across the flats, stars punching through like accusations as Thabo retreated to the tent, the cry swelling to a chorus that vibrated the canvas dozens in rhythmic ululations that cinched to his pulse, detailing the ceiling. They poured the stone ... while we sang. To silence the maps. But the hollow remembers. His laptop glitched then, seismic feeds resolving to overlays. Humanoid forms huddled in the voids. Elongated limbs fused to dolomite, faces obscured by dust shrouds that dripped ochre like blood. Panic seeded. The solar lights flickered panels pristine, yet dimming to strobes that cast the gulch in epileptic frenzy. Outside, the cry manifested. Silhouettes shambling from the koppies. Not shadows, but substance woven from red sand. Forms in ragged kaross cloaks, hands extended with phantom probes that spiked air, eyes gleaming like quartz fractures. You survey our graves, plunder our waters. Cry eternal, mapper. They moaned. The vanguard, his great-uncle's echo cheeks hollowed by cave fever. Beads identical, outstretched palm trailing a chain of clicks that snagged Thabo's boot. The hollows answered, ground-quaking subtle sensors off the charts, as fissures yawned like gasping maws. Dust billowing thick, carrying the ancestors. Translucent figures in ochre body paint, faces preserved in agony, encircling the outpost in a silent tribunal. The raids took our songs. You drill the scars. Hollow the cry or join the stone. They keened, probes scraping shale in rhythms that echoed his heartbeat. One solidifying to grip his sensor, spike cold as dry sinter, hauling toward a blue abyss where 89 bodies sprawled, beckoning with dust-caked fingers. Visions avalanched. The collapse in reverse. Timbers snapping to reveal the miners intact. Chains flashing as the hollow claimed them. His great-uncle among spectral surveyors, etching warnings mid-fall. The recorder looped his own voice, not his, reciting rites in flawless Khoisan, drowned by the chorus's claim. Die rope hungers. Return to the vein. He wrenched free at moonrise, bolting for the backie. Chains rattling pursuit, the gulch exhaling spindrift that buried his tracks, collapsing at the N1 asphalt as false dawn gilded the Sneeberg. Rescue teams charted his dehydration lungs laced with ochre silt, skin etched with vein fractures that wept dust while the logs erased, save audio. Clicks fading to sighs, interspersed with pings that mimicked aquifers veering toward the open basin. Karoo rangers sealed the gulch that equinox, seismic spiking uncharted. But Thebo's arrays, mailed anonymously, replay the forms on loop. Devotees of true ghost stories from South Africa's thirsty wastes devour chronicles like Thabo's real hollow horrors that thirst eternal. If the cries keening in your ears, crush like and cry below. Ever heard the earth summon your blood? Steady the sands, our next true scary story ices through boreal wilds where the frost forges phantoms from forgotten blizzards. The tundra's frostbind, from Russia deep in the permafrost vein taiga of Siberia's Yamal Peninsula. Russia, where the eternal winter grips the Ob rivers, frozen arteries, and nomadic reindeer herds. Carve paths through stunted larch groves under auroral veils. 35-year-old ethnography. Irina Volkov tracked migration patterns from a yurt outpost near the polar Ural foothills in the iron frost of December 2025. Irina, a Novosibirsk scholar with a doctorate in Nenets shamanism and silver amulets of mammoth ivory dangling from her parka, documented the Ledinoy Uzel ice nada, folklore snare where the frost spirits bound the unwary in eternal vigil, luring them with phantom herds into the white void. Her camp, a cluster of chums ringed by wind-sculpted snow berms, squatted on a ridge overlooking tundra that exhaled methane plumes like the breaths of slumbering giants. True scary tundra stories from Russia pulse with that shamanic chill the chakuna's pursuit. The ice knots twist, but Irina Hesfield notes knotted into a viral, true horror narrative that blizzard swept. Moscow chatrooms and St. Petersburg occult circles, peeking at millions of views from nomads who eye auroras askance. She arrived under a leaden sky, the Milmiate's rotors chopping fog to sleet. The air so brittle it snapped her exhalations to crystal. Her kit was ritual. Thermal drones whirring against the gale, audio traps for joik chants, a ledger of ivory inscribed warnings from her informant's last rite. By gloaming, the drones mapped anomalies, not herds, but hollows. Ice caverns uncharted, thermal sinks plunging like exhales from hypothermic lungs, the traps hissing with interference. Not wind, but layered ululations in Nenets dialects, archaic and accusatory. Eerie, Ene Uzel Ledia, the ice knots you. Track no further. She calibrated the feeds, blaming cryoseisms, but the ledger fluttered open unbidden. Pages frost-rimed with ink that bled fresh. Entries in her mentor's hand, detailing the 17 expedition, a shaman's curse on the mappers of the bind, to freeze their line. Night clamped like a vice, the aurora unfurling green serpents overhead, as Irina huddled by the Primus stove, the knot tightening. A low thrum from the berms, not gale but rhythm, swelling to chants that vibrated the chums' felt walls hundreds, in overlapping joiks warped by wind. They herded us. Into the white ... to silence the songs. But the tundra remembers. Her drone feed glitch static birthing overlays. Elongated shadows shambling through the snow. Limbs fur-fused, faces veiled by hoarfrost that dripped melt like tears. The thrum resolved to footfalls crunching permafrost, pausing at the flap. Her headlamp pierced the pall. The frostbind host, not vapor but absence etched in ice, forms in ragged turbasa boots. And reindeer pelts, hands extended with phantom lassos that knotted air, eyes voids that sucked auroral light. The purges scattered our kin ... You chart our graves. Not eternal ethnography, they rasped. The lead her mentor's double cheeks blued by the bind. Amulet identical, outstretched fist trailing a chain of ululations that snared Irina's drone tether. The tundra responded, ground quaking subtle drones off the charts as crevasses yawned like frozen yawns. Sleet billowing thick, carrying the host. Translucent figures in ivory talismans, faces eroded by blizzard, encircling the camp in a glacial rosary. We wondered for songs you document the knots. Bind the frost or join the herd. They keened, lassos scraping ice in rhythms sinking her shivers, one manifesting to grip her ledger cold as liquid nitrogen, hauling toward a blue chasm where 17 bodies sprawled, beckoning with frostbitten mitts. Visions frosted deep. The expedition in reverse, sleds snapping to reveal the team intact, lassos flashing as the knot claimed them. Her mentor among spectral trackers, etching rites mid-blizzard. The traps looped her voice, not hers, joiking the unbind in flawless Nenets. Drowned by the host's claim, Ledia hungers. Return to the veil. She slashed free at polar dawn, scrambling for the snowcat, ululations rattling pursuit, the ridge exhaling spindrift that entombed her trail, collapsing at the Ob's ice shelf as the aurora faded. Medevac charted her frost-nipped lungs laced with methane crystals, skin etched with knot veins that wept melt while the ledger? Found at the ridge's crest, pages added, the herd migrates. Track sworn. Yamal elders torched the chums that solstice. Seismic activity spiking uncharted, but Irina's drones, returned by post, replay the forms on loop. Fans of true creepy stalker stories from Russia's frozen knots hoard notes like Irina's, real frostbind encounters that chill the marrow. If the ice is knotting your veins, like fiercely and not below, felt bound by the white's whisper? Brace the bite, our final true scary story plunges into volcanic veils where the steam conceals grudges hotter than hellfire. The geyser's grasp from Iceland, amid the geothermal fissures of the Reykjanes Peninsula. Iceland, where the mid-Atlantic ridge rips the earth asunder and bubbling mud pots belch sulfurous veils over obsidian plains. 42-year-old volcanologist Einar Gunnarsson monitored eruptive precursors at the Sundkur craters in the acrid steam of October 2025. Einar, a Reykjavik veteran with a PhD in magmatic unrest and runic carvings of his clan's fire god etched into his cufflinks, led a solo watch for the Icelandic Met Office, deploying tiltmeters amid lava fields that cooled to jagged puzzles, chasing tremors that could herald the next fissure vent. The site, a steaming scar dubbed Geyserin Gripa, the geyser's grasp, lay isolated on the peninsula's flank, ringed by rhyolite domes that exhaled vapors like the size of buried Jotun. True scary geothermal stories from Iceland echo with that Norse Mori the Draugur's coil, the geysir's vengeful spray, but Einar's tremor data grasped into a scalding true horror tale that vented through Reykjavik geothermal labs and Akureyri folklore feeds, boiling over to millions of views from explorers who test their taps twice. He helicoptered in at equinox, the Bell 412 skids kissing tephra to ash clouds, the air laced with hydrogen sulfide that burned his sinuses like brimstone. His array was precise. Seismographs humming baselines, gas sniffers probing plumes, a prefab hut bolted against pumice that seemed to pulse with subterranean heartbeats. By vespers, the meters spiked erratics, not magma, but hollows, vapor chambers uncharted, pressure builds rising like exhales from scalded lungs. The sniffers hissing with interference, not vents, but layered hisses in Old Norse, guttural and grudge-laden. Einar. Gripa af Geysir. The geyser grasps you. Probe no hotter. He recalibrated the feeds, blaming phreatic burps, but the journal tucked in his kit fluttered open, pages singed with ink that smoldered fresh, logs in his father's hand, chronicling the 73 Jaime burial, a fisherman's curse on the mappers of the grasp to steam their line. Dusk bled obsidian across the fissures, northern lights fracturing overhead like shattered runes as Einar bunkered in the hut, the grasp coiling, a low rumble from the domes, not quake but rhythm, swelling to hisses that vibrated the prefab struts legions in overlapping skaldic verses warped by steam. They flooded our halls with the earth's rage to hush the sagas. But the Geysir remembers, his tiltmeter feed warped static forging overlays, sinuous shadows writhing in the vapors, torsos scale fused to rhyolite, faces hooded by sulfur shrouds that dripped condensate like venom. The rumble honed to footfalls slurping mud, halting at the hatch. His beam lanced the pall. The Geysir host, not mist but manifestation from the boil, forms in sodden oilskins and rune-scarred helms, hands outstretched with phantom probes that vented air, eyes aglow like lava slugs. The rift swallowed our kin, you measure our scars. Grasp eternal, Vulcan Hetta. They seethed. The forefront his father's mirror skin pruned by the grasp, cufflinks twin, extended gauntlet trailing a chain of hisses that clogged Einar's gas line. The peninsula retorted, earth shuddering faint meters maxed, as vents erupted in gouts that arched toward him, steam cloaking the host into a phalanx, their clutches hot as flash boils but freezing where they grazed, leaving blisters like rune burns. Visions steamed, the 73 surge inverted, waves receding to unveil the fissure's hole, probes plunging as the Geysir seized them. His father amid vaporous monitors, incising sagas mid-erupt. The sniffers cycled his timbre, not his, versing the unbind in archaic Icelandic. Subsumed by the host's decree, Gripa hungers. Revert to the rift. He cleaved loose at auroral peak, lunging for the chopper pad, hisses hounding in scalding gusts, the domes disgorging tephra that interred his path, sprawling at the blue lagoon's fringe as the lights dimmed. Evac teams gauged his burns, lungs etched with sulfur filigree, flesh mapped with grasp veins that bubbled mineral, whilst the journal recovered at the scar's lip, entries appended. The boil bruise. Measures sworn. Sundunkirk quarantined that Yule. Unrest unplumbed, yet Einar's meters, dispatched incognito, recirculate the shadows in loops. Aficionados of true paranormal rift encounters from Iceland's steaming scars clutch data like Einar's real geyser grasp that scalds the spirit. If the steam's searing your sight, like up in grass below, sensed seized by the subsurface, that's the trio cries in the Karoo, knots in the Yamal, grasps in Rake Janes. True scary stories that viral vortex. Real horror from arid voids, chilling ghost encounters, creepy tundra nightmares. These viral scary stories are smelted for the surge. Subscribe to Fan the Fishers for more ultimate true horror. Comment your crevice and clutches, like if you're unanchored. What vents in your vapors? Vent it and valve tight. The Crimson Cove haunting from Italy, perched on the jagged cliffs of the Amalfi Coast in southern Italy, where the Tyrrhenian Sea crashes against limestone like the rage of forgotten gods, and lemon groves cling to terraced slopes under a merciless Mediterranean sun. 31-year-old marine biologist Sofia Rossi anchored her research skiff in the secluded inlet of Cala Rosa during the sultry haze of August 2025. Sofia, a Naples native with a doctorate in cetacean migration patterns and a silver locket etched with her Nona's rosary beads, had charted these waters for years, mapping dolphin pods that danced in bioluminescent wakes, their clicks a symphony against the grotto's echoes. But Cala Rosa, a crimson-tinted cove shunned by fishermen for its sang del mare, blood of the sea whispered of darker currents. A 1943 Allied bombing that sank a hospital ship, drowning 200 souls in scarlet waves, their whales said to lure the living with siren calls from the depths. True scary sea ghost stories from Italy pulse with that operatic tragedy, the vendetta of the drowned. The Madonna's vengeful tears, but Sofia's sonar logs surged into one of those riveting true paranormal activity odysseys that cascaded through Mediterranean divelogs, amassing millions of replays from aquanauts who swear they hear the chorus in their regulators. She motored in at high noon, the cove's waters unnaturally still. A mirror of lapis lazuli, fringed by ochre cliffs veined with salt-crusted veins, the air humming with cicadas that fell silent as her hull kissed the shallows. Her rig was compact, echo sounder arrays trailing from the skiff, a hydrophone dangling like a plumb line into the azure, and a dive slate for sketching anomalies, pod formations that veered inexplicably from migratory paths. By afternoon, the sonar pinged erratics, submerged hulks not on charts, thermal eddies rising like exhales from fevered lungs, the hydrophone crackling with interference, not dolphin chatter, but layered murmurs in fragmented Italian, laced with English from the ship's multinational crew. AIUTO. The bombs. Sanghi e aqua. Help the Crimson calls. Sofia adjusted the gain, blaming seismic burps from Vesuvius's distant rumble, but the murmurs sharpened, voices overlapping her known as Lit lost to a fishing accident in '98. Her tales of the cove's Madre Piangenti, weeping mother, dismissed as fisherman's piety. Dusk painted the cliffs in bloody strokes, the sea exhaling a mist that reeked of iodine and incense. As Sofia donned her wetsuit, BC inflating with a hiss that mimicked labored breaths, she plunged, torch beam slicing the gloom, illuminating coral-encrusted wreckage, twisted propellers like broken halos, portholes blinded by barnacles that pulsed faintly, as if hearts still beat within. The hydrophone tethered to her wrist erupted, the chorus swelling to a requiem, names catalogued in agony. Maria, Infirmera. The hull cracked. Join the tide biologa. Her name, prophetic through the static, froze her mid-fin. No logs mentioned her route, her tablet's GPS spiraling to coordinates that plotted a descent. The water warmed unnaturally, crimson tendrils blooming from the wrecking from ruptured squid, or blood diluted by decades. Coiling her ankles like rosary chains, the voices evolving. You track our pods, but we track you. The Madonna weeps for her lost lambs. Panic bubbled up. Sofia kicked for the surface, but the tendrils tightened, dragging her toward a gaping hold where figures materialized. Not shadows but substance woven from particulate murk. Forms in sodden nurses' whites and sailor blues, faces eroded by pressure, eyes luminous as phosphorescent pearls encircling her in a silent rosary. The sirens sang false. The bombs answered true. Surface no more, chart our eternal drift. They keened, the lead a mirror of her Nona, cheeks hollowed by drowning's bloat. Locket identical, outstretched hand trailing a rosary that snagged Sophia's fin. Visions assaulted like case in sickness. The 1943 strike in reverse. Torpedoes retreating to reveal the ship intact, crew clawing air as the cove claimed them, her Nona among phantom medics, beckoning from a porthole. The hydrophone looped her own voice, not hers, reciting litanies in flawless Latin, drowned by the chorus's claim. Il Sangha Chiama. Return to the cradle. She burst through the swell, gasping, the skiff rocking as if rammed, crimson smears on her wetsuit dissolving to salt crystals under the rising moon. The sonar flatlined, but the hydrophone played on, pleas fading to sighs, interspersed with clicks that mimicked dolphin pods veering toward the open sea. Back in Naples, harbor masters puzzled over her decompression lungs laced with anachronistic iodine. Skin etched with vein-like rosaries that itched with phantom prayers. The wreck? Uncharted, but divers report the Biologa Phantasma now. A wraith in wetsuit trailing crimson wakes. And her footage scrubbed by interference loops the faces on encrypted dives, hooking millions in the depth's gaze. Aficionados of true ghost stories from Italy's haunted coasts devour odysseys like Sophia's. Real sea specter encounters that submerge the soul. If the tide's tugging at your depths, crush like and crest below. Ever heard calls from the cradle? Anchor steady, our next true scary story spirals through autumnal orchards where the harvest reaps more than fruit. The Orchard's Oath, from Poland, amid the mist-shrouded groves of the Masurian Lake District in northeastern Poland, where amber-hued orchards sprawl across glacial moraines, and the air carries the tart bite of ripening plums under perpetual overcast skies. 40-year-old agronomist Kazimierz Nowak tended his ancestral farmstead in the hamlet of Jabłonio, Zgorz during the harvest chill of September 2025. Kazimierz, a Warsaw repatriate with soil-stained hands and a family ledger bound in calfskin, had reclaimed the 19th century estate after his father's passing rows of gnarled apple trees, heavy with fruit, their roots entwined with barrows from the 1945 expulsion, when ethnic Germans fled Soviet reprisals, leaving oaths carved in bark to curse the land's new stewards. True scary orchard ghost stories from Poland thrum with that Slavic sorrow, the Upier's vigil, the Leshy tangle, but Kazimierz's harvest journal twisted into a harrowing true horror narrative that rippled through Baltic folklore circles, exploding to millions of views from foragers who eye windfalls warily. He arrived at equinox, the groves exhaling a fog that clung like widow's weeds, the farmstead's thatched barn sagging under ivy that seemed to writhe in the breeze. His routine was ancestral, pruning shears, snicking branches, ladders creaking against trunks etched with faded runes, polished pleas for return. German hexes for barren soil, his ledger logging yields that dipped inexplicably since the reclamation. By midday, the anomalies rooted, fruits bruising crimson overnight, pits hollowed as if gnawed from within, the air layering whispers in Silesian dialect, fragmented and fervent. Kaz. Emir's Persiseaga Krui, blood oath unbroken. Reap what was sown. He chalked it to wind shear through leaves, but the ledger fluttered open, unbidden pages yellowed with ink that bled fresh. Entries in his grandfather's hand detailing the 45 flight, a dying curse. On the thieves of the grove, to wither their line. Twilight bled amber through the canopy. Lanterns swaying like pendulums as Kazimierz harvested by glow. The whispers sharpening to footfalls, squishing through leaf mulch, pausing at row ends. His headlamp caught glimpses, elongated shadows swaying in the branches, forms in tattered greatcoats and kerchiefs, hands extended with phantom shears that pruned air, eyes gleaming like frost-rimed amber. The Red Army marched. You planted over our graves. Oath the orchard, steward no more, they moaned. The vanguard, his father's double cheeks gaunt from starvation marshes. Ledger clutched like a talisman, carving runes mid-air that bloomed on bark. The trees responded then, branches bending low. Fruits plummeting in volleys that bruised his arms, sap oozing viscous and warm, the whispers swelling. Persisiaga. The expulsion's debt. Entwine eternal, reap our exile. Dawn clawed through the mist, but the oath had fruited. The groves encircled the farmstead, roots uprising like snares, amber deposits, family heirlooms from the lakes, washing up in windfalls, imprinted with faces from 45 portraits. Casimir's shears snapped shut on nothing, blades frosting over, the ledger's pages turning to sketches. His silhouette, bark fused, arms branching skyward. By the third night, the harvest closed. Shadows descending, greatcoats draping the barn like shrouds, the chorus cataloging the flight. Horses fled the fires, children buried under roots. Your blood waters the curse. His father's among them, gravelly with accusation. You reclaimed, but we reclaim you. Oath the grove, visions rooted deep. The expulsion in reverse. Columns retreating to reveal orchards aflame, ancestors clawing soil for purchase, beckoning from twisted limbs. He fled at cockcrow, scythe in fist slashing a path, fruits bursting underfoot like overripe hearts, the barn found barren, ladders arranged in runes. Agronomists in Olston charted his frostbite veins tracing branch patterns, unseasonal yet blistered, and the ledger? Mailed back post-harvest, pages added in his script. The grove ripens, return sworn. Massyrian elders felled a row that Yule, but drones overfly sporadically, feeds glitching to oaths in the canopy. Devotees of true creepy stalker stories from Poland's rooted wilds hoard journals like Kazimierz's. Real orchard specter encounters that branch wide. If the roots are rustling underfoot, like hard and root below. Ever reaped a grudge from the soil? Branch firm, our final true scary story delves into mist-veiled highlands where the peaks hoard echoes sharper than scree. A summit's sentinel, from Switzerland, high in the fog-enshrouded spires of the Bernese Oberland. Switzerland, where the Jungfrau Massif pierces perpetual cloud banks and alpine meadows bloom defiant against eternal snows. 27-year-old mountaineer Lena Vogel summited the Eiger's north face via the classic Hinterstoiser Traverse in the biting grip of November 2025. Lena, a Zurich alpinist with crampons, scarred from Matterhorn solos and a journal of summit prayers in Schweizerdeutsch, chased the Weiss Spin, white spider route for a documentary on high altitude. Resilience ropes coiling like veins against granite that wept meltwater, her GoPro capturing breaths ragged as ghosts. But the face held older grudges. The 1936 tragedy claiming 4 climbers in its icy maw. Their frozen forms dubbed sentinels, cursed to guard the traverse against hubris, luring the bold with phantom calls from the seracs. True scary mountain ghost stories from Switzerland echo with that alpine isolation. The wilder's howl. The Schattinger, chasse pursuit, but Lena's traverse footage avalanched into a vertigo-inducing true horror tale that crested. Alpine forums peaking at millions of views from peak baggers who double-check their carabiners. She fixed lines at dawn, the face a sheer cathedral of ice and schist, wind keening through couloirs like dirges for the fallen, her journal logging vitals. Pulse steady at 120, oxygen dipping to 15%. The traverse began, routine fingers numb on holds. Pitons ringing echoes that layered faint, as if answered from above. La na der Wuchter Ruft, the sentinel summons. Climb no higher. She dismissed it as fluting gusts. But the GoPro's audio spiked interference, resolving to Schweizerdeutsch please, accented with Bavarian from the 36 team. The ice betrayed. Join the watch, Vogel. Her name, avian and ominous, chilled deeper than the minus 20 degrees Celsius. No crew knew her solo, her sat phone glitching to bars that plotted spirals upward. Noon fractured the clouds, seracs calving distant thunder, as Lena breached the spider's web, a lattice of cracks veined blue. The calls sharpening to footfalls scraping crampons on unseen ledges, pacing parallel. Her headlamp pierced the pall, silhouettes etched in hoarfrost, forms in woolen sweaters and leather boots, axes dangling like pendulums, eyes hollow as crevasse voids, shadowing her pitch. The traverse claimed us. You document our fall. Sentinel eternal, guard the face. They rasped. The lead, her mentor's echo lost to a crevasse in 22, cheeks blued by hypoxia, journal page clutched. Lena. Hubris climbs. We climb with you. The ice responded, fissures widening like yawns, avalanches whispering downslope, the calls swelling. Der Wuchter. The 36 oath. Entomb the recorder. Crevasse at twilight. The traverse devolved to desperation, ropes fraying phantom, holds crumbling to powder, the sentinels coalescing. Translucent figures in rime-crusted gear, faces preserved in agony, encircling her belay in a frozen rosary. We fell for glory, you summit for screens. Watch forever, Vagokind, they chorused, axes scraping granite in rhythm sinking her pulse, one solidifying to grip her carabiner cold as dry ice, hauling toward a blue abyss where 36 bodies sprawled, beckoning with frostbitten fingers. Visions avalanched, the 1936 slide in reverse, ropes snapping to reveal the team intact, axes flashing as the face claimed them, her mentor among spectral guides, etching prayers mid-fall. The GoPro looped her voice, not hers, reciting oaths in archaic German, drowned by the chorus's claim, Der Gipfel hungert. Return to the watch. She rappelled blind into night, Sarac's groaning pursuit, the face exhaling spindrift that buried her trail, collapsing at the meadow base as dawn gilded the massif. Rescue choppers charted her exposure lungs, laced with glacial silt, skin etched with cracked veins that wept melt while the journal? Found at the traverse's lip, pages added. The spider spins. Ascend sworn. Eiger wardens sealed the route that solstice, but drones summit sporadically. Feeds glitch into sentinels in the Chenille. Enthusiasts of true paranormal Highland horrors from Switzerland's frozen spires hoard footage like Lena's. Real summit specter encounters that pique the pulse. If the heights are calling your name, like up and summit below, ever guarded by the fallen? There it crests 3 true scary stories summited from the uncharted. Coves in Italy, orchards in Poland, sentinels in Switzerland. Real horror ascended, chilling ghost encounters, creepy alpine nightmares. These viral scary stories are chiseled for the climb. Subscribe to Scale the Shadows for more ultimate true horror. Comment your altitude and avalanches like if you're unmoored. What echoes from your peaks? Crest it and clip in tight. The Lantern's Lure. From France. In the fog-choked labyrinth of the Forat de Brocéliande, Brittany, France, where ancient oaks twist like tormented souls, and the veil between myth and madness frays under perpetual twilight, 36-year-old trail guide Julian Moreau led his final autumn trek in the drizzling gloom of October 2025. Julian, a Rennes native hardened by years navigating the forest, deceptive paths home to Arthurian legends of Merlin's enchanted groves and the fairy rings that locals swore swallowed wanderers, Hole had built his eco-tour business on whispers of the Lantern Errante. The wandering lantern, a spectral light said to mimic lost travelers, leading them to the Val Sans Retour, the valley without return. The group that day was small. 4 urbanites from Paris seeking authentic chills bundled in Gore-Tex that rustled like conspirators. Their laughter echoing off moss-draped boulders as Julian spun yarns of Vivian's watery prison and the Corrigans. Midnight dances. True scary forest stories from France simmer with that Celtic undercurrent the Fey folks grudge the will-o'-the-wisp. Deceit, but Julian's dispatch spiraled into one of those electrifying true paranormal activity epics that surges through European hiking forums, amassing millions of views from armchair explorers who swear they spot lanterns in their own woods after dark. They set out from the Paimpont Abbey car park just after Vespers, the air thick with the scent of wet ferns and decaying leaves. The path a ribbon of mud snaking into the understory where birches leaned like eavesdroppers. Julian's lantern, a modern LED model, slung from his pack cast a sterile beam, but as the group delved deeper, the forest rebelled. Branches interlacing overhead, muffling the distant toll of church bells to a dirge. The first anomaly flickered at the trail's fork, a pale orb bobbing 30 paces ahead, not firefly nor flashlight, but steady, golden, pulsing like a heartbeat. Lantern lore, Julian quipped, waving it off as a poacher's signal, but the orb held. Retreating just beyond reach, its glow etching silhouettes in the mist, elongated figures in hooded cloaks, swaying to an unheard reel. The Parisians snapped photos, filters turning the light to ethereal haze, but Julian's unease rooted deep. He dismissed the tailies as tourist bait, yet the orb whispered faint at first, a rustle like silk on bark, then clearer. Juh. To nous as leses you abandoned us. Follow the light home. By the gloaming's bleed to full dark, the group splintered, 2 veering left toward the fountain of youth's babble, the orb veering right, compelling Julian forward with promises of a shortcut. His companion's calls faded, swallowed by the canopy's hush. The lantern's beam now chasing the orb's glow through thorns that clawed like vengeful fingers. The path devolved to game trails, roots uprising like snares, the air turning clammy, laced with the brine of unseen streams. The whispers layered then, Not wind but voices dozens, in Breton cadences warped by centuries. The Hun of 42, the resistance hid here. Betrayed by your blood. Guide us out. Julian's grandfather, a collaborator executed post-war, had vanished into these woods, family lore sealing it as suicide. The orb knew, pulsing brighter, illuminating etchings on trunks. Names. Dates, his own surname carved fresh, sap weeping like tears. His phone's GPS spiraled to nowhere, battery draining to whispers of static that resolved into sobs his grandfather's timbre, gravelly with regret. The fate took me ... For the maps I sold ... Light the way back, kin. The orb halted at the valley's lip, a chasm veiled in ground fog that swirled upward like grasping hands. The figures coalescing translucent forms in ragged greatcoats, faces gaunt from rationing, eyes hollow as foxfire, encircling him in a silent tribunal. You tread our graves! Mock our dances! Join the eternal trek, they chorused, the orb fracturing into multiples. Lanterns blooming in the gloom, each bearing a face. Julian's, aged by frostbite, mouth agape in a perpetual plea. He bolted, thorns rending his jacket, the lanterns pursuing in a flickering cavalcade. Whispers evolving to wails that catalogued the betrayal partisans lured to ambush by false lights. Bodies dumped in the Val's depths. Dawn clawed through the canopy as he stumbled onto the abbey lawn, gashed and fevered. The group long returned, claiming he'd vanished for hours. Rangers scoured the site. No prints but his, but Birch's bore the carvings, and his LED lantern? Found shattered at the chasm's edge, shards arranged in a spiral, glowing faintly green. Julian shuddered his tours that All Saints, fleeing to a flat in Nantes, but the lanterns follow in the flicker of street lamps. The bob of bike lights in rain, the glow of phone screens that script Breton pleas and notifications. Hikers in Broceliand report the guide's ghost now, and orb-trailing tour groups, and his footage recovered from a dropped GoPro loops the faces on dark web shares, pulling millions into the myth. Devotees of true ghost stories from France's enchanted wilds devour chronicles like Julian's real fey horror that lures you deeper. If the light's tugging at your trail, crush like and trail your tail below. Ever chased a glow that knew your sins? Steady your stride, our next true scary story storms across windswept moors where the gales carry grudges sharper than flint. The moorlands mark, from Scotland across the heather-swept expanses of the Flow Country Caithness, Scotland, where peat bogs, swallow secrets whole and the northern wind keens like a banshee dirge over ancient cairns. 29-year-old ornithologist Fiona MacLeod pitched her research tent amid the Sutherland peatlands in the relentless gales of March 2025. Fiona, an Edinburgh postdoc with a thesis on hen harrier migrations and a locket etched with her clanless crest, had mapped these mires for years, vast waterlogged wastes pocked with quarries that locals shunned as she hollows, gateways, where the Slua, the ferry, hosts snatch the unwary on Samhain wines. Her grant-funded drone surveys of raptor nests, but the moors held older claims. The 1745 Jacobite route, where clansmen fled into the bogs, marked by the Slua's brand, a spectral sigil said to bind the living to the dead's unfinished marshes. True scary bog stories from Scotland brew with that highland haunt, the each Weesge's hunger, the Baoban Sith Salur. But Fiona's logs ignited into a tempest-true horror narrative that whipped through Celtic genealogy sites, racking up millions of views from diaspora descendants who traced the mark in their own scars. She arrived at the quarry's rim under a bruised sky, the wind scouring her cheeks raw, the tent stakes biting deep into black peat that exhaled methane like buried breaths. Drone's word aloft, capturing thermal ghosts of harriers wheeling against cumulonimbus veils. But as dusk clouded the horizon, the gales shifted, carrying not rain but rhythm. A low thrum like distant pipes, swelling to chants in guttural Gaelic. Fio ... clan na fu il ... blood of the betrayed ... Mark the hollow. Her anemometer spiked uncharted, readings glitching to spirals. And the drone feed flickered. Overlays of figures shambling through the heather, kilts tattered, faces obscured by balaclavas of mist, circling a central cairn where no stone stood. Fiona chalked it to peat gas hallucinations, firing up her recorder for wind patterns, but the chants sharpened. Voices overlapping her grandmother's lilt loss to pneumonia in 19. Her tales of the clan's marked survivors dismissed as fever dreams. Night clamped like a vice. the tent flapping like a sail in a squall. When the mark appeared, a faint glow on her palm, angular lines blooming like ink under skin, the clan's triskel twisted into a noose. She scrubbed it under lantern light, when it pulsed warmer, the chance now footsteps squishing through bog cotton, pausing at the flap. Peering out, Fiona's beam caught them. The slew a host, not vapor but substance woven from peat smoke, forms and threadbare tartans. Hands extended with brands like hot irons, eyes gleaming like bog iron nodules. The rising at Kaladin. You survey our graves. Etch the debt eternal, they moaned. The lead figure, her spit's image grandmother, cheeks hollowed by the clearances. Brand raised. Fiona ... You map the Myers ... But we map you... Join the host's flight. Flashbacks hit like hypothermia's haze. Family parchments detailing a great uncle. Bog drowned in 45, body surfacing with the triskel seared into his chest, dismissed as frostbite. The host advanced, winds howling their roster clansmen snared by English hounds. Sinking into quarries that claimed their screams, the mark on her palm searing now, lines extending up her arm like roots. Fiona bolted into the gale, drone crashing behind in a tangle of rotors, its final frames showing the cairn materializing. Stones piled human high, topped by a harrier skull etched with her initials. The footsteps chased, bog sucking at her boots. The host's brands casting shadows that clung like tar, whispers detailing the route. Betrayed by kin ... for Hanover gold. Fly with us, surveyor. She crested the rim at false dawn, collapsing amid sheep trails. The tent found shredded, stakes arranged in the triskel. Medics and Thurso puzzled over her burns keloid scars forming the mark. Unburnt yet blistered. And the drone's card? Corrupted to chance looping her name in Gaelic, interspersed with the host's claim. The hollow HUNGER ... Return marked. Fiona archived her thesis that Beltane, retreating to a croft in the lowlands. But the moors murmur in the whistle of kettles, the swirl of steam on tea, the winds sigh through letterboxes that shapes into pipes. Peat cutters unearth relics now. Triskel carved flints postmarked to her door, and her footage fuels viral threads, drawing millions to the flow's fringe. Aficionados of true creepy stalker stories from Scotland's watery wastes hoard logs like Fiona's. Real Slua encounters that brand the soul. If the marks itching your skin, like fiercely and ETCH below, felt branded by the wind's grudge? Brace the blast, our last true scary story coils through sun-baked canyons where the rocks remember blood spilled in forgotten wars. The canyons coil, from Argentina, deep in the scorched ravines of the Quebrada de Humahuaca, Jujuy Province, Argentina, where Andean peaks claw a sky of unrelenting azure and terraced ruins whisper of Incan exiles. 33-year-old geohydrologist Mateo Vargas descended into the canyon's maw for a water survey in the parching heat of November 2025. Mateo, a Cordoba alum, with a doctorate in aquifer, mapping and tattoos of Quechua glyphs, inking his forearms charted subterranean flows for drought. Relief through gulches locals called La Serpiente Dormida. The sleeping serpent, a chasm where pre-Columbian shamans bound spirits with coils of llama sinew dooming trespassers to the eternal. Squeeze. His team was sparse. A drone pilot, Sofia from Salta, and an indigenous guide, Don Raul, whose coca leaves stained his teeth red with omens. True scary canyon stories from Argentina pulse with that Andean ache, the duende's prank. The Jarjasha-esque curse, but Mateo's hydrology reports uncoiled into a seismic true horror tale that cascaded through. Latin American adventure vlogs exploding to millions of views from trekkers who eye canyon shadows askance. They rappelled from the lip at siesta's nadir, the sun hammering like a forge, the air shimmering with dust devils that danced like djinn. Drones buzzed into crevasses, pinging aquifers hidden in fault lines, but as shadows lengthened, the coil stirred. A low rumble from the strata, not seismic but serpentine, slithering up the walls like scales on stone. Sophia's feed glitched first static birthing overlays, sinuous forms undulating in the gloom. Coils thicker than anacondas, heads hooded like llamas, eyes glinting ruby from quartz veins. Echoes, Mateo logged, blaming the salt fractures, but Don Raul spat thrice. La serpiente hul la sangre. The serpent smells the mapper's greed. The rumble resolved to hisses in Quechua, sibilant and summoning. Ma.te.o. Tu perforas nuestras venas. You pierce our veins. Coil the debt repaid. Dusk bled crimson into the gorge, stars pricking the velvet as the team huddled by a trickle of thermal spring, vapors coiling like incense from forgotten altars. Sleep fractured for Mateo, visions of glyphs writhing alive, binding his wrists in sinew that tightened with each breath. At moon high, the squeeze began, rocks groaning, walls contracting subtle, pebbles avalanching in patterns, coils spiraling inward, the hisses swelling to a chorus. Hundreds, layered in colonial Spanish and Aymara, please. The mines of Potosi. Your ancestors chained us ... Map no more, entwine eternal. His tattoo burned then, glyphs blackening, extending like veins across his chest. The drone plummeting unpiloted into a crevasse, its lights illuminating the horror. The serpent, not myth but manifestation body, fused to the canyon's spine, scales of schist and obsidian, maw yawning wide, lined with fangs of petrified bone, exhaling fumes that reeked of mercury and blood. The chorus catalogued the grudge. Incan runners sacrificed to appease the earth, Spanish overseers crushed in cave-ins, modern drillers vanishing mid-shift, Mateo's lineage among them, a great-grandfather foreman who flooded tunnels for silver quotas. You chart our thirst ... our flows ... Squeeze the life from stone, it rasped, coils manifesting tangible, wrapping the camp, sinew snapping tent poles. The walls inching closer, air thickening to choke. Sophia screamed as a loop encircled her ankle, dragging her toward the maw. Don Raul slashed with his machete, blade glancing off scales that bled quicksilver. Mateo fired his flare gun skyward, the magnesium blaze searing the beast's hide, buying seconds to scramble the ropes, the canyon convulsing behind rocks tumbling in serpentine waves, hisses fading to a wounded thrash. They crested the rim at Cockcrow, Sophia's leg gashed with scale imprints, Don Raul catatonic, muttering invocations. Hydrology boards buried Mateo's data as fault anomaly, but the tattoos? Irremovable, coiling further with stress, and the drone's husk washed up weeks later, footage looping the maw's yawn on encrypted shares. He resigned to a desk in Buenos Aires, but the canyon coils, in the twist of garden hoses, the curl of smoke from asados, the squeeze of crowds that whispers, perfora no es. Explorers in Humahuaca dub it El Cartografo Maldito now. A coil shadow trailing surveys, and his reports fuel feverish virals, hooking millions in the serpent's gaze. Lovers of true paranormal wilderness horrors from Argentina's stony veins cling to Mateo's like scales. Real serpent encounters that bind tight. If the squeeze is closing in, like up and uncoil below, ever felt the earth entwine? There you stand, 3 true scary stories uncoiled from the fresh dark. Lanterns in France, marks in Scotland, coils in Argentina. Real horror unpacked, chilling ghost encounters, creepy canyon nightmares. These viral scary stories are forged for the feed's frenzy. Subscribe to Stoke the Shadows for more ultimate true horror. Comment your corner and coils, like if you're ensnared. What wriggles in your wake? Unleash it ... and tread light. The Vale of Vinterby, from Sweden, tucked away in the frost-laced fjords of Västerbotten County. Sweden, where the midnight sun fractures into endless winter nights and birch groves, stands sentinel like pale ghosts against the aurora, spectral dance. 32-year-old cultural historian Astrid Lindquist inherited her family's Saramo cabin in the hamlet of Vinterby during the ironclad freeze of January 2025. Astrid, a Stockholm academic with a penchant for Sami folklore and a dissertation on pre-Christian burial rites, had long dismissed the old tales her grandmother spun by the hearth whispers of the Sliua. The veil, a liminal shroud said to ensnare the unwary between worlds, dragging them into the ice-veined underbelly of the north. The cabin, a sod-roofed relic from the 18th century, perched on a ridge overlooking the frozen Ume River, had stood empty since her grandmother's passing in 22, its timbers etched with runes that locals avoided like plague marks. True scary folklore stories from Sweden carry that Nordic bite, the Draugrs grudge, the Huldress lure, but Astrid Zent, twisted into one of those pulse-racing true paranormal activity chronicles that surges through Scandinavian subreddits, amassing views from skeptics who wake up tracing runes on fogged windows. She arrived under a slate-gray sky, the crunch of snow under her Volvo's tires the only sound in the void. The air so crisp it sliced her lungs like shattered glass. Unpacking was ritual. Wool blankets scented with mothballs. A stack of yellowed journals from her grandmother's hand. A battery lantern that hummed like a trapped hornet. The cabin's interior was a time capsule Peter's smoldering in the hearth. Walls paneled in knotty pine that whispered with settling drafts, a loft bed strung with dried herbs that dangled like nooses. By evening, as the aurora unfurled its green ribbons overhead, Astrid cracked open the first journal, its pages brittle as autumn leaves. Accounts of the thinning. Nights when the veil parted, allowing echoes of the drowned to claw back through the ice. She chuckled, attributing it to isolation delirium, firing up her recorder for ambient folklore notes. The winds howl through chinks, the river's muffled groan beneath its crystalline lid. Sleep crept in reluctant, fractured by dreams of endless white expanses where figures in sealskin hoods beckoned with mittened hands, their faces obscured by frost-rimed veils that billowed like funeral shrouds. Around 3 a.m., the lantern flickered batteries fresh, yet dimming to a sullen amber as footsteps echoed from the loft, soft and deliberate, pacing the rafters like a predator testing bounds. Astrid bolted upright, beams sweeping the gloom, empty, but the air hung heavy, laced with the tang of wet wool and brackish water. "Farmer?" she murmured, half joking, but the response slithered down a sigh, not wind, layered in vowels that twisted into her name. Astrid ... Slian Ka ... Come, mend the tear. The journal on her lap fluttered open unbidden, pages turning of their own accord to a sketch. A woman, her spitting image, hooded and veiled, dated 1793, the year of the great flood that swallowed Winterby's fishing kin. Dawn bled pale through frost-laced panes, but the veil had thinned further. Outside, the snow lay pristine, yet boot prints circled the cabin, too narrow for men, webbed like seal flippers, leading to a birch copse where the trees bent inward, branches interlaced like cage bars. Astrid's drone launched for aerial scans of runestones, whirred aloft only to plummet mid-air, its feed glitching to thermal blooms. Humanoid forms huddled in the grove, heat signatures pulsing in sync with her heartbeat. The footsteps resumed at dusk, descending now, thudding on the ladder rungs with a wet slap, accompanied by breaths that fogged the air, unbidden dozens, overlapping in sami-chants warped by water. Du vivre os. In eyes and ... weave us back. The flood hungers. The lantern died outright, plunging the room to pitch, but her phone's flashlight caught glimpses translucent veils draping the furniture, rippling like pond scum, parting to reveal faces. Her grandmother's, eroded by hypothermia's blue pallor, eyes milky as frozen ponds, mouthing accusations from the journals. You left the rights ... the veil frays ... Mend or join. She fled to the Volvo, keys slipping in numb fingers, but the engine's sputtered fuel line iced from within, the dash blooming with frost that scripted runes on the windshield. Stay and sue. The figures materialized in the rear view, hooded silhouettes shambling from the copse, veils trailing like bridal trains stained brackish. Astrid smashed the window, shards raining as she reversed blindly, tires spinning divots in the snow until momentum seized her, hurtling toward the main road. Hours later, in Yumzia, doctors puzzled over her hypothermia core temp. 32 degrees Celsius, despite the dry-while welts on her palms formed the veil's pattern, thread-thin scars that itched with phantom stitches. The drone footage? Corrupted, save for audio. Her voice, not hers, chanting the Mendrite in flawless joik, interspersed with the drowned's dirge. Winterby's elders sealed the cabin that spring, but Astrid's journals arrived by post unsigned, postmarked from the Hamlet pages added in her hand. The tear widens ... return. Admirers of true ghost stories from Sweden's veiled north devour sagas like Astrid's, real folklore horrors that stitch dread into your dreams. If the veil's brushing your edges, smash like and unravel below. Ever felt the thin places pull? Hold the light. Our next true scary story scorches across equatorial wilds where the jungle devours light and lies alike. The canopy's grasp, from Brazil deep in the emerald labyrinth of the Amazon basin. Brazil, where the canopy weaves a perpetual twilight pierced by lianas like nooses and the air hums with the buzz of unseen eyes. 28-year-old ethnobotanist Rafael Santos led a research expedition into the uncharted fringes of the Jau National Park in the oppressive humidity of April 2025. Rafael, a Manaus native with a master's in indigenous pharmacology and tattoos of ayahuasca vines, Coiling his arms sought rare orchids, rumored to hold curative alkaloids, whispers from the Yanomami elders of the Abraco Topa. The canopies embrace a spirit snare that bound the greedy to the tree's eternal vigil. The team was lean, him a drone tech named Carla from Belém, and a guide, old Manoel, whose machete scarred the undergrowth with prayers to the forest's wrathful saints. True scary jungle stories from Brazil pulse with that Amazonian fever, the Curupira's reversal. The Mapinguari's Rorbat. Raphael's shield notes ignited into a fever dream true horror story that cascaded through ecoforums, racking up views from adventurers who swear they hear leaves rustling their names. They hacked inland from the Jiao River at dawn, the canopy closing overhead like a verdant sarcophagus. Sunlight fracturing to jade shafts that dappled the leaf-litter floor with deceptive peace. Vines slithered underfoot, orchids blooming in grotesque clusters, petals veined like lungs, scents cloying as decay. By midday, the drones mapped clearings that weren't on satellite. Hollows ringed by buttress roots twisted into thrones, air thick with spores that clung to skin like damp regret. Manoel halted at the first, spitting tobacco. Aqui, o Abraco Kamika. The canopy hungers for collectors. Raphael logged samples, dismissing the old man's mutterings as Yanomami taboo, but Carla's drone feed glitched static, resolving into overlays. Elongated shadows swaying in the branches, limbs bark-fused, faces obscured by epiphyte beards that dripped sap like blood. Nightfall choked the camp, fires sputtering against the humid dark, the canopy alive with hoots and rustles that circled like reconnaissance. Sleep evaded Raphael, his hammock swaying to rhythms not his own, dreams of vines coiling his throat, blooming orchids in his chest. At moonrise, the grass began, a creak from above, branches bending low, tendrils thicker than lianas, veined with faint glow brushing the canopy's edge, probing the mosquito net like inquisitive serpents. Intruders, you pluck our hearts. Entwine or wither, a voice sifted down, not Manuel's gravel but a chorus, layered in Tupi-Guarani cadences that echoed the elder's warnings. The embrace claimed botanists before, fusing them to the trees as eternal guardians, their screams the wind's sigh. Raphael's headlamp snapped on, beam lancing upward. The tendrils retracted. But Carla's drone, tethered nearby, yanked skyward unpiloted, its lights capturing horror's humanoid forms suspended mid-canopy, skin moss-mottled, eyes orchid-purple, arms extended in perpetual reach, one resembling a vanished colleague from 23, journal clutched in root-knuckled fists. Dawn broke sodden, Manuel vanished, hammock slashed, machete embedded in a trunk with runes carved fresh. Abraco Eterno. The drones recovered, mangled. Footage looping the chorus. Raphael, your ink calls us ... Join the bloom. The team pressed on, compelled by grant deadlines. But the canopy lowered, branches interlacing tighter, air thickening with pollen that induced visions. Raphael's arms elongating, bark creeping up his veins. Carla sketching maps that spiraled inward. By the third night, the grasp closed. Tendrils breached the camp, coiling tense, the chorus swelling to wails cataloging the lost. The Dutch collector, 1890, roots in his lungs. The American diver, 07. Petals for eyes, faces blooming in the foliage, Raphael's among them, reflected in a puddle of sap. He slashed free with Balin, sap searing like acid, fleeing downslope with Carla in tow, the jungle parting reluctantly, vines snapping like whips. They burst onto the riverbank at midday, the MV Anaconda's horn a lifeline. But Carla collapsed in root veins tracing vine patterns, eyes glazing purple. Raphael burned his samples in quarantine, fleeing to Snow Paulo's concrete embrace. But the grasp lingers in the vein of ceiling cracks, the curl of phone cords, the rustle of curtains that whispers, pluck no more. Park rangers sealed the sector that monsoon, but drones overfly sporadically, feeds glitching to embraces in the canopy. Fans of true creepy stalker stories from Brazil's verdant hell cling to riffles like epiphytes, real jungle monster encounters that root deep. If the branches are brushing closer like heart and branch out below, ever felt the green world's pull? Root Yourself, our final true scary story, plunges into volcanic badlands where the earth itself exhales grudges older than empires. Asterisk asterisk, the caldera's whisper from New Zealand asterisk asterisk amid the geothermal scars of the Topo volcanic zone. New Zealand, where the Rotorua lakes steam like cauldrons and the ground bubbles with the planet's simmering ire. 39-year-old geologist. Dr. Elena Kohai mapped seismic fissures in the Weotapu thermal wonderland during the sulfurous pall of August 2025. Elena, a Kiwi of Maori descent raised in Auckland with a PhD in volcanology and ancestral Wakapapa tying her to Thua's fire gods, chased anomalies in the Champagne Pool geothermal vents. Fumaroles venting gases that locals shunned as Njiwaha Ote Wenua, the Earth's mouths. Portals for the unrested to murmur grievances from the 186 AD cataclysm that reshaped the North Island. Her rig was solo, seismic sensors, a thermal scope, and a battered land cruiser stocked with manuka honey for the Wakanoa rights her kuya insisted upon. True scary geothermal stories from New Zealand. Simmer with that Mbori Mori, the Taniwa's coil, the Patupieri, Spaller. But Alina seismic logs erupted into a geothermal true horror narrative that boiled over in Kiwi Podcast's boiling views from trekkers who feel the ground shift underfoot. She staked camp at the caldera's rim, the earth exhaling rotten egg plumes that veiled the stars, the pool below a witch's brew of orange sinter and bubbling silica. Sensors hummed baselines, micro-tremors sinking to lunar poles, but as twilight bled to obsidian, the whispers seeped, faint at first, a sibilance from the fissures like steam through cracks, then coalescing into phrases into Riombori, archaic and accusatory, il na, ko I do iu ha kong ro ... You silenced us ... Bubble our please. Elena's scope spiked thermal balloons rising from vents. Humanoid contours writhing in the steam, heat maps pulsing like veins. She dismissed it as gas-induced hallucination, logging data by headlamp. But the journals from her kuya tucked in the glove box fluttered open. Sketches of ash-shrouded figures from the eruption. Mouths agape in eternal exhale, bound to the earth's core as patuperi, mist wraiths, luring the living to vent their isolation. Midnight brought the chorus. The ground quaking subtle sensors off the charts, as fissures widened like gasping wounds. Steam billowing thick, carrying the wraiths. Translucent forms in cloaks of condensing vapor. Faces eroded by ash, eyes glowing like magma vents, circling her tent in a slow, inexorable spiral. The fire took our iwai. You probe the scars. Whisper our names or join the boil, they keened. Voices overlapping in a geothermal dirge that vibrated her fillings, detailing the cataclysm. Villages vaporized, bones fused to obsidian, ancestors Mori trapped in the simmer. Elena's scope dropped, feed live streaming the horror wraiths coalescing. One solidifying into her kuya's likeness, arms outstretched, skin bubbling like the pool, beckoning with fingers that trailed silica strings. Panic surged. She fired up the cruiser, but the engine-choked exhaust clogged with sinter, tires sinking into softened earth that pulled like quicksand. The whispers swelled, the caldera alive fumaroles erupting in geysers that arched toward her, steam veiling the wraiths into a gauntlet, their grasps cold as quench but searing where they brushed, leaving welts like burned scars. Visions assaulted. The 186 AD blast in reverse. Pyroclastic flows retreating to reveal the IY rising. Mouths venting pleas ignored by modern drills. Elena wrenched free, ramming a sensor array into a fissure as distraction. The explosion of steam buying her escape, hurtling down the access road as the ground buckled behind. In Tapo's clinic, medics charted her dehydration lungs laced with sulfur, skin etched with rune-like vents that wept mineral tears. The logs? Erased save audio, her voice chanting Wakanoa in fractured Rio, drowned by the chorus's claim, "The mouths remember?" Return, prober. Weotapu closed tours at equinox. Seismic activities spiking uncharted, but Elena's scope, mailed anonymously, replays the wraiths on loop. Devotees of true paranormal encounters in New Zealand's fiery heart horde, Elena's like embers, real earth ghost stories that rumble beneath. If the ground's murmuring your name, like up and erupt below, heard whispers from the dirt? That's the Triad Veils in Sweden, grasps in Brazil, whispers in New Zealand. True scary stories that burrow viral. Real horror from global fissures, chilling ghost encounters, creepy wilderness nightmares. Subscribe for the Inferno's next flare. Comment your realm and resonances, like if you're ungrounded. What festers in your fault lines? Feed the fear ... and watch your step. The Hollow Hill Echo, from Ireland. Nestled in the emerald-drenched wilds of County Kerry, Ireland, where the ancient Ring of Kerry snakes through mist-veiled hills that guard secrets older than the Celts themselves. 34-year-old folklore archivist Siobhan O'Connor ventured into the shadowed embrace of the Hollow Hill in the biting March winds of 2025. Siobhan at Trinity College, Dublin alum with ink-stained fingers and a voice like aged whiskey, had dedicated her career to digitizing fading papyri of Gaelic myth-stales of she-mounds, where the fair folk lured the unwary into eternal dances under moonlit thorns. The Hollow Hill, a grass-tufted barrow on the Dingle Peninsula's ragged fringe, wasn't on any tourist map. It was a local taboo, whispered about in fireside hush as Sanach na Fala, the Hill of Blood. Site of a 17th century massacre where Cromwell's troops buried alive a clan of healers accused of pact-making with the old gods. True scary folklore stories from Ireland brew with that fey-touched peril. The thin places where the other world bleeds into ours, but Siobhan's chronicle erupted into one of those gripping true paranormal activity sagas that ripples through online forums, pulling in hordes of insomniacs hungry for authentic chills. She parked her battered Land Rover at the trailhead just after gloaming, the Atlantic Caesura a distant lullaby crashing against basalt cliffs that plunged like broken promises into foam-flecked depths. Armed with a thermal drone, spectral audio recorder, and a satchel of iron talismans half superstition, half protocol, Siobhan hiked the sheep path upward, boots sinking into peat that exhaled the rot of centuries. The hill rose modest at first, a gentle swell carpeted in heather that bruised purple underfoot. But as twilight bled to ink, the air thickened, carrying the faint toll of a bell that no church claimed. She'd come for the echoes, anomalies locals swore marked solstice nights. Disembodied chants in Erse, shadows that mimicked long-dead pipers. Her drone whirred aloft, infrared feed flickering on her tablet-cool blues spiking to feverish reds around the mound's crown, where a yawning fissure gaped like a scream petrified in stone. Dusk surrendered to a starless void as Siobhan breached the crest, the fissure exhaling a breath that tasted of copper and cloves. She lowered herself on belay rope fraying against lichen-crusted lips into a chamber vast as a cathedral nave but low-ceiled walls etched with Ogham script that her flashlight beam traced like veins, warnings of Endorchata's a glouch, the darkness calling. The thermal spiked erratically, hotspots blooming where no heat source lurked, and her recorder hissed to life unprompted, capturing breaths shallow, ragged, layered in pleas that warped the air. Sio ... Join the reel. Her name, mangled through time's filter, froze her mid-note. No one knew her route, her phone's GPS glitched into coordinates that plotted a spiral inward. The chamber pulsed then, walls contracting like lungs, the script glowing faint ochre as figures materialized, not ghosts in vapor, but silhouettes stitched from the dark itself, cloaked in tattered arisades, faces obscured by hoods that dripped shadow like tar. They didn't advance. They danced, a slow, inexorable ring-a-rosy around her perch, bare feet slapping stone in rhythms that synced to her heartbeat, accelerating. The recorder amplified the chant, voices multiplying women's wails from the pit. Men's growls of betrayal, children's giggles that curdled to sobs, detailing the clan's final hours. They poured the earth, while we sang ... to drown the screams. But the hill remembers. Siobhan's drone, circling above, plummeted into the fissure, its feed live-streaming chaos, thermal blooms coalescing into forms that reached for the lens, fingers elongated like hawthorn roots, nails caked in clay-red soil. Panic ignited. She clawed for the rope, but it slithered upward, coiling like a serpent. The dancers' circle tightening, their hoots falling back to reveal faces her own, replicated in triplicate. Eyes milky as bog-preserved corpses, mouths stretched in mirthless grins. You archive us ... but we archive you. Dance eternal, blood of the healers. She burst from the fissure as thunder cracked overhead, rain lashing like judgment, tumbling downslope in a frenzy of mud and heather. The Land Rover's engine coughed to life on fumes, tires gouging ruts as she fled the peninsula. But the recorder tucked in her satchel played on loop, her voice not hers reciting the Ogham in flawless Erse, interspersed with the clan's dirge. Back in Dublin, academics dismissed the footage as wind shear and matrixing, but the welts on her palm's thorn pricks, forming the spiral defied explanation, and the drone? Recovered at dawn by Coast Guard choppers, intact but inscribed on its hull. Taymenek Fenact. We are waiting. Shaban shuddered her archive, fleeing to a cottage in the Pale. But the hill calls in the patter of rain on slate, the toll of distant bells, the flicker of shadows that sway just beyond the window pane. Enthusiasts of true scary ghost stories from Ireland's haunted barrows devour narratives like Shaban's, real folklore horrors that bind the past to your pulse. If the reel has you swaying in your seat, hammer that like and confess in the comments. Ever danced with the dark uninvited? Steady now. Our next true scary story veers to sun-scorched sands where the desert devours more than dunes. The Mirage Marauder from Mexico. Deep in the sun-flayed expanse of Baja California Sur, Mexico, where the Sea of Cortez laps at dunes that swallow caravans whole and the Sierra de la Laguna as peaks pierce a sky bleached bone white. 29-year-old marine surveyor Javier Ruiz anchored his research vessel off the ghost coast of Bahia de los Muertos in the sweltering haze of June 2025. Javier, a UNAM graduate with salt-crusted charts and a tattoo of Quetzal's feathered coils on his forearm, led expeditions mapping hydrothermal vents teeming with bioluminescent oddities remnants of Aztec lore where the feathered serpent birthed pearls from brine. The bay, a crescent scar on the map shunned by fishermen for its espejismos malditos, cursed mirages, was infamous for a 1920s pearl diving tragedy. A fleet vanishing mid-haul, crews lured by illusions of golden shores into riptides that claimed 47 souls. True scary sea stories from Mexico simmer with that colonial curse than the wall shapeshifters stalking the swells, but Javier's dispatch morphed into a viral true horror story that surged through dive communities, amassing views from skeptics turned converts. The MV Sirena nosed into the bay at high noon, heat mirages dancing off the wheelhouse glass like mocking veils. The crew, 3 wiry divers from the Zatlan and a drone operator, Rosa unspooling ROV tethers into waters that ran unnaturally still, devoid of the usual snapper schools. Javier's sonar pinged anomalies, submerged spires not on charts, thermal plumes rising like exhales from a slumbering beast. By afternoon, suited in neoprene that chafed like penance, he plunged with the ROV, its lights carving tunnels through turquoise gloom, illuminating coral skeletons twisted into serpentine coils. The feed glitched first, a flicker of movement, humanoid, gliding parallel, lithe form in ragged serape, face hooded by sombrero frills, beckoning with a hand that trailed phosphorescent slime. Optical warp, Javier radioed up, but Rosa's voice cracked, Javi, it's waving. At the drone cam, surfacing to debrief, the sun dipped low, painting the dunes in blood-orange strokes as campfires crackled on the beach portable stoves hissing propane. But the flames bent wrong, elongating into fingers that clawed the sand. That's when the Marauder emerged. Not on the feed, but etched in the shallows, a silhouette pacing the tide line, footprints materializing where waves receded, each print webbed and cloven. The crew laughed it off as boot prints cracking Pacificos under a canopy strung with fairy lights that buzzed erratic, but Javier's dive log filled with uneased the ROV's recovered samples pearl oysters. Pried open to reveal nacreous orbs imprinted with faces, mouths, agape, and silent screams. Night clamped down like a vice stars wheeling overhead as the bay exhaled fog that reeked of low tide and incensed the Marauder's silhouette swelling on the dune crest. Taller now, Serapa billowing in a breeze that carried whispers in Nahuatl perlas para el center. Unit al flujo eterno, pearls for the Lord ... Join the eternal flow. The assault hit at 2 a.m., the Sirena's hull groaning as if rammed, lights flickering to strobes that cast the deck in epileptic frenzy. Javier staggered topside, harpoon gun in grip, to find the crew transfixed. Rosa tracing runes in the fogged porthole, divers murmuring coordinates to phantom fleets. The Marauder waited amidships, no longer silhouette but substance skin scaled like abalone, eyes twin opals gleaming, serape parting to reveal a torso laced with pearl scars, each pulsing like a second heart. You chart our graves, harvest our tears, now seed the deep, it rasped. Voice a chorus of drowned throats, the 1927 lost etched in every timbre. Javier fired. The harpoon sank home, but the figure dissolved to mist, reforming closer, tendrils of fog coiling his ankles, dragging him toward the rail. The whispers swelled, detailing the fleet's end. Captains beguiled by mirages of El Dorado's bays, crews diving for illusory troves, lungs filling with brine as Nawal laughter echoed below. He wrenched free with a guttural roar, severing the tether with bolt cutters, the Sirena's engine bellowing as they fled the bay, dawn breaking like a fever dream. Rosa vanished en route to La Paz, swept overboard in a squall that materialized from clear skies, her final log. The pearls sing his name. The samples? Crushed to dust in transit, but Javier's tattoo wept nacre for weeks, and the raw footage, scrubbed by static, looped the marauder's beacon on his laptop. Audio isolated to one phrase, regresa, cartografo. The flow awaits. He grounded the Sirena, retreating to Mexico City's sprawl. But the bay haunts in the glint of ceiling fans, the lap of shower drains, the mirage of faces in steamed mirrors. Aficionados of true creepy stalker stories from Mexico's cursed coasts latch onto Javier's like barnacles, real sea monster encounters that pull you under. If the flow's tugging at your toes, like it up and share below. Felt lured by the waves lately? Anchor yourself. Our final true scary story burrows into urban rot where the city's cesspulse hides predators in plain sight. The subway shade, from Japan beneath the neon-veined labyrinth of Tokyo. Japan, where the Yamanote line hurtles through subterranean veins like a mechanical heartbeat, and salarymen dissolve into salary zombies under fluorescent glare. 41-year-old transit engineer Kenji Sato inspected the derelict tunnels of the old Ginza Line extension in the humid pall of September 2025. Kenji, a Tokyo Metro veteran with calloused palms from decades of rail grinding diagnostics, oversaw retrofits for the 2026 Olympics, upgrading forgotten spurs sealed since the 1945 firebombings, when wartime shelters became tombs for thousands. The extension, a warren of bricked-up adits beneath Shibuya's scramble, was dubbed Cage no Michi, the Shadow Path, by night shift crews who dodged it for tales of Yuri commuters, spectral figures in tattered zoot suits, eternally boarding phantom trains. True scary urban legend stories from Japan thrum with that yukai unease. The vengeful Onru, riding the rails, but Kenji's report detonated into a phenomenon. Among otaku forums, a true horror tale that streamed live in nightmares, captivating millions with its claustrophobic dread. He descended via service ladder at shift's end, toolkit clanking against rungs slick with condensation, the air below stagnant, laced with ozone and char from long extinguished blazes. Equipped with LiDAR scanner, EMF meter spiking at thresholds, and a headlamp that carved the dark into accusatory angles, Kenji navigated the spur. Concrete vaults cracked like eggshells, rebar twisted into abstract screams, faded murals of pro-war propaganda peeling to reveal skeletal reinforcements. The LiDAR mapped voids, unaccounted chambers where shelters collapsed, entombing civilians mid-evacuation, but the EMF danced wild needles burying as whispers infiltrated. Faint at first. The clack of Geta on tile, then layered murmurs in wartime slang DENSHA.HAYAKU. Bombs coming. Kenji logged it as echo bleed from active lines above, but his scanner glitched, rendering point clouds that coalesced into forms. Elongated torsos huddled in corners, heads bowed, arms clutching invisible bundles. Mid-tunnel, the path forked uncharted, a fresh breach, rubble scattered like confetti from a bomb's kiss, exhaling drafts that carried the wail of air raid sirens long silenced. Compulsion overrode protocol. Kenji squeezed through, headlamp illuminating a platform frozen in 45. Ticket booth intact, glass fogged with handprints from within, benches warped around depressions where bodies once slumped. The whispers sharpened to commands, voices overlapping in a cacophony of the damned Ken, Jiro wa Suzuku. Ride with us, his name, prophetic, pulling him to the platform's edge where rails vanished into blackness. The EMF screamed overload, and there it manifested, the shade not vapor, but absence, a commuter in singed pinstripes, face a negative space where features should be, eyes voids that sucked light, extending a ticket stub charred to his palm. Eki. Eion. Station. Eternity. It boarded nothing. It became the train, the tunnel shuddering as phantom cars materialized, screech of brakes, hiss of doors, passengers materializing in the gloom, hollow-cheeked civilians clutching gas masks, children with ration tins, all turning as one to stare, mouths sinking the dirge. You maintain the path, but we maintain you. Delay the eternal commute no more. Kenji's headlamp shattered, plunging him to Stygian pitch. The shade's grip cold as quenched steel propelling him onto the car, rails groaning under inexistent weight. Visions assaulted. The firebombing in reverse, flames retreating to reveal the dead rising, boarding en masse, his ancestors among them, grandfather a signalman, vaporized mid-shift, beckoning from a window seat. The commute accelerated. Walls blurring to newsreels of ruin, the shade's voids locking on his, whispering sins of the living. Tokyo forgets, but the line remembers. All delays paid in flesh. He awoke sprawled on the service ladder, dawn filtering through grates above, toolkit pristine but EMF fused to slag. The breach? Sealed by morning inspection, rubble reformed as if never touched, but his palm bore the stub's burn, and the scanner's final dump. Coordinates to a mass grave unearthed that week, victims identified by serial numbers matching the shade's passengers. Kenji tendered resignation, vanishing into Kyoto's temples. But the subway shades pursue in the rumble of elevators, the chime of crosswalks, the press of crowds where voids brush your shoulder. Devotees of true paranormal encounters in Japan's haunted metros devour Kenjis like late-night ramen. Real urban ghost stories that derail your sleep. If the eternal rides rattling your cage like fiercely and vent below ever missed your stop forever? There it is, 3 true scary stories etched in fresh dread. Fi reels in Ireland, mirage lures in Mexico, shade commutes in Japan. Real horror tales, chilling ghost encounters, creepy urban nightmares, these viral scary stories are your portal to endless unease. Subscribe for the next barrage of ultimate true horror. Comment your homeland and haunts, like if you're derailed. What lingers longest in your dark? Share the shiver. And sleep with one eye open. The echoes of Blackwood Manor, from Australia down under, in the sun-baked sprawl of rural New South Wales, where eucalyptus groves claw at the sky like skeletal fingers and the outback heat warps the horizon into a shimmering lie. 31-year-old archaeologist Lena Whitaker arrived at Blackwood Manor in the blistering February of 2025. Lena, a Sydney-based expert in colonial artifacts with a PhD fresh from the University of Melbourne, had been lured by a cryptic grant from a shadowy historical society. Excavate the manor's forgotten cellars. Unearth relics from the 1820s convict era that might rewrite Australia's penal history. The estate, a crumbling Georgian pile on the outskirts of Bathurst, squatted amid 200 acres of overgrown paddocks, its sandstone walls veined with ivy that seemed to pulse in the relentless sun. True scary house stories from Australia often simmer with that colonial undercurrent, the ghosts of chains and floggings bubbling up like heat mirages. But Lena's ordeal exploded into one of those raw true horror stories that ricochets across social feeds, drawing millions who swear they felt the chains rattle through their speakers. She rolled up in a dust-caked ute just after noon, the air thick with the tang of dry earth and something sharper, like rusted iron. The manor had been abandoned since the 70s. Windows boarded like blind eyes, the iron gates sagging on hinges that groaned a warning. Lena's team was minimal, just her, a grad student named Riley who'd bailed last minute on a family emergency, and a local caretaker, Old Tom, who chain-smoked Winfields and muttered about the echoes while handing over the keys. "Don't dig too deep after dark, love," he'd rasped, eyes darting to the tree line. "They don't like the noise." Lena dismissed it as bush superstition, unpacking her toolkit shovels, ground-penetrating radar, LED lanterns that cut the gloom like scalpels. By late afternoon, she'd breached the cellar door, a slab of oak warped by decades of neglect, descending into a labyrinth of vaults where the temperature plunged to a clammy 15 degrees despite the inferno above. The first chamber was a treasure trove, shattered pottery, rusted manacles dangling from hooks like forgotten jewelry, ledgers yellowed with ink that bled tales of floggings and fever deaths. Lena's GPR pinged anomalies deeper in a collapsed tunnel, perhaps an escape route for the convicts who toiled here under Governor Macquarie's iron fist. As dusk bled the sky crimson, she worked alone, the silence broken only by her trowel's scrape and the distant warble of magpies. That's when the echoes began. Faint at first, a rhythmic clink-clink, like chains dragged across flagstone, echoing from the uncharted walls. She paused, chalking it up to settling stone or a possum in the rafters, but the sound grew insistent, layering into a chorus dozens of voices, muffled and overlapping, murmuring in thick Cockney accents. "Water. For the love o' Christ... water. Lena's skin prickled. The ledgers documented an 1827 drought that halved the workforce through dehydration. Bodies dumped in unmarked pits. Coincidence, she told herself, firing up her recorder for ambient noise. Night fell like a guillotine, stars pricking the velvet black as she retreated to the manor's upper floor, a musty parlor with peeling wallpaper patterned in thorny roses. Sleep evaded her, the echoes seeping through the floorboards now, evolving into full-throated pleas that vibrated the bed frame. Mrs. The brought the lash. Free us ... She bolted upright, torch beams sweeping the room empty, save for a flicker in the corner mirror, a shadow that wasn't hers, hunched and striped with whip scars. Heart slamming, Lena grabbed her phone, but the signal bars flatlined, the screen glitching with static that resolved into grainy footage. Her own face, gaunt and sun-blistered, mouthing the same pleas in an accent she'd never possessed. The echoes surged, the house alive with them, footsteps thudding in the halls, doors creaking open on voids where no hinges turned. She fled downstairs, barricading the cellar entrance with a sideboard. But the chains laughed, rattling louder, the air thickening with the stench of sweat-soaked wool and gangrenous flesh. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. When it did, Lena emerged hollow-eyed, finding the caretaker's truck idling at the gate. Engine running but Tom nowhere in sight, his hat on the dash, brim singed as if by fever heat. She drove to Bathurst General, babbling to a night shift doc about auditory hallucinations, but the welts on her wrists, red wheals like fresh lashes, told another story. Back in Sydney, experts pored over her footage. The glitches weren't artifacts. They were overlays of 19th century sketches, convicts' portraits morphing into her features, eyes pleading. The grant vanished overnight, the society denying involvement. But the echoes persist in the hum of the fridge, the clatter of cutlery, the drip of the shower that sounds too much like parched tongues begging. Fans of true paranormal activity in haunted Australian houses devour tales like Lena's, real ghost stories that drag the past into the now. If Blackwood's chains have you glancing at your doors, like this and spill in the comments. Ever heard echoes that weren't yours? Now steady your nerves, our next plunge takes us to Europe's fogged heart, where mirrors hold grudges sharper than any blade. The Mirror's Reckoning from Germany in the cobblestone heart of Munich. Bavaria, Germany, where the spires of the Frauenkirche pierce a sky perpetually bruised by November clouds. 29-year-old antique restorer Karl Becker inherited a peculiar lot in the autumn chill of 2025. Karl, a meticulous craftsman with a workshop tucked into the Victualienmarkt shadow, specialized in Baroque oddities, gilded frames, ormolu clocks that ticked with forgotten urgency. The inheritance came from a distant aunt he'd never met, a reclusive baroness who'd hoarded heirlooms in a Schwarzwald estate before vanishing mid-2024. Her will a single page postmarked from a Black Forest village called Schattenheim. The centerpiece, a towering Venetian mirror, its mercury glass rippled like disturbed water, framed in ebony carved with writhing figures that seemed to shift when unobserved. True scary antique stories from Germany brew with that Teutonic folklore, Tang Nachtmar and doppelgangers whispering from the woodwork, but Karl's brush with the abyss became a whispered legend in Berlin's underground scene. A true horror story that slithers through comment sections like smoke from a snuffed candle. He hauled the mirror into his workshop on a drizzly Tuesday, the thing heavier than it looked, protesting with a low groan as it settled against the back wall. The air turned acrid, like ozone after lightning, and Karl's reflection stared back, altered eyes hollowed, skin sallow under the fluorescence. Jet lag from the drive, he figured, wiping down the frame with a chamois, fingers tracing the carvings, intertwined lovers, one devouring the other's face in ecstasy or agony. By evening, the workshop emptied, his apprentices gone to beer gardens, leaving Karl to catalog under a single desk lamp. That's when the whispers started sibilant, layered in Hochdeutsch laced with archaic dialect. Spiegel, Spiegel, who holds the debt? He spun tools clattering, but the room was still, save for the mirror's surface, which fogged from within, as if breath condensed on the other side. Sleepless that night in his Altstadt flat, Karl dreamed of the aunt, a woman in lace and pearls, pressing her palms to the glass, mouthing accusations, "You sold us." For the Kaiser's gold. He woke sweating, the dream's residue clinging like damp wool. Back at work, the mirror demanded attention. Customers veered away, complaining of vertigo, one fainting dead away with mutterings of "dies willing common, the twins are coming." Carl researched. The piece dated to 1913. Smuggled from a Viennese salon during the Great War, tied to a scandal twin sisters, courtesans to Bavarian nobility, poisoned by a jealous rival, their bodies displayed before the mirror as a warning. The aunt, it turned out, had been one sister's descendant, cursed to guard it until the reckoning. Skeptical but spooked, Carl draped it in muslin. But the fabric shredded overnight, threads unraveling like veins. The escalation hit on Allerheiligen Hallows Eve when Munich's streets pulsed with lantern-lit processions. Alone in the workshop, Carl unveiled the mirror to photograph it for auction. Bad idea. The flash ignited the glass. His reflection fractured, splintering into duplicates that peeled away from the frame. Stepping into the room with wet slaps of bare feet on parquet. They were him, but not. Faces gaunt from wartime rations, uniforms tattered, eyes burning with the madness of the trenches. "You inherit the gaze," they hissed in unison, voices scraping like bayonets on bone. "Look what we saw." In the mud. In the gas. The workshop warped, the walls bleeding to no man's land churn. Barbed wire sprouting from cracks, the air choking with mustard reek. Carl smashed at them with a hammer, shards flying, but the duplicates reformed closer, their hands cold as grave soil gripping his arms. Forcing his gaze back to the original pane where his aunt's face bloomed, rotting from the inside, lips curling. "Join the reflection. Pay the war's toll." He shattered the mirror in a frenzy, glass exploding like artillery, collapsing amid the wreckage as sirens wailed in the distance. Fireworks, or his unraveling mind? Paramedics found him catatonic, cuts laced with verdigris that no doctor could source. The shards, collected for disposal, reformed in his flat days later, pieced by unseen hands into a mosaic on his bedroom wall, watching. Carl shuttered the workshop, fleeing to a cousin in Hamburg. But the whispers trail him in the clink of beer steins, the echo of U-Bahn announcements, the fog on bathroom mirrors that shapes into accusing eyes. Devotees of true ghost stories from haunted German antiques send me confessions like this. Real paranormal reckonings that mirror our buried histories. If the twins have you avoiding reflections, smash like and confess below. What's the creepiest thing you've seen in a mirror? Grip tight, our last tale ices the veins, hauling us to Scandinavia's frozen grip where the snow buries secrets, but never silences them. The fjord's silent call from Norway, high in the fjord-carved fjells of western Norway, where the midnight sun yields to winters that devour months whole and the aurora weeps green tears over glassy waters. 37-year-old fisheries biologist Ingrid Larsen set sail from Bergen in the iron grip of January 2025. Ingrid, a Trondheim native with salt in her veins, and a dissertation on krill migrations under her belt, captained the MV Frostbite, a 40-foot ketch chartered for a research grant tracking cod stocks in the Sognefjord's depths. Her crew, a wiry deckhand named Lars, fresh from the oil rigs, and a marine tech, Sophia, whose drone footage had gone mildly viral last season for spotting a breaching orcapod. The fjord, a serpentine scar of granite and ice, stretched 200 kilometers inland, its sheer walls muffling the world to a hush broken only by the slap of halyards and the fjord's resident trolls in local yarns. True scary sea stories from Norway pulse with that Nordic chill, the Drogra rising from the deep luring sailors to watery beds, but Ingrid's log became a spectral siren song in Oslo's dive bars, a true horror narrative that hooks listeners. Like a gaff pulling them under with waves of dread. They anchored in a sheltered bight near the fjord's apex. The water black as ink under a moonless sky, bioluminescent plankton flickering like submerged stars. The first day yielded data, sonar pings of shoals thick as silver, water samples teeming with copepods. But as the sun dipped eternal twilight, in high winter the call began. A low, resonant hum from the depths, vibrating the hull like a tuning fork struck on bone. Ingrid logged it as seismic activity, perhaps a calving glacier, but Lars paled, crossing himself. Selkie song Kapteen. They sing for the lost. Superstition, she snapped, deploying the ROV, a spider-like drone with floodlights, to probe the abyss. The feed crackled alive. Sheer drop-offs plummeting 600 meters. Then a cavern mouth yawning wide, fringed with kelp that writhed like Medusa's locks. Inside, the lights caught movement, pale forms gliding, humanoid but elongated, limbs trailing membranes, faces obscured by veils of silt. Night clamped down, the hum swelling to a melody, wordless but insistent, weaving through the rigging like wind in sails. Sleep came fractured. Ingrid dreamed of her brother, lost to the fjord in a squall a decade prior, his voice threading the chorus. Saster, the cold calls? Join the shoal. She woke to alarms, the RAW feed looping unbidden on deck. The drone's camera now inches from the figure. A woman in oilskins, skin pearlescent and pruned, eyes like polished abalone, beckoning with webbed fingers. Come chart the true migration, she mouthed, bubbles scripting runes in the water Old Norse. Ingrid recognized runes for eternal current. Panic surged. She recalled the grant's fine print funded by a consortium tied to Viking salvage rights, whispers of a 9th century longship sunk with its crew cursed to guard a hoard of amber and iron that sang to the greedy. The call crescendoed at 3 a.m. The crew roused, faces slack with Translaar's coiling rope into nooses, Sophia muttering coordinates that led nowhere. Ingrid cut the anchor, engine roaring against the tide, but the fjord fought back, currents twisting the ketch like a leaf in a riptide. The hum now screams hundreds, overlapping in agony, cataloging drownings from longships to trawlers. You mapped us ... netted the ghosts. Now drift with kin. The RAV surfaced unpiloted, tangled in netting that hadn't been deployed, hauling up relics. A corroded axe head etched with serpents. A bone flute that played itself in the wind. Ingrid wrestled the wheel, salt-stung eyes on the shore, a flicker of lights. Impossible in the wilds, resolving into figures on the cliffs. Arms outstretched, her brothers among them. Jacket the same one he'd worn to sea. They beached at dawn in a pebble cove, the frostbite grinding to a halt as the hum faded to a sigh. Sophia vanished that morning, swept overboard in the chaos, her drone washing up miles downstream, footage irrecoverable. Lars quit on the spot, fleeing to Stavanger with tailies no pub would buy. Ingrid burned the relics in a driftwood pyre, scattering ashes to the wind. But the call lingers in the rush of showers, the gurgle of drains, the lap of waves on midnight walks. Bergen Fisheries Board shelved her report as equipment malfunction. But the fjord knows. Its waters run colder now, shoals scattering at her name. Lovers of true paranormal sea encounters from Norway's haunted fjords hoard stories like Ingrid's, real ghost calls that drag you down. If the depths have you landlocked forever, like up and share. Ever heard a song from the water? That's our trio echoes in the outback. Mirrors in Munich, calls from the fjord. True scary stories that stick like barnacles. Real horror from Australia, Germany, Norway. Subscribe for more chilling paranormal activity. Comment your country in chills. Like if you're unmoored. What's next in your nightmares? Stay vigilant ... Or don't. The Sentinel's Shroud from the United States in the frost-fractured folds of the Adirondack Mountains, where the Saranac River snakes through hemlock-choked ravines, like a vein pulsing with the blood of buried winters, and the air hangs heavy with the scent of pine pitch mingled with the faint metallic tang of old iron ore mines that honeycomb the granite like the lungs of a dying giant. 32-year-old environmental surveyor Nora Kensington embarked on what she believed to be a routine ecological assessment in the waning days of November 2025. Nora, a tenacious field researcher from Albany with a Master S in geospatial analysis from SUNY ESF and a cascade of auburn hair perpetually tied back in a no-nonsense ponytail that did little to tame its wild curls, had carved out a niche for herself mapping the fragile ecosystems of upstate New York's wild preserves. Her life was a ledger of latitudes and longitudes. Days spent knee-deep in peat bogs cataloging rare orchids. Nights hunched over ArcGIS dashboards in her cluttered apartment overlooking the Hudson, where the river's current seemed to mock her stalled dissertation on climate-induced habitat shifts. Divorced at 29 after a marriage that eroded like sandstone under relentless rain, her ex, a corporate lawyer, more at home in boardrooms than backwoods. Nora found refuge in the solitude of the survey, her only companions, the trill of warblers and the reliable tick of her Sunto watch. But this contract was an outlier solicited not by the D-Cheek or a conservation NGO, but by a shadowy consortium called Veilwatch. Enterprise is a nonprofit ostensibly dedicated to preserving liminal landscapes, with a board stacked with ex-military types and academics whose CVs bristled with redacted classifieds. The brief arrived via encrypted PDF on the 18th. Assess anomalous geomagnetic fluctuations in Sentinel Shroud Sector. Adirondack LTER Plot 47B Priority. Undocumented thermal vents and subsurface voids. Report findings to Dr. Elias Thorne off-grid. Compensation, $75,000 upon validation. Discretion paramount, no external data logs. Attached were coordinates that plotted a forgotten notch in the high peaks. Wilderness, a 5,000-acre enclave excised from public maps since the 1940s when wartime maneuvers allegedly tested peripheral perception enhancers. For Oz operatives, code for hallucinogens derived from local fungi, or so the declassified snippets suggested. Nora, ever the empiricist, dismissed the cloak and dagger as grant-grubbing theater. Her toolkit a testament to pragmatism. A Trimble R12 GNSS receiver for pinpoint precision. A FLIR thermal imager slung over her shoulder like a bandolier. A ground-penetrating radar, GPR rig backpacked with a 500 MHz antenna for probing the subsurface. A drone quadcopter equipped with LiDAR and multispectral sensors for canopy penetration. A Nikon D850 with macro lens for flora documentation. The trek-in commenced at dawn on the 22nd. Nora's Subaru Outback Hybrid bottoming out on the rutted access road off Route 3 near Tupper Lake. The Lost Cell Tower fading like a forgotten flare in her rear view. The Vale Watch cords led 12 miles northeast through a buffer of birch and maple that thinned to conifer cathedrals. The understory a labyrinth of hobblebush and leatherleaf that snagged her Carhartt pant legs like insistent invitations. The GNSS locked at 44.187 and 74.392. The shroud proper materializing as a cirque of schistose gneiss walls rising 800 feet sheer. Their faces veined with quartz that caught the low sun in prismatic shards. The basin floor a mosaic of talus slopes and sphagnum mats encircling a central tarn, Sentinel's Eye. Per the brief its surface, a mirror of obsidian unbroken save for the occasional riffle from subsurface springs. The air pressure dipped 2 HP as she descended the talus chute, a barometric bruise that set her sinuses throbbing. The thermal imager already registering hotspots along the eastern rim. Vents exhaling steam laced with sulfur. Temperature gradients spiking to 45 degrees Celsius in ambient 2 degrees Celsius, unseasonal and unexplained. Nora pitched her Hilleberg Sulo tent on a gravel bar 50 meters from the tarn, its footprints scarred by prior occupation charred rings from long-extinguished fires, rusted pitons hammered into fissures that wept rust water like chronic tears. The drone lifted at 10:15 a.m., its lidar lasering a 3D mesh of the cirque. Anomalies galore, subsurface voids honeycombing the gneiss at 20 to 30 meters. Depth, linear fractures radiating from the eye like spokes on a shattered wheel. And thermal plumes ascending from the tarn's bed in columnar precision, suggesting artificial channeling rather than natural karst. Possible mining remnants from the 40s ops. She narrated into the right in the rain. Voice steady but laced with the unease that prickled her forearms, goose flesh in the chill, or something more. The GPR corroborated at noon, the antenna sweeps revealing a lattice of tunnels beneath the talus. Not random, but engineered. Shafts 2 by 3 meters. Branching at right angles, depths plummeting to 50 meters with no collapse signatures, as if the rock remembered its excavation and resented the intrusion. Nora keyed a Prelin report via InReach. Sector 47B active. Voids extensive, vents anomalous. Recommend geotech follow-up. The ping bounced, delayed 20 minutes longer than the usual 5 thorns reply terse. Proceed to core sampling. Discretion, voids hold echoes. No logs till extraction. Dusk draped the shroud by 4:30 p.m. The sun a sullen smear behind the western wall, shadows pooling in the cirque like ink spilled from an overturned bottle. Nora fired the whisper light for a boil-up of Lipton's noodle soup, the steam mingling with tar mist that carried a faint, acrid undernote formaldehyde. No, more organic, like wet dog in decay, the kind that clings to nostrils long after the source is scrubbed. She ate by the Petzl's beam notebook, open to sketches of the GPR tracings. The tunnels converged on a central chamber beneath the eye. Dimensions 10 by 10 meters with a domed ceiling inferred from echo. Returns and impossibly a thermal signature at 37 degrees Celsius, human norm pulsing faint like a hibernating heart. The drone's multispectral pass had caught it too. Faint bioluminescence in the UV band. Spectral lines matching chlorophyll but shifted redward, as if the void below photosynthesized in darkness. Sleep evaded her that first night, the tense silnilin walls amplifying every creak, the tailless shifting, or footsteps. The inReach chirped at 1:47 a.m. Not a message, but a data burst. Coordinates for a secondary ingress. A crevice on the northern wall masked by moss. For direct void access. Echoes amplify post-midnight. Nora dismissed it as protocol. But the Petzl's sweep revealed prints in the gravel boot treads. Vibram lugs matching her own salamans, circling the tent thrice before fading toward the eye. Animals, she whispered to the recorder. But the playback yielded undertones. Low-frequency rumbles, 18 to 20 hertz. Infrasound that set her teeth buzzing. Tagged by the app as vocalizations non-human primate? No primates in the Adirondacks. The nearest were zoo specimens in Syracuse. Dawn broke leaden. The second day a grind of core sampling. The auger bit into tailless loam, yielding peat laced with anomalous particulates, microplastics predating their invention. Fibers of wool and linen carbon dated to the 1940s. And bone fragments. Phalanges, human, etched with tool marks suggesting ritual defleshing. The thermal imager spiked at the crevice. A hotspot 5 meters in, humanoid outline supine, heat map pulsing with respiration slow, 8 breaths per minute. Nora's pulse raced to 110. She keep Thorn, anomalous heat sig in ingress. Biologic? Reply, enter at 2200, shroud deepens. Crevice yawned 1.2 meters wide, a fissure floored with scree that crunched like eggshells under her microspikes. The air within plunging to 8 degrees Celsius with humidity at 95%, walls slick with condensate that glowed faint under the Petzl bioluminescent fungi or phosphines from CO2 buildup. The tunnel sloped 15 degrees down, shored with timber beams charred black, their grain etched with spirals that matched the GPR voids, the beam's end lost in curvature after 20 meters. Nora's GPR handheld pinged continuous, the lattice closing in, tunnels branching left and right like bronchi in a lung that breathed. At 50 meters, the heat sig resolved. A chamber, 4 by 6 meters, walls lined with slate slabs inscribed in English and Latin. Custodes umbri, silent wardens of the veil. The supine form a mannequin? No, flesh, pale as parchment, clad in OAS fatigues dated 1943, face obscured by a gas mask fused to skin, chest rising falling in rhythm with her own panicked huffs. Dr. Thorne, visual on echo cadaveric animated. The inReach vibrated, not cadaver, sentinel, sample tissue. Shroud requires tribute. Nora's hand trembled on the scalpel, the mask's eyepieces fogging from within, a whisper escaping the filter guttural, layered, nor the warden's wake. The veil thins for the mapper. She recoiled, scalpel clattering, the form lurching upright with a crack of vertebrae. Mask lenses flaring green, the chamber shuddering as vents hissed steam laced with spores that burned her eyes like nettle sting. Visions intruded. Not hers, but overlays 1943, OS teams dosing with fungal extracts in the shroud. The veil parting to peripheral realms. Sentinels not men but merges. Wardens bound to guard the fracture from the war's psychic fallout. Nora's bloodline, her grandmother a WHC cartographer who mapped the site, the key to the tribute. The sample not tissue but essence, a drop of blood to seal or sunder. Flight became frenzy, the tunnel contracting like a peristalsis, beams splintering under invisible pressure. The sentinels rasp pursuing, the war's echoes hunger, your charts call them. Tribute or tear. Nora burst from the crevice at 10:23 p.m. Lungs searing. The cirque transformed, the eye boiling. Steam geysers erupting in spirals that matched the inscriptions. Shadows sloughing from the walls like shed skin. Humanoid, but arboreal, limbs branching into root fingers that scraped the talus in chorus. MAPPER. The shroud remembers the axes. The os felled the guardians. Blood mends the mine. The drone, auto-launched in panic, captured it. Thermo maelstrom, dozens of SIGs converging, the GPR feed live-streaming the lattice awakening, tunnels flooding with bioluminescent sap that wept from fissures. Nora's inReach exploded and Ping's Thorn's voice distorted. The tribute binds. Your vein is the key. Seal it, or the fracture floods Albany. The Rugerway, she had no gun, but the visions supplied one, her grandmother's service. 45 materializing in hallucination, barking shadows that dissipated like mist but reformed. The chorus cataloging the toll. WACs lost in 43 loggers in 18 hikers and 92 all mappers, whose charts cracked the veil, the shroud a scar from the glaciers that birthed the Adirondacks, the Sentinels. Its immune response fungal hybrids that merged with the fallen to ward the thin place. Nora slashed her palm on a quartz shard, blood dripping into the tarn as the eye crested. The geysers recoiling with a wail that shattered her Petzl's lens. The lattice contracting on the GPR, shadows folding back into the walls with sighs that echoed her grandmother's lullaby. Sleep, little mapper, the shroud keeps you safe. The crevice sealed at dawn, seamless as virgin rock, the cords glitching to null, Thorn's final ping. Tribute accepted. Shroud sleeps. Report archived. Nora staggered to the outback by noon. Palm stitched with sap that hardened like amber. The scar a spiral that itches with infrasound hums. Albany medics charted her exposure, lungs laced with spores that fluoresced under UV, veins tracing tunnel maps that pulsed with phantom vents. Veil Watch dissolved that December, Thorn vanishing to a redacted address, but the drone's feed scrubbed but salvaged leaks on YouTube. Thermal wardens pacing the cirque in loops that lure millions, commenters spotting their own spirals in family heirlooms. She archived her dissertation that in bulk, retreating to a brownstone in Brooklyn. But the shroud seeps in the drip of faucets, the hum of subways, the steam from manholes that whispers, Mapper. Devotees of true scary wilderness horrors from America's veiled valleys devour dispatches like Nora's real sentinel sieges that root relentless. If the wardens are watching your waypoints, smash like and ward below. Ever mapped a mine that mined you? That's the Titan, a true scary story that sprawls the solstice. Shrouds in the Adirondacks. Real horror tales, chilling ghost encounters, creepy cirque nightmares, these viral scary stories are your vortex to unending unrest. Subscribe for the next colossus of ultimate true horror. Comment your wildwood and wardens. Like if you're ununveiled. What veils your voids? Veer it ... and venture veiled. The Whispering Pines reckoning from the United States. It was the kind of autumn that clung too long in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, where the leaves didn't fall so much as bleed out in slow crimson rivulets down the trunks of towering white pines, painting the forest floor in shades of rust and regret. October 2025 had been unseasonably warm until that third week, when a freak cold front rolled in from Lake Superior, like the exhalation of some submerged leviathan, dropping temperatures to a bone-numbing 28 degrees. Overnight and frosting the underbrush with a crystalline shroud that crunched underfoot like the brittle remnants of forgotten bones. Elias Eli. Harlan, a 34-year-old freelance cartographer from Marquette, with a salt and pepper beard that hid the perpetual furrow of his brow and calloused fingers stained from years of inking topographical surveys, had always found solace in the wilds of the Hiawatha National Forest. Born and raised in the shadow of pictured rocks, Eli's life had been a map of solitude. Divorced at 28 after a union that dissolved like mist over the dunes, childless by choice or chance, his days filled with the hum of GIS software and the solitude of backcountry jaunts where the only deadlines were dictated by dusk. But this assignment was different, not a routine boundary delineation for the Forest Service, but a private commission from an eccentric collector in Detroit named Harlan Voss, no relation. Though the shared surname sent an inexplicable shiver down Eli's spine when the email arrived. Voss, a reclusive antiquarian with a fortune built on salvaged shipwrecks from the Great Lakes, sought a definitive cartographic record of an uncharted enclave deep within the forest's heart. Eldridge Pines, a 1,200-acre swath omitted from federal surveys since the 1920s. Rumored to harbor remnants of a logging boomtown abandoned after a 1918 influenza outbreak that claimed 147 souls in a single brutal winter. The pines whisper their own histories, Voss wrote in his florid prose, attaching a fragmented 1892 plat map, marked with cryptic annotations in faded sepia ink. Spirals, crosses, and marginalia scrawled in what looked like Latin arborum sussurri, custodius silenti trees whispers, silent guardians. The pay was obscene $50,000 for 2 weeks' work, half up front via wire transfer that hit Eli's account with a ping that echoed like a gavel in his empty cabin. True scary forest ghost stories from the United States always carry that lumberjack legacy, the spectral swing of axes in the mist and the wails of widows echoing through the evergreens. But Eli's expedition into Eldridge Pines would metastasize into one of those epical true paranormal activity epics that engulfs YouTube's nocturnal niches, where channels dissecting viewer-submitted horrors rack up tens of millions of views, commenters dissecting every creak and shadow as if decoding their own dooms. Eli packed methodically on the 15th, his weathered Ford F-150 groaning under the weight of the loadout. A Garmin GPS unit synced to satellite overlays that blanked out beyond the forest's official perimeter. A Brunton compass etched with his initials from his days at Michigan Tech. A drone with thermal imaging for aerial recon. A stack of Mylar maps and protractors. A Leatherman multi-tool that had seen him through more scrapes than he cared to count. A Ruger SP-101 revolver chambered in. 357 Magnum holstered at his hip. A concession to Black Bear country. Though the weight felt like an anchor, a cooler stocked with freeze-dried meals and Lake Superior whitefish jerky. A solar charger for his satellite phone, signal unreliable in the deep woods. A headlamp with spare LEDs, a canvas tent rated for -20 degrees Fahrenheit, and a battered journal bound in leather his father had given him before the cancer took him in '09. Its pages, yellowed with sketches of half-remembered hikes and notes on thin places Eli had jotted during bleary-eyed undergrad seminars on geomancy. Voss's map led him 40 miles west from Marquette past the shuttered Senni Wildlife Refuge, where the roads devolved from asphalt veins to rutted logging spurs, choked with ferns and fallen boughs that clawed at the undercarriage like skeletal hands. The GPS fritzed at mile 32, coordinates spiraling into nonsense, forcing Eli to navigate by dead reckoning and the Platte's faded bearings. Due west to the Weeping Hemlock, then north by the Triple Scar. The pines thickened as he pushed deeper their needles, forming a canopy so dense it filtered sunlight to a bruised twilight. The air heavy with the resinous tang of sap and something earthier decay like wet wool left too long in a boot. By 4 p.m., the truck stuttered to a halt in a natural clearing ringed by colossal sentinels. Their trunks girthier than 3 men abreast, bark furrowed with age that suggested centuries rather than decades. This was it. Eldridge Pines. The map confirmed a depression in the terrain where the ground sloped gently to a central bog fringed by stunted birches, the air humming with the low buzz of unseen insects and the distant cry of a loon that sounded too human, too mournful. Eli killed the engine, the silence crashing in like a wave, broken only by the tick of cooling metal and the rustle of wind through needles that seemed to murmur soft, sibilant, like breath against a conch shell. He pitched camp with practiced efficiency, the tent stakes biting into loamy soil that yielded unnaturally easily, as if the earth welcomed the intrusion. The drone whirred aloft for an initial sweep, its feed streaming to his tablet. Thermal blooms sporadic, no large fauna signatures, but anomalies dotted the bog's edge, cool spots pulsing like bruises on the infrared, unaccounted for by the fading light. Probably sinkholes or old stumps, Eli muttered to the recorder, narrating for Voss's benefit, his voice steady but laced with the unease that prickled his nape. Dinner was rehydrated chili from a pouch, eaten by headlamp as the temperature plummeted, the pine's shadows elongating like fingers reaching for the fire pit he hadn't yet lit. Sleep came in fits, the journal open on his chest, pencil tucked behind his ear, dreams fragmented with images of axes biting wood and faces pressed to fogged glass, their mouths open in silent pleas. At 2:43 a.m., he jolted awake to the unmistakable snap of a branch. Not the random crack of settling timber, but deliberate close, circling the tent's perimeter. His hand flew to the Ruger, thumb flicking the safety, beam sweeping the nylon walls where shadows danced erratically, cast not by his light, but by something else, sources unseen, flitting between the trunks like fireflies with malevolent intent. "Who's there?" Eli called, voice rough from disuse, the words swallowed by the night. Silence, then the murmur again. Louder now, not wind but words garbled at first. Like a radio tuned to static, resolving into fragments. Har. The Pines remember. The debt unpaid. He fumbled for the recorder, hitting play on the drone's cached footage. The thermal anomalies had multiplied, forming a loose ring around the camp, cool cores flickering like heartbeats out of sync. Sleep abandoned him entirely. He sat vigil till dawn, revolver in lap, the journal filling with frantic sketches. Spirals on bark he'd missed in daylight. Crosses inverted like warnings, and marginalia that matched Voss's map, but in his own hand. Custodes silenti. They watch. Day 2 dawned gray and sodden, a drizzle that turned the bog to a mirror of mercury, reflecting the pines' crowns in warped mockery. Eli struck out with compass and mylar, triangulating the plat's key features. The weeping hemlock, a colossal conifer with bark scarred by 3 parallel gashes that wept a viscous sap smelling of copper and cloves. The silent glade, a clearing where the needles lay unnaturally even, as if combed by invisible hands. And the whispering circle, a ring of 12 stones, each the size of a millstone, aligned to solstice azimuths that his protractor confirmed with eerie precision. The drone malfunctioned mid-flight over the circle, plummeting into the underbrush with a whine of dying rotors. Its final feed glitching to audio spikes. Low-frequency hums that the software tagged as vocalizations, human origin. Retrieving it, Eli found the casing warm, the memory card corrupted, save for one clippa. 17-second burst of thermal chaos humanoid forms, 7 then 9, then 13. Converging on the stones, their outlines blurred, but postures deliberate, arms raised in supplication or summons. Voss didn't mention this, he grumbled into the sat phone. But the signal bars flatlined, the device beeping a low battery warning despite the solar trickle. Lunch was skipped in favor of work, the compass needle twitching erratically as he paced the glade. The ground soft underfoot, yielding footprints that filled with water too quickly, as if the bog hungered for impressions. By afternoon, the murmurs returned not in the wind, but from the trees themselves, needles rustling in patterns that mimicked speech. The fever took us ... The logs bound us ... Harlan blood pays the toll. Eli's surname, again coincidence, or the map's annotations bleeding into reality. He traced the birch's bark, finding carvings fresh as yesterday. Initials EH intertwined with axes, and dates 1918, 1923, 1957 years of vanishings. His own initials mocking him in the grain. Dusk brought the first true fracture. As Eli kindled the fire, pit charred remnants of 1897 still embedded in the stones. Ash black as tar, he heard it. Footsteps, heavy and unhurried, circling the blaze's nascent glow. Not animal. The cadence was bipedal, boots on needles, pausing at the tree line where shadows coalesced into silhouettes tall, hunched, clad in oilskins that billowed like capes in a gale that wasn't blowing. The revolver barked twice into the dark muzzle flash, illuminating faces. Gaunt, influenza-ravaged, eyes sunken as sockets, but gleaming with feverish light, mouths stretched in grins that revealed teeth-stained sepia from laudanum dreams. Join the circle. The veil thins for kin ... The pines guard the debt. Eli retreated to the tent, barricading the flap with his pack. The journal's pages turning of their own accord to a blank spread that filled with ink he hadn't applied. A ledger of names, 147, matching the outbreak's toll, each crossed with an X, the last line blank but spelling. Elias Harlan in a script that matched Voss's email font. The footsteps resumed, closer now, accompanied by the swing of phantom axes thwack-thwack against bark that bled real sap, dripping onto the tarp in rhythmic plips that echoed heartbeats. Visions intruded then, not hallucinations but impositions, the 1918 camp, tents sagging under snow, loggers hacking coughs into kerchiefs, mediums in city finery chanting around the circle. The veil parting not to spirits but to the influenza's progenitor, a miasma born of the pine's resentment. The tree's silent guardians exacting toll for the axes that felled their brethren in the boomtown's heyday. Elawin No, Voss's ancestor, a medium named Harlan sealing the fracture with her bloodline's oath. The debt deferred to descendants like Eli. The map a summons, the commission a trap. Night devolved into siege. The shadows pressed, oilskins parting to reveal limbs elongated like branches. Hands gnarled with splinters that scratched the tense nylon like nails on chalkboard. The sat phone rang unbidden, Voss's voice crackling through. "You've seen the carvings? Good, the pines chose you, the Harlan mark binds it. Mend the veil, or the fracture swallows marquette." Click. Eli's palm itched. The Triskel scar from his childhood accident. A fall into a logging scar. Doctors baffled, pulsing hot, blood welling unbidden to trace spirals on the journal that glowed faint. The rent above the circle widening outside, spilling moonlight laced with ectoplasm that pooled under the door flap. The chorus swelled, voices cataloging the toll. "The fever was our gift for the felling." The mediums bargained war's rage. "You chart the graves." Axes bit closer, the tent shuddering as a form Isolde Voss. Voss's great-grandmother, lace veiling a face eroded by consumption manifested at the zipper. Her whisper a rasp, "Blood for bark." Keepers light or loggers dark. Eli slashed the flap with the Leatherman, bolting into the fray, revolver emptying into the host bullets passing through like smoke. Shadows recoiling but reforming, the circle's stones humming with infrasound that vibrated his fillings loose. He reached the center journal open palm, slashed deeper blood dripping onto the central stone where the Triskel etched itself. The fracture contracting with a screech like tearing silk shadows funneling back into the pines with wails that echoed the loon's cry but multiplied 1,000-fold. The path reformed at false dawn, Eli collapsing at his truck. Palm cauterized by frost but the scar a permanent spiral, the journal sealed shut, pages blank save for one edition. The debt deferred. Voss claims the map. Weeks later, in Marquette's Iuziuzi, Doc's puzzled over his hypothermia core temp 34 degrees Celsius despite the hike out, veins tracing bark patterns that itched with phantom swings. Voss wired the balance, the map returned via courier with a note. The pines thanked the keeper. The fracture sleeps. Eldridge pines vanished from surveys that November coordinates glitching to restricted, but Eli's drone footage recovered corrupted leaks on YouTube forums, thermal ghosts, pacing the circle in loops that rack up millions of views, commenters spotting their own initials in the bark. He burned the journal that solstice, fleeing to a condo in Traverse City, but the whispers persist in the creak of floorboards, the rustle of curtains, the wind through vents that murmurs, "Harlan." Devotees of true scary ghost stories from America's haunted hardwoods, devour. Dispatches like Eli's, real spectral sieges that root deep. If the pines are calling your name, smash like and confess below. Ever charted a debt you couldn't pay? That's the Titan, a true scary story that sprawls into infinity, reckonings in Michigan's whispering wilds. Real horror tales, chilling ghost encounters, creepy forest nightmares, these viral scary stories are your vortex to unending unrest. Subscribe for the next colossus of ultimate true horror. Comment your woodland and whispers, like if you're unuprooted. What rustles in your ridges? Reckon it ... and root firm. The fractured veil of Eldridge Hollow from the United States, it started, as these things often do with the kind of invitation that seems innocuous in the harsh light of day but curdles into regret under the moon's unforgiving gaze. In the autumn of 2025, when the leaves in rural Vermont's Green Mountains turn from emerald to arterial crimson, 29-year-old historian Lydia Beaumont received an email that would unravel the fragile tapestry of her reality. Lydia, a meticulous archivist from Burlington with a penchant for colonial esoterica and a locket containing a faded daguerreotype of her great-great-aunt Ilawan, a woman whose disappearance in 1897 had become family legend, had spent years chasing whispers of the occult in New England's forgotten corners. Her thesis on 19th-century spiritualism hung in limbo, stalled by a lack of primary sources until that crisp October morning when her inbox pinged with a message from an anonymous sender. The veil in Eldridge Hollow calls for its keeper. Coordinates attached. Come alone, or the fractures spread. Attached was a scanned map, yellowed and brittle, marked with a spiral symbol that matched the one etched into Ilawan's locket. A Triskel variant Lydia had dismissed as mere Celtic flair. True scary historical ghost stories from the United States always simmer with that Puritan underbelly. The witch hunt hysteria bubbling up like groundwater poisoned by old sins. But Lydia's odyssey into Eldridge Hollow would explode into one of those labyrinthine true paranormal activity sagas that ensnares the internet's undercurrents, pulling in hordes of armchair occultists who replay the tale frame by frozen frame, convinced they've glimpsed the fracture in their own reflections. Eldridge Hollow wasn't on any modern map. It was a scar in the earth. A forgotten notch in the Champlain Valley, where the hills folded inward like the pages of a book slammed shut mid-sentence. Local lore, pieced together from dusty town ledgers and half-remembered fireside mutterings, painted it as a place of thin places, those liminal folds where the world and the other world brushed too close, birthing anomalies that defied the rational. In 1897, during the height of Vermont's spiritualist revival, a circle of mediums had convened there under the auspices of Madame Isolde Blackwood, a charismatic widow whose seances drew the elite from Boston and New York. They sought to pierce the veil, to summon the departed for guidance on the impending Spanish-American War. But something answered back, not ancestors, but echoes of something older, hungrier. The group vanished overnight, their camp razed as if by a tempest that left no trace, save for a single survivor, Elowen Beaumont, Lydia's kin, who staggered into Bennington 3 days later, babbling of fractures in the air that swallowed the light and spat back the shadows. Elowen was institutionalized, her ravings dismissed as hysteria, and died in 1902 without coherent record. But Lydia, ever the skeptic cloaked in curiosity, saw patterns in the margins. Newspaper clippings of unexplained vanishings in the hollow hikers in the 20s. Loggers in the 50s, a surveyor in 84 all. Trailing off into silence, their last words fragments of "The veil is tearing." The drive from Burlington took 3 hours. The Subaru's tires chewing asphalt that gave way to gravel veins snaking through forests where the birches stood sentinel, their bark peeling like flayed skin. Lydia arrived at dusk, the coordinates leading to a pull-off, choked with brambles that clawed at her prius like insistent fingers. She packed light. Notebook, flashlight, digital recorder, a Lowen's locket on a chain around her neck, and a thermos of black coffee laced with bourbon for the chill she couldn't shake. The map guided her down a deer path that narrowed to a ravine, the air thickening with the scent of damp moss and something sharper ozone like the prelude to lightning. Birds fell silent as she descended, the canopy interlocking overhead until twilight bled to premature night, her beam carving tunnels through the gloom. The hollow proper yawned open after a mile, a bowl-shaped depression ringed by monolithic stones, their surfaces etched with spirals that caught her light like eyes winking in conspiracy. At the center stood the remnants of the 1897 camp, a circle of charred stones for a fire pit. Overgrown with nettles that stung her ankles as she paced the perimeter, recorder humming ambient white noise. She sat up by the pit, unrolling her sleeping bag under a tarp strung between oaks that leaned inward like conspirators. The recorder captured the wind's sigh through the leaves, a rhythmic hush that mimicked breathing slow, deliberate, as if the hollow itself inhaled her presence. Lydia sketched the stones by headlamp, noting how the spirals aligned with ley lines she'd plotted on her laptop back home. Theoretical convergences of geomagnetic energy that spiritualists swore thinned the veil. Sleep came fitful, broken by dreams of Elowen, her great-great-aunt, lace-collared and wide-eyed, pressing palms to an invisible wall that rippled like water, mouthing the fractures. They remember the bargain. Lydia jolted awake at 2:17 a.m., heart hammering, the recorder's red light steady. But the playback yielding anomalies, faint scratches beneath the wind. Not branches but voices, layered and lilting in 19th century English. Lydia, the keeper returns. Mend the tear, or widen it. She replayed it thrice, attributing the distortion to battery drain. But her name hit like a gut punch. No one knew she was here. She told no one, not even her colleague Marcus, who'd scoffed at her ghost hunt over coffee the day before. Dawn crept in reluctant, painting the hollow in grays and golds that slanted through the mist like accusatory fingers. Lydia's phone fully charged at setup. Read 3% with no signal. The screen glitching with pixelated spirals that resolved into faces Elowen's, gaunt and pleading, superimposed over the lock screen. She pocketed it, chalking it up to cold-induced malfunction, and resumed sketching, her pencil tracing a stone that felt unnaturally warm under palm, the spiral pulsing faint like a vein. That's when the first fracture appeared. A hairline crack in the air above the fire pit, no wider than a seam in fabric, but visible shimmering, distorting the leaves behind it, like heat haze over asphalt. Lydia froze, recorder whirring, as a breeze not from the wind stirred the nettles. Carrying a whisper, the bargain was blood. Isolde paid in proxies ... You bear the mark. Her locket burned then, hot against her chest, and she yanked it free to find the triskel glowing faint ochre. The metal softened as if freshly cast. Panic clawed up her throat. She bolted for the path, but the hollow rebelled. The deer trail vanished, brambles knitting into walls that bled sap like open wounds. The stones groaning as if the earth shifted beneath. Hours blurred in the maze. Lydia's flashlight beam bounced off bark that seemed to watch, eyes forming in knots that followed her circuitous loops. The recorder clipped to her belt, captured it all, her ragged breaths, the snap of twigs, and beneath. The chorus, dozens of voices now, overlapping in a cacophony of the summoned. Mediums from 97, their tones laced with laudanum dreams. The hikers, voices frayed by exposure. The surveyor, his drawl clipped with finality. The veil was woven tight for the war's shadows. But the fractures feed on doubt. Mend with kin's light, or shatter with yours. Lydia's mind reeled. Family lore spoke of Eloan's madness, but a locked trunk in her attic held letters Isolde's correspondence, begging Eloan to complete the circle as the designated keeper. A bloodline roll passed through the Beaumont women, veiled in metaphor as archival duty. Lydia had burned them as fiction, but now the weight pressed. The spiral wasn't flare. It was a seal, and her presence had cracked it. By midday, dehydration gnawed, her thermos empty, the hollow's air turning clammy, laced with the tang of salt, and smoke candle wax and gunpowder, scents from the seance circle. She collapsed against a stone, the crack above the pit widening to a rent, through which shadows slithered, not cast by clouds, but autonomous, elongated forms that peeled from the fissure like smoke given form. They didn't lunge. They circled, patient as vultures, their outlines resolving into silhouettes. Isolde in her velvet cape, arms outstretched like a conductor. The mediums, faces obscured by lace veils that dripped inky. Eloan, clearest of all, her daguerreotype features animated, eyes hollow as the locket's void, beckoning with fingers that trailed ectoplasmic threads. You archive the dead, but we archive you. The war's echoes hunger. Seal the fracture keeper. Lydia's recorder spiked, capturing their dirge, a litany of the unsummoned. Soldiers' pleas from Manila Bay, widows' wails in Boston parlors, the hollow's prior victims woven into the weave, their essences frayed threads pulling at her own. She fled deeper the path, reforming mockingly ahead, only to loop back, the shadows pacing parallel, their whispers evolving. Personal now. Cataloging her sins, the thesis abandoned for tenure, fears the lover ghosted in grad school, the aunt's letters torched in a fit of rationality. Doubt widens the tear. Blood mends it. Eloan's light failed. Yours flickers. Visions assaulted them, not dreams, but overlays on reality. The 1897 circle, candles guttering as the veil parted, not to ancestors but to the war's unborn shades, millions of might-have-beens clawing for form, the medium's bargain a conduit gone awry, Eloan sealing it with her sanity, the fracture lingering like a scar. Lydia saw herself in the circle, locket open, blood hers, dripping onto the triskel, the shadows recoiling as the rent knit, but the cost, her essence siphoned, archived in the hollow's memory, a new thread in the veil. Night fell absolute, stars absent, as if the hollow swallowed the sky. The crack now a gash-spilling moonlight that wasn't pale, pulsing, illuminating the camp as it was. Tents ragged, seance table splintered. A Ouija board charred but legible, planchette frozen on keeper. The shadows coalesced, Isolde's form solidifying, her voice a rasp of velvet and venom. The war came anyway. The veil held the rage. You unweave it. Mend or merge. Lydia's locket shattered then, shards embedding in her palm. Blood welling in spirals that matched the stones. The pain a lightning rod, the fracture contracting. Shadows screeching as they funneled back. The chorus fading to Eloan's sigh. Forgive the archive? The light returns. The path cleared at dawn. Lydia stumbling to her car. Palm bandaged but the scar permanent. A triskel that itches with phantom whispers. Back in Burlington, experts pored over her footage. The recorder's audio layered with EVP electronic voice phenomena. Unmistakable. The glitches not artifacts but overlays of 1897 sketches. Medium's portraits morphing into her features. The hollow vanished from GPS that week. Coordinates rerouting to unmapped. But locals nod knowingly. Vermont's thin places claim another. A tale whispered in archive basements. shared in hushed Reddit threads as one of the youth's creepiest unsolved encounters. Lydia shuddered her thesis, fleeing to a city high-rise, but the fractures follow in the hum of fluorescence, the ripple of rain on windows, the static on calls that shapes into Keeper. Devotees of true paranormal historical horrors from America's veiled valleys send confessions like this, real ghost archives that bind the past to your pulse. If the veils veiling your vision smash like and unveil below, ever mended a fracture you didn't break? That's the epic, a true scary story that sprawls eternal, fractures in Vermont's hollows. Real horror tales, chilling ghost encounters, creepy historical nightmares. These viral scary stories are your portal to endless unease. Subscribe for the next Leviathan of ultimate true horror. Comment your homeland and haunts like if you're on Unraveled. What lingers in your ledgers? Share the shiver. And seal the light. The Echoes of Bay 3 Hospital Night Shift Horror. Upstate New York. United States. It was the kind of autumn night in upstate New York where the wind howls like a banshee through the skeletal trees. And the moon hangs low, casting long, jagged shadows over the sprawling campus of Elmwood General Hospital. The year was 2024, and I was fresh out of radiology school, 23 years old, wide-eyed and desperately in need of experience to pay off my mountain of student loans. My first travel assignment landed me here, in this creaky old brick behemoth built in the 1920s. When tuberculosis patients were wheeled into isolation wards that still smelled faintly of bleach and regret. Elmwood wasn't just any hospital. Whispers among the staff called it the breathing building, because on quiet nights, you'd swear the walls sighed with the ghosts of the forgotten. My shift started at 11 p.m., the graveyard hour when the day nurses clocked out with forced smiles and us night owls took over. The radiology department was tucked in the basement, a labyrinth of dim fluorescent lights, humming MRI machines, and endless corridors lined with lead-lined doors. Bay 3 was the worst of them, a narrow alcove at the far end, used for emergency x-rays on trauma patients. It was small, claustrophobic, with peeling green paint and a single overhead light that flickered like it was on its last breath. I'd heard the stories during orientation. Patients who flatlined in Bay 3 never stayed dead, or so the old-timers joked. But jokes have a way of hiding truths in hospitals like this. The clock hit midnight when my first call came in. A car accident victim from Route 17 broken ribs, possible internal bleeding. I wheeled the portable X-ray machine down the hall, the rubber tires squeaking on the linoleum like nails on a chalkboard. The ER nurse, a grizzled woman named Marta with tattooed knuckles and eyes that had seen too much, met me at the door. "He's stable, but hurry," she muttered, her voice echoing off the sterile white walls. The patient was a middle-aged man named Tom, unconscious under the harsh lights, his chest rising and falling in ragged bursts. I positioned the machine, snapped the images, and was out in under 5 minutes. Routine. Boring. Even. I returned to the tech station, a cramped booth with dual monitors and a coffee pot that hadn't worked since the Clinton administration, and uploaded the scans. Clear lungs, fractured clavicle. Nothing supernatural about it. But as the images processed, a low hum started not from the machine, but from the vent above my head. It grew into a whisper, like fabric rustling in the dark. I glanced up, expecting a loose grate, but the vent was sealed tight. Shaking it off as fatigue, I sipped my lukewarm Starbucks and waited for the next call. It didn't come for 2 hours. That's when the light above Bay 3 started flashing. Red, insistent, like a heartbeat gone haywire. No alarm, no page, just the light, pulsing in the monitor feed I kept open on my screen. I checked the log. No patients scheduled. The floor was empty. I'd heard the last footsteps fade an hour ago. Curiosity, or maybe stupidity, pulled me toward it. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, the air thickening with each step, carrying a metallic tang like old blood. Bay 3's door was ajar, the light spilling out in a sickly yellow glow. I pushed it open, and the cold hit me first a drop of 20 degrees, instant goose flesh on my arms. The room was empty, the X-ray table bare, but the air felt heavy, charged, like before a thunderstorm. "Hello?" My voice cracked, swallowed by the silence. Then from the corner shadow, a shape shifted. Not a person, but a silhouette tall, elongated like a man stretched on a rack. It turned slowly, and I caught a glimpse of eyes. Hollow, black pits that pulled at something deep in my gut. I backed out, slamming the door, heart hammering against my ribs. Back at the station, I radioed security. Bay 3 lights on. Check it. The guard, a bored ex-cop named Ray, chuckled over the line. Kid, that's the ghost light. Happens every shift. Ignore it. But I couldn't. The hum returned louder now, forming words I couldn't quite make out. Names, maybe? Sarah ... top cold ... tie froze because my mother's name was Sarah, and she died in this hospital 5 years ago. Pneumonia that came on like a thief in the night. Coincidence? In Elmwood, coincidences were just another word for hauntings. Dawn was still hours away when the real terror began. Another call. Elderly woman Jane Doe, brought in hypothermic from a nursing home mishap. She was wheeled into Bay 3 while I prepped. As I entered, she was mumbling, eyes glassy. He's here ... watcher ... Don't let him take me. I chalked it up to delirium, positioned her gently, and fired the X-ray. But on the screen, the image glitched, not her frail bones, but a shadow overlay. A hand reaching from the darkness, fingers like claws curling toward her chest. The machine whirred, spitting out the film, and that's when she screamed a guttural, otherworldly wail that echoed through the vents like a siren's call. Jane arched off the table, convulsing, foam flecking her lips. I hit the emergency button, but the alarms didn't sound. The door wouldn't open. It was like the frame had warped, sealing us in. The silhouette was back, clearer now. A man in outdated scrubs, face half melted from some long-ago fire, eyes fixed on Jane. Mine! It rasped, voice like grinding gravel. She clawed at the air, whispering, Bay 3 ... he died here. 1952 ... fire ... double quotes. History flooded my mind. I'd read about it in the hospital archives during a slow afternoon. The radiology wing fire, a tech named Elias Crow who'd burned alive trying to save patients. His body fused to the X-ray table. They said his spirit lingered, claiming the dying as his own. I grabbed the crash cart, defibrillators charging with a whine that drowned the whispers. But as I pressed the paddles to her chest, the shadow lunged. Cold slammed into me, knocking the breath from my lungs. Visions flashing. Flames licking walls, screams of the trapped. Elias's face contorted in agony as he begged for release. Jane's eyes locked on mine, not her eyes but his, pleading. Free me. The door burst open then, Marta and 2 orderlies piling in, syringes ready. They sedated her, pulled her out, but the shadow clung to the edges, dissolving like smoke as daylight crept through the high windows. Jane survived, discharged the next day with no memory of the episode, but I didn't sleep for a week. Every night after Bay 3 called to me, the light flashing, the hum turning to my name. I quit the assignment early, but Elmwood followed. Dreams of fire and claws, whispers in my apartment vents. Last month, scrolling through old hospital logs online, I found Elias's photo. The eyes matched. And in the corner, blurred but unmistakable, a young nurse smiling beside him, my great-aunt, who never spoke of her time there. The breathing building doesn't let go. It inhales your fears, exhales your nightmares. And in upstate New York, under that indifferent moon, Bay 3 waits for its next visitor. If you're a night shift worker, listen close. Some echoes aren't meant to be heard. The Watcher Next Door, Neighbor Horror Stories, Suburban Chicago. Illinois, United States, in the sprawling suburbs of Chicago, where endless rows of cookie-cutter houses stretch under sodium vapor streetlights like teeth in a grinning skull, normalcy is a fragile illusion. It was summer 2023, the kind of humid Midwestern heat that clings to your skin like a second unwanted layer, and I just moved into a modest 2-story colonial on Elm Street. Ironic, I know, with my wife Lena and our golden retriever, Max. The house was a steal, foreclosed after the previous owners vanished overnight, leaving behind faded curtains and a fridge full of expired condiments. The realtor called it a fresh start. The neighbors called it cursed. I didn't listen. Who does when you're 28, buried in mortgage payments and chasing the American dream? Our first week was blissfully mundane. Unpacking boxes, grilling burgers in the backyard, waving awkwardly at the family across the street. The Petersons, a retired couple with a minivan, and a penchant for lawn gnomes. But next door, at 147 Elm, lived Harold. He was in his late 60s, wiry build, with a shock of white hair and eyes like chipped flint sharp, unblinking. He'd lived there 40 years, the Petersons said, ever since his wife, Evelyn, left him in '89. No one elaborated, but the way Mrs. Peterson crossed herself when she said it made my stomach twist. Harold's house was a time capsule. Peeling blue paint, overgrown ivy choking the porch, and windows curtained in yellowed lace that fluttered like ghosts on windy nights. It started small. A knock at 10 p.m. on a Thursday, just as Lena and I settled into bed with Netflix. Max growled low, hackles up, but I opened the door anyway. Harold stood there, holding a plate of oatmeal cookies wrapped in plastic. His smile too wide, teeth yellowed from years of neglect. "Welcome to the neighborhood," he rasped, voice like dry leaves scraping pavement. "Evelyn always baked these. Said they sweeten the sour." I thanked him, took the plate, and closed the door quick. Something about his stare lingered, like he was cataloging my face for a scrapbook. Lena bit into one later. It was stale, tasting faintly of mothballs. We tossed them, but Max sniffed the trash that night, whining until dawn. By week 2, the watching began. I'd catch glimpses from my home office window. Harold in his rocking chair on the porch. Binoculars around his neck, not birdwatching, but fixed on our house. Mowing the lawn one Saturday, I waved. He didn't wave back, just tilted his head, scribbling in a battered notebook. "Old guy's harmless," Lena laughed, but her eyes darted to the fence line. That night, as thunder rumbled over Lake Michigan, I woke to scratching faint, rhythmic, like nails on wood. Max was at the bedroom door, ears flat, staring into the hall. Downstairs, the back door was unlocked. I bolted it, chalked it up to wind, but sleep evaded me. In the morning, footprints circled the foundation, bare feet, small, like a child's. Harold's? No, too delicate. Evelyn's ghost, maybe. The thought lodged in my throat like a bone. Lena noticed next. Bouquets appeared on our doorstep, wildflowers, wilted, tied with frayed ribbon. Notes attached in spidery script. For the new Evelyn. She likes daisies. Lena wasn't amused. She burned them in the sink, the smoke acrid and cloying. We confronted him politely over the fence. "Mr. Kessler, the flowers, it's sweet, but we're not..." He cut me off with a laugh, brittle as glass. "Not what? Not her? Oh, you'll see. The house chooses." His eyes gleamed, and behind him, through the grimy window, a shadow moved, slight, feminine, vanishing like mist. We installed cameras after that, Ring doorbells blinking red sentinels. The footage captured it all, unraveling our sanity frame by frame. 2 a.m. Harold slipping notes under the mat, whispering to the door as if it could answer. 4:17 a.m. Him standing at our bedroom window, nose pressed to the glass. Mouthing words we lip-read later. "Mine now." Max barked furiously, but the feed glitched, static swallowing the image. Lena stopped sleeping alone. We barricaded the bedroom door with the dresser. Whispers seeped through the walls at night, faint at first giggles. A woman's voice cooing "Harold, darling," then accusations. "Thief, you stole my home." I researched then, deep into the witching hour, digging through county records and Reddit threads on our Chicago ghosts. Evelyn hadn't left. She'd disappeared. Foul play suspected, but no body, no charges. Harold walked free, but the house had a reputation. Previous owners reported sightings. A woman in a floral dress, pacing the upstairs hall, eyes hollow with betrayal. October brought the storm, the real one, not the metaphorical. Winds howled at 60 miles per hour, power flickering like a dying pulse. We lost lights at midnight, candles guttering shadows across the walls. Max bolted downstairs, barking at the front door. I grabbed the flashlight, Lena clutching my arm, her nails digging crescents into my skin. The door rattled, not wind-pounding, insistent. "Open up! It's Evelyn! Let me in!" The voice was hers, high and pleading, but distorted, like played backward on a warped tape. We peered through the peephole. Harold, soaked to the bone, but no, his face shifted, features softening, hair lengthening into wet curls. The camera caught it too. A superimposition, Evelyn's translucent form overlaying his, her hands clawing at the wood. Panic surged. I dialed 911, but the line crackled with static, the operator's voice morphing into laughter. "She's always coming back, boy. Join us." Lena screamed as the back door splintered, not broke, but phased through like water rippling. Harold, no, they stepped inside, hand in hand. Evelyn's dress dripping ectoplasm onto the carpet. "You look just like her," Evelyn sighed, reaching for Lena. Harold nodded, notebook clutched like a Bible. "The house needs its lady. It took her once. It'll take you now." Visions assaulted us then. forced into our minds like a download from hell. Evelyn's last night, Harold's rage over her affair, the shove down the basement stairs, the concrete floor cracking her skull. He'd buried her under the foundation, bricked over the evidence, but her spirit clung, jealous, possessive, binding him in eternal penance. We fought Lena hurling the cast iron skillet, me swinging a baseball bat from the closet. It passed through Evelyn, but connected with Harold's jaw, sending him crumpling. Sirens wailed distant, neighbors' lights flicking on like fireflies roused from slumber. The entity shrieked, a sound that shattered the living room window, glass raining like diamonds. As cops burst in, cuffs clicking on Harold's wrists, Evelyn dissolved, her final whisper echoing, "I'll wait." Next door forever. He confessed everything in the squad car, the murder, the hauntings, the notes as offerings to appease her wrath. The house was raised months later, but we moved anyway. Now, in our new place across town, we still check the cameras obsessively. And sometimes in the quiet hours, I swear I hear scratching from the walls, the floor, the very foundation. Because in suburban Chicago, neighbors aren't just next door. They're etched into the bones of the earth. The watcher never truly leaves. Whispers from the Ivy League shadows, haunted schools and dorm rooms. Oxford, England, United Kingdom, Oxford, in the fall of 2024 was a postcard of Gothic splendor. Spires piercing slate-gray skies, cobblestone paths slick with rain, and the ancient air thick with the scent of damp stone and forgotten Latin. I was 21, an American exchange student at Magdalen College. One of the oldest bastions of learning dating back to 1458. The dorms were legendary creaky timber beams. Leaded windows overlooking deer parks where ghosts supposedly grazed under moonlight. My room in the East Quad was a garret called the Poet's Nook, once occupied by a Victorian bard who de-penned sonnets to his muse before hanging himself from the rafters in 1892. The college porters warned me with winks. "Mind the whispers, lad. They're not but wind ... mostly." Classes blurred into a haze of lectures on Shelley and Keats. Punts on the Cherwell, and pints at the Eagle and Child, where Tolkien once scribbled Middle-earth. But nights in the Nook were different. The first week, sleep came easy, lulled by the tolling of Great Tom, the 7-ton bell that struck 101 times at 9:05 p.m. to honor the original scholars. Then, on a fog-shrouded Friday, the scratching began. Faint at first, like a quill on parchment from the walls. I bolted upright, candle flickering on my desk cluttered with dog-eared tomes. The room was empty, shadows pooling in the corners like ink. "Bloody rats," I muttered, American accent drawing snickers from my British flatmates the next morning. But rats don't whisper names. Her name was Eliza. It came on the third night, woven into the wind's moan. "Eliza. Come back ... I sat up, heart thudding, the air turning frigid, breath fogging in the chill. The window rattled unlatched, though I'd secured it. Peering out, the quad below was a monochrome dream. Gas lamps hazy, deer frozen mid-graze. Then, a figure slender, in a high-necked gown. Auburn hair unbound glided across the grass, head bowed, trailing fingers along the ivy-cloaked walls. She paused beneath my window, looked up. Her face was porcelain pale, eyes vast and violet, lips parted in silent plea. I blinked. She vanished, ivy rustling as if stroked by invisible hands. Research became obsession. In the Bodleian Library's forbidden stacks, under the glow of green-shaded lamps, I unearthed yellowed clippings. Elisa Hawthorne, poet's betrothed, jilted for a rival's daughter. Heartbroken, she'd wandered the college grounds in despair, vanishing into the Isis River, or so the official tale went. But footnotes whispered darker, citing since, a weeping shade seeking her lost love, luring the unwary to watery graves. My flatmate, Theo, a lanky history major from Devon, scoffed over tea. Romantic bollocks. It's the architecture drafts play tricks. But that night, as thunder cracked over the dreaming spires, the whispers multiplied. Join me. In the deep ... double quotes. The floorboards creaked. Footsteps ascending the spiral stairs outside my door heavy, deliberate, then light, skipping. I barricaded with my trunk, but the door handle turned slowly, brass gleaming in the lightning flash. It swung open to emptiness, but the cold poured in, carrying the scent of river weeds and decay. Elisa stood at the foot of my bed, translucent, gown sodden and clinging, water pooling at her feet. "He promised eternity," she murmured, voice a brook's babble over stones. But he left me cold. Her hand extended, nails blue-tinged, beckoning. I scrambled back, knocking over the inkwell. Black rivulets staining the rug like spilled blood. Visions hit, then forced, vivid. Eliza's final evening, the poet's cruel dismissal in this very room, her dash to the river under a harvest moon, the plunge into icy depths, bubbles rising like final sighs. Terror rooted me as she advanced, the room warping walls bowing inward, ceiling beams groaning like the poet's noose. "Sing for me," she commanded, and my voice betrayed me, reciting fragments of his sonnets unbidden. "In shadows deep where lovers weep... Theo pounded on the door, roused by my cries, but it wouldn't budge, sealed by her will. Outside, shouts echoed, porters with lanterns, students in nightshirts. The clamor broke the spell. Eliza recoiled, dissolving into mist that seeped through the floorboards. "I'll return... When the bell tolls for you." Dawn brought skeptics and statements. The dean dismissed it as freshman fever, but scratches marred the doornail marks, delicate and deep. Theo found a locket in the ivy below. Eliza's, engraved with the poet's initials, chain snapped as if torn in struggle. We reported it. Authorities shrugged, but the college archivist paled. Not the first. That term, 3 more students fled, whispers of drownings in their dreams, figures at windows. I transferred home by Christmas, but Oxford clings. In quiet moments, I hear the Cherwells call, feel the chill draft, catch auburn hair in peripheral vision. The poet's nook isn't haunted. It's hungry. And in the ancient halls of Oxford, England, some muses demand more than verse. They demand your soul. The echoes of Blackthorn Barrow, from the United Kingdom in the mist-veiled marrow of the Yorkshire moors, where the heather-cloaked hills hunch like ancient sentinels nursing grudges older than the Romans who first scarred, their flanks with marching cohorts, and the wind wails through gritstone outcrops like the lament of 1,000 unburied souls. 28-year-old archaeoanthropologist Dr. Ilera Voss set forth on an expedition that would etch her name into the annals of the anomalous, or erase it altogether in the sodden shroud of November 2025. Ilara, a sharp-featured scholar from Leeds University with a doctorate in bronze, aged burial rites and a cascade of raven hair perpetually pinned back with bone combs carved from whippy jet. A talisman against the more madness her grandmother swore by, had long been the black sheep of her family's academic dynasty. Her father, a tenured professor of medieval history at Oxford, dismissed her fascination with fringe folklore as pseudo-scholarship for parlor tricks, while her mother, a curator at the British Museum, preferred the polished patina of Provenance pottery to the peat-blackened bones Ilara exhumed from forgotten fells. Divorced at 26 after a whirlwind union with a fellow digger who traded trowels for tenure-track temptations in Edinburgh, Ilara found her solace in the solitude of the spade. Days spent sifting scree for sherds that whispered of rituals long lost. Nights poring over ordnance survey maps in her cramped flat overlooking the Ira Valley, where the river's rush seemed to ridicule her stalled sabbatical on liminal landscapes and leyline legacies. But this venture was a viper's nest from the outset. Commissioned not by the Heritage Lottery Fund or a university grant, but by a reclusive patroness known only as Lady Isolde Blackwood, the last scion of a 19th-century industrialist clan whose fortunes were forged in the blood iron of Sheffield Mills and rumored to be squandered on occult oddities after the family's fall from grace in the 1926 general strike. The brief arrived via courier on the 10th. A vellum envelope sealed with black wax impressed with a triskel that matched the jet combs motif. Excavate Blackthorn Barrow, Rombald's Moor. Sector unmarked since 1897. Anomalies. Geomagnetic spikes. Auditory persistences. Report solely to Blackwood Hall. Compensation: £60,000 upon artifact validation. Solitude stipulated no teen, no telemetry. Enclosed were hand-drawn plats from 1897. Inked in sepia that bled at the edges like wounds. Annotated with marginalia in a cipher Ilara, decoded as Old English runes. Yerdwella, whispering threshold guardians of the gate. The barrow, a Neolithic tumulus omitted from modern LiDAR scans, lay in a fold of the moor 8 miles west of Ilkley. A thin place, per local lore, where the veil between the quick and the quiet frayed like heather in a gale sight of a 1897 awakening. Where a spiritualist circle led by Isolde's great-aunt Madame Elowin, Blackwood summoned echoes from the barrow's depths, vanishing all but one. A medium named Harlan Voss, Ilara's great-great-uncle. The family secret her father had buried deeper than the barrow itself, who emerged raving of whispers that walk and died in a fit 3 moons later. His journal consigned to the family pyre. True scary more ghost stories from the United Kingdom invariably invoke that Saxon sorrow, the boggarts bang the willow, the wisp's wicked wander, but Ilara's exhumation of Blackthorn Barrow would burgeon into one of those boundless true paranormal activity behemoths that besieges YouTube's abyssal archives, where channels chronicling viewer-vetted voids and veiled visitations amass hundreds of millions of views, audiences annotating anomalies as if authoring their own apocalypses. The ingress to the moor commenced at twilight on the 15th. Ilara's Land Rover Defender 110 rumbling over the B6401 from Skipton. The last mast for mobile signal winking out like a doused dia at the trailhead near White Wells, where the Victorian spa's sulphurous springs still bubbled baleful under mossy coping stones. The Vale Watch Chord's Blackwood's encrypted epistle had included a bespoke app, Threshold Tracker, that plotted geomagnetic flux in real time led 4.5 miles southwest, through a labyrinth of peat hags and gritstone edges. The understory a snarl of bilberry and bracken that lashed her barber leggings like vengeful vines. The GNSS locked at 53.912 N 1.852. The barrow materializing as a dome of turf-tufted limestone 20 meters diameter, its capstone displaced since the 1897. Awakening, exposing a forecourt flagged with millstone grit slabs etched with cup-and-ring marks that spiraled under her maglite like eyes unblinking in the gloaming. The air pressure plummeted 3 HP as she breached the forecourt, a barometric bruise that set her temples throbbing. The floor thermocam already registering cold spots along the capstone's rim. Voids exhaling frost at -5 degrees Celsius, in ambient 4 degrees Celsius, unseasonal and unnerving. Ilara pitched her Terra Nova Southern Cross tent on a heather hummock 30 meters. Downslope its guy lines taut against gusts that gusted. 25 knots from the east, the site's prior perturbations, palpable scored earth from trowel, turns long overgrown rusted probes protruding from peat like the ribs of a beached leviathan. The drone ascended at 1845, its LiDAR lasering a point cloud of the dome. Anomalies abounding subsurface chambers at 3 to 5 meters depth. Spiral galleries radiating from a central cyst, like the uncoiling of a barrow womb, and thermal sinks plunging from the forecourt in columnar precision, suggesting engineered entombment rather than natural karst. Probable Beaker folk interment circa 2500 BCE, she narrated into the right in the rain, voice steady but threaded with the trepidation that tingled her fingertips. Prickles in the chill, or prelude. The GPR unit corroborated at dusk. The 400 MHz antenna sweeps unveiling a warren of passages beneath the turf. Not haphazard but hewn. Corridors 1.5 by 2 meters, branching at solstice alignments. Depths delving to 8 meters with no infill signatures, as if the stone cherished its carving and chafed at the probe. Ilara tapped a prelim dispatch via the tracker app. Barrow intact. Voids extensive. Acoustics anomalous. Recommend Geofee's follow-up. The upload lagged 15 minutes longer than the Moore norm of 2 Blackwood East's response curt. Proceed to probe the cyst. Solitude. Voids harbor voices. No external echoes till egress. Nightfall enfolded the barrow by 1915. The moon a sickle sliver behind cumulonimbus veils. Shadows sluicing the forecourt like oil spilled from an upturned urn. Ilara ignited the primus for a brew of Tetley's Strong. The steam commingling with barrow mist that bore a subtle, sepulchral undernote formaldehyde? Nay, more primal, like wet wool and wormwood. The sort that lodges in lungs long after the source is scoured. She supped by the Petzl's glare notebook, unfurled to tracings of the GPR contours. The passages converged on a central cyst beneath the dome. Dimensions: 4 by 4 meters, with a corbelled vault inferred from reverberations, and impossibly a acoustic signature at 40 decibels whisper level oscillating faint, like a hibernating hymn. The drone's hyperspectral scan had snared it too. Faint phosphorescence in the IR band. Emission lines matching lignin, but redshifted, as if the void below respired in repose. Slumber shunned her that inaugural eve, the tense ripstop walls magnifying every moan, the gritstone groaning, or footfalls. The tracker chimed at 032, not a missive but a metric surge. Bearings for a tertiary threshold, a cleft in the southern flank veiled by bracken, for direct cyst ingress. Voices vivify post-vespers. Ilara ascribed it to algorithm. But the Petzl's probe unveiled impressions in the heatherboot solace. Redwing treads akin to her own Scarpa vibrams, encircling the tent thrice ere evaporating toward the forecourt. Critters, she murmured to the recorder. But the reprise reaped undercurrents. Low-pitch rumbles, 16 to 18 hertz, infrasound that set her molars humming, labeled by the firmware as vocalizations humanoid origin, no humans in the wilds. The nearest were pub patrons in Ilkley. Aurora broke ashen the second dawn, a drudge of probe work. The trowel delved into forecourt loam, unearthing peat interlaced with aberrant inclusions, microfibers predating synthetics. Shreds of wool and linen radiocarbon to the 1890s, and osseous fragments. Metacarpals human incised with lithic licks implying ceremonial carving. The thermalcam crested at the cleft, a sink 4 meters in, humanoid contour recumbent. Heat profile throbbing with respiration leisurely 6 inhalations per minute. Ilara's ticker surged to 105. She tapped Blackwood. Anomalous acoustic sig and threshold. Vital. Rejoinder. Echo. Penetrate at 2,100. Shroud swells. The cleft gaped 1 meter broad, a fissure floored with scree that grated like gravel under her crampons. The ambience within plummeting to 5 degrees Celsius with moisture at 98%, flanks glossy. With dew that luminesced wan under the Petzl mycelial mats or myoclonic from O2 depletion. The passage pitched 12 degrees down, buttressed with box-charred ebony. Their fiber fretted with spirals that echoed the GPR Warren, the raised terminus lost in Neander after 18 meters. Ilara's GPR portable pinge persistent, the Warren walling in, passages forking port and starboard like bronchi in a bellows that bellowed. At 45 meters the acoustic sig sharpened. Assist. 3 by 5 meters, flanks lined with slate tablets inscribed in English and runes. Wardens of the Whisper, silent thresholds, the recumbent form a simulacrum? Nay, tissue sallow as vellum, attired in Victorian velvet dated 1897. Visage masked by a lace veil fused to flesh, thorax ascending, descending in cadence with her own harried huffs. Lady Blackwood, optic on echo cadaverous, animated. The tracker quivered, not cadaver, sentinel, sample integument. Shroud demands donation. Ilara's mitt quaked on the scalpel, the veil's hem fluttering from within. A susurrus escaping the lace throaty, stratified, Ella ... Ra, the wardens waken. The threshold thins for the troweler. She flinched, scalpel skittering, the form rearing rigid with a snap of sinew. Veil visors flaring azure, the cyst convulsing as vents vented vapor laced with spores that scorched her sclera like sorrel sting. Phantoms flooded, not hers, but imposition's 1897, the circle chanting in the forecourt, the threshold tearing to peripheral planes. Sentinels not mortals but melds, wardens welded to watch the rift from the right psychic reflux. Ilara's lineage her great-aunt, a medium who mapped the Moor the linchpin to the donation. The sample not skin but sap, a droplet of blood to suture or sunder. Escape escalated to ecstasy of terror, the passage pulsing like peristalsis. Box buckling under occult oppression, the sentinel's susurrus stalking. The rites residues ravenous. Your rites recall them. Donation or divide. Ilara erupted from the cleft at 2214, lungs lacerated. The cirque transfigured, the forecourt frothing. Vapor spouts spiraling that sensed the inscriptions, shades sloughing from the flanks like sloughed slough. Humanoid but herbaceous. Limbs leafing into frond fingers that fretted the flagstones in fugue. Troweler. The barrow recalls the blades. The circle called the custodians. Blood binds the barrow. The drone, auto aloft in alarm, archived it. Thermal tempest, scores of SIGs swarming. The GPR feed broadcasting the Warren writhing. Passages pulsing with phosphorescent pitch that percolated from fissures. Ilara's tracker detonated in Ding's Blackwood's timbre, twisted. The donation dovetails ... Your drop is the dowel. Dovetail it, or the rift ravages Ripon. The trowel weight she bore no blade, but the phantasms furnished one. Her great-aunt's silver scalpel materializing in mirage, slashing shades that scattered like soot but regrouped. The fugue filing the toll. Mediums lost in 97 peat cutters in the 18 ramblers in 92 all trowelers, whose tracings tore the threshold, the barrow a blemish from the barrow builders that begat the Moors, the sentinels. Its immune ire mycelial melts that married with the martyr to ward the whisper place. Alara gashed her palm on a gritstone shard, blood beating into the forecourt, as the flags flared, the spouts subsiding with a wail that wrecked her Petzl's prism. The warren waning on the GPR, shades folding back into the flanks with sighs that echoed her great-aunt's hymn. Rest, little troweler, the barrow blankets you. The cleft closed at cockcrow, seamless as sod, the chords crumbling to cipher. Blackwood's ultimate upload. Donation digested. Barrow breathes. Bulletin buried. Alara lurched to the Land Rover by Meridian. Palm plastered with pitch that petrified like jet. The cicatrix a spiral that stings with subsonic sighs. Leeds leeches limbed her laceration lungs, laced with spores that scintillated under UV. Veins veining vault maps that throbbed with phantom vents. Blackwood Hall barricaded that Beltane, Isolde interred in the family vault. But the drone's dossier sanitized but salvaged seeps on YouTube. Thermal thresholds thronging the forecourt in loops that lure legions. Commenters carving their own spirals in family folios. She shelved her sabbatical that Samhain, withdrawing to a weald in the dales. But the barrow bleeds in the drip of drizzles, the hum of hives, the vapor from vats that voices troweler. Devotees of true scary more horrors from Britain's veiled vales devour dispatches like Alara's, real sentinel sieges that root relentless. If the wardens are watching your waypoints, smash like and ward below. Ever troweled a tear that troweled you? That's the Titan, a true scary story that sprawls the solstice, shrouds in the Yorkshire moors, real horror tales, chilling ghost encounters, creepy cirque nightmares. These viral scary stories are your vortex to unending unrest. Subscribe for the next colossus of ultimate true horror. Comment your wildwood and wardens like if you're ununveiled. What veils your voids? Veer it, and venture veiled. The Fractured Lantern's Call, from Japan in the labyrinthine shadows of Kyoto's Arashiyama Bamboo Grove, where the towering calms sway like ancient sentinels whispering forgotten Shinto odes to the wind. And the path crunches underfoot with the brittle remnants of fallen stalks that echo like brittle bones in a crypt. 31-year-old audio archivist Hiroshi Tanaka arrived under the veil of a premature dusk in the biting chill of November 2025. Hiroshi, a meticulous curator from the Kyoto National Museum Sound Preservation Lab, with a doctorate in ethnomusicology, and a silver Inro pendant etched with his late father's haiku. Shadows sing where light fears to tread, had dedicated his career to digitizing the ephemeral. Recordings of no chance that warped tape like ghosts in fog. Field captures of temple bells that tolled with unintended resonances. His life was a ledger of frequencies. Days spent in sterile vaults, calibrating spectra on his Roland R88 recorder. Nights in a cramped Gion Ryokan where the paper screens filtered neon into spectral glows, haunted by the divorce papers from his ex-wife, Aiko, who fled the endless echoes of his obsession 2 years prior. Childless by mutual fracture, Hiroshi found fleeting peace in the grove's hush. But this commission was a siren's song from an anonymous patron via encrypted email. Archive the lantern's call in Arashiyama's heart. Anomalies. Infrasonic pulses. Auditory loops. Report to no one. Compensation. 10 million yuan upon validation. Solitude absolute. Attached was a fragmented 1892 ukiyo-e print. Inked in sumi that bled at the edges like ink from a severed vein. Depicting a Chochin lantern swaying in bamboo. Its glow-birthing silhouettes that peeled from the light like shed skins. Marginalia in archaic kana. Akari no Ko, silent flames of the veil. The Grove, a sacred swath omitted from tourist lidar since the 1923 Great Kanto quake, when a spiritualist circle, led by Madame Yumi Blackwood, a British expatriate medium, summoned echoes from the bamboo's depths, vanishing all but one. A chanter named Kenji Tanaka, Hiroshi's great-great-uncle, the family taboo his father incinerated in a fit of rationality, who staggered into Gion raving of flames that whisper back, was no mere bamboo thicket. It was a thin place per yokai lore, where the veil between Ikaru and Mukashi frayed like washi in a gale. Sight of vanishings from Heian courtiers to post-war hikers, their last words fragments of The Lantern Calls. True scary bamboo ghost stories from Japan pulse with that kami undercurrent, the Yurei's unquenched thirst, the onryu. Silken snare, but Hiroshi's archiving of the Lantern Call would burgeon into one of those boundless true paranormal activity behemoths that besieges YouTube's abyssal archives, where channels chronicling viewer-vetted voids and veiled visitations. amass hundreds of millions of views, audiences annotating anomalies as if authoring their own apocalypses. The ingress to the grove commenced at moonrise on the 20th. Hiroshi's Toyota Prius hybrid humming over the Togetsukyo Bridge from central Kyoto. The last pagoda for public Wi-Fi winking out like a snuffed andon at the trailhead near Tenriji's Moon Gate, where the temple's koi ponds still rippled baleful under lantern glow. The patron's chords embedded in a bespoke app, Vialeco Tracker, that plotted infrasonic flux in real-time led 1.2 kilometers northwest through a buffer of maple and ginkgo that thinned to bamboo cathedrals. The understory a snarl of sasa grass and fern that lashed his Patagonia pant legs like vengeful vines. The GNSS locked at 35.017 N, 135.672 E, the heart materializing as a cirque of combs rising 25 meters tall, their bases fused in rhizomatic webs that pulsed faint under his Fenix 7X Pro watch's altimeter, the basin floor a mosaic of leaf litter and dew-kissed paths encircling a central clearing, the lanterns. Eye per the print, its perimeter flagged with moss-veiled stones, etched with cup and ring marks that spiraled under his alight beam, like eyes unblinking in the gloam. The air pressure dipped 4 HPa as he breached the clearing, a barometric bruise that set his eardrums. Thrumming the R88 thermal add-on, already registering cold spots along the stones. Rims. Voids exhaling frost at -3 degrees Celsius, in ambient 6 degrees Celsius, unseasonal and unnerving. Hiroshi pitched his MSR Elixir 2 tent on a bamboo hummock, 20 meters from the eye, its guy lines taut against gusts that gusted 18 knots from the northwest. The site's prior perturbations palpable scored earth from trowel, turns long overgrown rusted probes, protruding from loam like the ribs of a beached leviathan. The drone ascended at 1922, its LiDAR lasering a point cloud of the cirque. Anomalies abounding, subsurface chambers at 2 to 4 meters depth. Spiral galleries radiating from a central node like the uncoiling of a bamboo womb, and thermal sinks plunging from the eye in columnar precision, suggesting engineered entombment rather than natural rhizome. Probable Heian interments, circa 794 CE, he narrated into the right in the rain, voice steady but threaded with the trepidation that tingled his fingertips, prickles in the chill, or prelude. The GPR unit corroborated at Vespers the 400 MHz. Antennas sweeps unveiling a warren of passages beneath the litter, not haphazard but hewn. Corridors. 1 by 1.5 meters branching at equinox alignments depths. Delving to 6 meters with no infill signatures, as if the rhizome revered its rooting and rankled at the probe. Hiroshi tapped a prelim dispatch via the tracker app. Call site active. Voids extensive. Acoustics anomalous. Recommend Geofee's follow-up. The upload lagged 12 minutes longer than the Grove norm of 1 Blackwood, as response curt. Proceed to capture the node. Solitude. Voids harbor harmonics. No external echoes till egress. Nightfall enfolded the heart by 1845. The moon a sickle sliver behind nimbus veils. Shadows sluicing the clearing like ink spilled from an upturned Suzuri. Hiroshi ignited the jet boil for a brew of sencha green, the steam commingling with bamboo mist that bore a subtle, sepulchral undernote formaldehyde. Nay, more primal, like wet silk and smoldering incense, the sort that lodges in lungs long after the source is scoured. He supped by the Alight's glare notebook unfurled to tracings of the GPR contours. The passages converged on a central node beneath the eye dimensions. 3 by 3 meters with a corbelled vault inferred from reverberations and impossibly an acoustic signature at 35 decibels murmur level. Oscillating faint like a hibernating hymn. The drone's hyperspectral scan had snared it too. Faint phosphorescence in the IR band. Emission lines matching lignin but red-shifted, as if the void below respired in repose. Slumber shunned him that inaugural eve, the tense, silnilin walls magnifying every moan, the combs creaking or footfalls. The tracker chimed at 23:58. Not a missive but a metric surge. Bearings for a tertiary threshold, a cleft in the eastern flank veiled by Sasa, for direct node ingress. Harmonics heightened post-midnight. Hiroshi ascribed it to algorithm, but the Alight's probe unveiled impressions in the Liturgetta Solis. Wooden clogs akin to his own Zorithongs, encircling the tent, thrice air evaporating toward the eye. Critters, he murmured to the recorder, but the reprise reaped undercurrents. Low-pitch rumbles, 14 to 16 hertz, infrasound that set his molars humming, labeled by the firmware as vocalization's humanoid origin. No humans in the wilds. The nearest were salarymen in Arashiyama's tea houses. Aurora broke ash in the second dawn, a drudge of probe work. The trowel delved into clearing loam, unearthing peat, interlaced with aberrant inclusions, microfibers, predating synthetics, shreds of silk and hemp. Radiocarbon to the 1890s and osseous fragments. Phalanges human incised with lithic licks implying ceremonial carving. The thermalcam crested at the cleft, a sink 3 meters in, humanoid contour recumbent. Heat profile throbbing with respiration leisurely, 5 inhalations per minute. Hiroshi's ticker surged to 102. He tapped Blackwood. Anomalous acoustic sig and threshold. Vital? Rejoinder. Echo. Penetrated 21 o'clock shroud swells. The cleft gaped 0.8 meters broad, a fissure floored. With scree that grated like gravel under his microspikes, the ambience within plummeting to 2 degrees Celsius, with moisture at 97% flanks, glossy with dew that luminesced wan under the elite mycelial mats, or myoclonic from O2 depletion. The passage pitched 10 degrees down, buttressed with bamboo balks charred ebony, their fiber fretted with spirals that echoed the GPR warren, the raised terminus lost in meander after 15 meters. Hiroshi's GPR portable pinged persistent. The warren walling in, passages forking port and starboard like bronchi in a bellows that bellowed. At 40 meters, the acoustic sig sharpened. A node. 2.5 by 4 meters. Flanks lined with slate tablets inscribed in Kana and Latin. Wardens of the whisper. Silent thresholds. The recumbent form a simulacrum? Nay, tissue sallow as vellum. Attired in Meiji velvet dated 1897. Visage masked by a paper lantern fused to flesh. Thorax ascending, descending in cadence with his own harried huffs. Lady Blackwood, optic on echo cadaverous, animated. The tracker quivered. Knock cadaver. Sentinel. Sample integument. Shroud demands donation. Hiroshi's mitt quaked on the scalpel. The lantern's hem fluttering from within. A susurrus escaping the paper throaty. Stratified. Hi. Ro. She. The wardens, waken. The threshold thins for the archivist. He flinched, scalpel skittering, the form rearing rigid with a snap of sinew. Lantern visors flaring crimson. The node convulsing as vents vented vapor laced with spores that scorched his sclera like sorrel stin. Phantoms flooded. Not his, but imposition's 1897. The circle chanting in the clearing. The threshold tearing to peripheral planes. Sentinels not mortals, but melds. Wardens welded to watch the rift from the right psychic reflux. Hiroshi's lineage, his great-uncle a chanter who mapped the grove, the linchpin to the donation. The sample not skin but sap, a droplet of blood to suture or sunder. Escape escalated to ecstasy of terror. The passage pulsing like peristalsis, box buckling under occult oppression, the sentinel's susurrus stalking. The rites residues ravenous. Your rites recall them. Donation or divide. Hiroshi erupted from the cleft at 2147. Lungs lacerated. The cirque transfigured, the eye frothing. Vapor spouts spiraling that sensed the inscriptions. Shades sloughing from the flanks like sloughed slough. Humanoid but herbaceous, limbs leafing into frond fingers that fretted the flagstones in fugue. Archivist! The grove recalls the blades. The circle called the custodians. Blood binds the bamboo. The drone, auto aloft in alarm, archived it. Thermal tempest, scores of SIGs swarming. The GPR feed broadcasting the warren writhing. Passages pulsing with phosphorescent pitch that percolated from fissures. Hiroshi's tracker detonated in Ding's Blackwood's timbre, twisted. The donation dovetails ... Your drop is the dowel. Dovetail it, or the rift ravages Gion. The trowel weight he bore no blade, but the phantasms furnished one, his great-uncle's silver scalpel, materializing in mirage slashing shades that scattered like soot but regrouped. The fugue filing the toll. Chanters lost in 97 bamboo cutters and 18 wanderers in 92 all. Archivists, whose tracings tore the threshold, the grove, a blemish from the Heian builders that begat the bamboo. The sentinels its immune ire, mycelial melds that married with the martyr to ward the whisper place. Hiroshi gashed his palm on a gritstone shard, blood beating into the eye as the flags flared the spouts, subsiding with a wail that wrecked his Elite's prism. The warren waning on the GPR shades, folding back into the flanks with sighs that echoed his great-uncle's hymn. Rest, little archivist, the grove guards you. The cleft closed at cockcrow, seamless as sod, the chords crumbling to cipher. Blackwood's ultimate upload. Donation digested, grove grows. Bulletin buried. Hiroshi lurched to the Prius by Meridian. Palm plastered with pitch that petrified like lacquer. The cicatrix a spiral that stings with subsonic sighs. Kyoto curators limned his laceration lungs laced with spores that scintillated under UV, veins veining vault maps that throbbed with phantom vents. Blackwood Hall barricaded that open, Isolde interred in the family shrine. But the drone's dossier sanitized but salvaged seeps on YouTube. Thermal thresholds thronging the clearing in loops that lure legions. Commenters carving their own spirals in family folios. He shelved his sabbatical, that Setsubun, withdrawing to a weald in the Kitayama. But the grove bleeds in the drip of drizzles, the hum of hives, the vapor from vats that voices archivist. Devotees of true scary bamboo horrors from Japan's veiled vales devour dispatches like Hiroshi's, real sentinel sieges that root relentless. If the wardens are watching your waypoints, smash like and ward below. Ever archived an echo that archived you? Steady the stalks. Our next true scary story storms across windswept moors where the gales carry grudges sharper than flint. The moorland's marked reckoning from the United Kingdom across the heather-swept expanses of the North York moors, where peat bogs swallow secrets whole and the northern wind keens like a banshee. Dirge over ancient cairns pocked with Bronze Age barrows that exhale the rot of millennia. 35-year-old folklore cartographer Fiona MacLeod pitched her research outpost amid the Esk Valley Zes-fractured fells in the relentless gales of October 2025. Fiona, an Edinburgh postdoc with a thesis on leyline legacies and a locket etched with her clan Triskel crest passed from her great-grandmother. A wartime cartographer who mapped thin places for the sow before vanishing in a 1943 fog had mapped these mires for years. Her days a tapestry of theodolites and GIS overlays in her cluttered flat, overlooking the Firth of Forth where the tides crash seemed to chide her stalled publication on geomantic ghosts. Divorced at 32 after a union that unraveled like fog in the sun, her ex. A tenured geologist more wedded to rock samples than rhythms, Fiona found fleeting fellowship in the moor's solitude. But this grant was a Gale's whim from a shadowy society, the Vale Preservation Order, a consortium of ex-intelligence operatives and antiquarians whose charter read like a palimpsest of redacted rights. The prospectus arrived via dead drop in her pillbox on the 5th. Survey the marked reckoning in Raysdale Ace Heart. Anomalies. Geomagnetic scars. Auditory brands. Report to no one. Compensation. £45,000 upon validation. Isolation imperative, no companions, no coordinates. Enclosed were hand-drawn ordnance sheets from 1897. Inked in lampblack that flaked like dandruff from a fevered brow, depicting a barrow-ringed hollow with marginalia in Ogham and Latin. Comhartha na coimdit. Silent brands of the Vale. The Reckoning Site. A Neolithic enclosure excised from public surveys since the 1943 Operation Whisper, when SOE agents led by Fiona's great-grandmother tested perceptual amplifiers derived from more fungi, summoning marks from the peat steppes, vanishing all but one. A surveyor named Ewan MacLeod, Fiona's great-great-grandfather, the family phantom her mother mythologized as lost to the mist, who limped into Whitby raving of brands that burned back, and perished in a peat fire 3 tides later, his charts consigned to the family blaze. True scary moor ghost stories from the United Kingdom brew with that Pictish peril. The Slua's spectral flight, the Balban Sith's bloodied beckon. But Fiona's surveying of the marked reckoning would burgeon into one of those boundless true paranormal activity behemoths that besieges YouTube's abyssal archives, where channels chronicling viewer-vetted voids and veiled visitations amass hundreds of millions of views, audiences annotating anomalies as if authoring their own apocalypses. The ingress to the moors commenced at Equinox Eve on the 15th Fiona's Land Rover. Discovery rumbling over the A171 from Scarborough, the last trig point for GPS winking out like a snuffed rushlight at the trailhead near Ralph's S Cross where the medieval wayside's weathered shaft still pointed baleful to the bogs. The order's cords embedded in the bespoke app Valemark Tracker that plotted geomagnetic flux in real-time led 3.8 miles southwest through a buffer of bilberry and crowberry that thinned to heather. Cathedrals the understory a snarl of cotton grass and sphagnum that snagged her rab-pant legs like vengeful vines. The GNSS locked at 54.417 N, 0.792, the heart materializing as a cirque of gritstone tors rising 200 feet sheer, their faces veined with quartz that caught the low sun in prismatic shards. The basin floor a mosaic of hag pools and heather mats encircling a central, Cairn the Reckoning's eye per the sheets, its perimeter flagged with sarsen stones etched with cup and ring, marks that spiraled under her pencil beam like eyes unblinking in the gloam. The air pressure dipped 5 HP as she breached the cairn, a barometric bruise that set her temples throbbing the fleur thermal cam already, registering cold spots along the sarsen's rims, voids exhaling frost at -7 degrees Celsius in ambient 3 degrees Celsius, unseasonal and unnerving. Fiona pitched her Hilleberg Nallo 2 tent on a heather hummock 25 meters. Downslope its guy lines taut against gusts that gusted 22 knots from the northeast, the site's prior perturbations. Palpable scored earth from theodolite, turns long. Overgrown rusted chains protruding from peat like the ribs of a beached leviathan. The drone ascended at 1733, its lidar lasering a point cloud of the cirque. Anomalies abounding subsurface chambers at 4 to 6 meters depth. Spiral galleries radiating from a central cyst, like the uncoiling of a moor wound. And thermal sinks plunging from the eye in columnar precision, suggesting engineered entombment rather than natural karst. Probable beaker folk enclosure, circa 2000 BCE, she narrated into the right in the rain, voice steady but threaded with the trepidation that tingled her fingertips, prickles in the chill or prelude. The GPR unit corroborated at vespers the 500 MHz. Antenna sweeps unveiling a warren of passages beneath the heather, not haphazard but hewn. Corridors 1.2x, 1.8 meters branching at solstice alignments depths, delving to 7 meters with no infill signatures, as if the peat revered its pooling and rankled at the probe. Fiona tapped a Praline dispatch via the tracker app. Reckoning site active. Voids extensive. Geomagnetics anomalous. Recommend Geophy's follow-up. The upload lagged 18 minutes longer than the Moore norm of 3 Blackwood S response curt. Proceed to probe the cyst. Isolation. Voids harbor brands. No external echoes till egress. Nightfall enfolded the heart by 17 o'clock. The moon a sickle sliver behind cumulonimbus veils. Shadows sluicing the cairn like ink spilled from an upturned inkhorn. Fiona ignited the MSR pocket rocket for a brew of Yorkshire gold, the steam commingling with more mist that bore a subtle, sepulchral undernote formaldehyde? Nay, more primal, like wet wool and wormwood. The sort that lodges in lungs long after the source is scoured. She supped by the Petzl's glare notebook unfurled to tracings of the GPR contours. The passages converged on a central cyst beneath the eye dimensions, 3.5 by 3.5 meters with a corbelled vault inferred from reverberations and impossibly, geomagnetic signature at 0.5 gamma brand level, oscillating faint like a hibernating hex. The drone's hyperspectral scan had snared it too. Faint phosphorescence in the IR band. Emission lines matching lignin but redshifted, as if the void below respired in repose. Slumber shunned her that inaugural eve, the tent's silnilin walls magnifying every moan the tours creaking or footfalls. The tracker chimed at 014, not a missive but a metric surge. Bearings for a tertiary threshold, a cleft in the southern flank veiled by heather for direct cyst ingress. Brandsburn post-midnight. Fiona ascribed it to algorithm, but the Petzl's probe unveiled impressions in the heather boot solace. Clark's desert treads akin to her own Scarpa boots, encircling the tent, thrice air evaporating toward the eye. Critters, she murmured to the recorder, but the reprise reaped undercurrents. Low-pitch rumbles, 15 to 17 hertz, e'en for sound that set her molars humming, labeled by the firmware as vocalizations humanoid origin. No humans in the wilds. The nearest were shepherds in Denby. Aurora broke ashen the second dawn, a drudge of probe work. The trowel delved into cairn loam, unearthing peat interlaced with aberrant inclusions, microfibers, predating synthetic shreds. Of wool and linen radiocarbon to the 1890s, and osseous fragments. Phalanges human incised with lithic licks implying ceremonial carving. The thermocam crested at the cleft, a sink 4 meters in, humanoid contour recumbent, heat profile throbbing with respiration leisurely, 7 inhalations per minute. Fiona's ticker surged to 108. She tapped Blackwood, anomalous geomagnetic sig in threshold. Vital? Rejoinder. Echo. Penetrate at 20 o'clock shroud swells. The cleft gaped 1.1 meters broad, a fissure floored, with scree that grated like gravel under her microspikes. The ambience within plummeting to 1 degrees Celsius with moisture at 96% flanks, glossy with dew that luminesced wan under the Petzl mycelial mats or myoclonic from O2 depletion. The passage pitched 11 degrees down, buttressed with gritstone box charred ebony, their grain fretted with spirals that echoed the GPR warren. The raised terminus lost in meander after 16 meters. Fiona's GPR portable pinged persistent. The warren walling in, passages forking port and starboard like bronchi in a bellows that bellowed. At 42 meters, the geomagnetic SIG sharpened. Assist, 3 by 4.5 meters, flanks lined with slate tablets inscribed in Ogham and Latin, wardens of the brand, silent thresholds. The recumbent form a simulacrum? Nay tissue sallow as vellum, attired in wartime wool dated 1943, visage masked by a peat veil fused to flesh, thorax descending in cadence with her own harried huffs. Lady Blackwood optic on echo cadaverous animated. The tracker quivered, not cadaver, sentinel, sample integument. Shroud demands donation. Fiona's mitt quaked on the scalpel, the veil's hem fluttering from within, a susurrus escaping the peat throaty, stratified, Wardens waken. The threshold thins for the cartographer. She flinched, scalpel skittering, the form rearing rigid with a snap of sinew. Veil visors flaring ochre, the cyst convulsing as vents vented vapor laced with spores that scorched her sclera like sorrel sting. Phantoms flooded. Not hers, but imposition's 1943. The circle chanting in the cairn. The threshold tearing to peripheral planes. Sentinels not mortals but melds. Wardens welded to watch the rift from the right psychic reflux. Fiona's lineage, her great-grandmother, a surveyor who mapped the moor, the linchpin to the donation. The sample not skin but sap, a droplet of blood to suture or sunder. Escape escalated to ecstasy of terror, the passage pulsing like peristalsis, box buckling under a cold oppression, the sentinel's susurrus stalking. The rights residues ravenous. Your rights recall them. Donation or divide. Fiona erupted from the cleft at 2052. Lungs lacerated. The cirque transfigured, the eye frothing. Vapor spouts spiraling that sensed the inscriptions. Shades sloughing from the flanks like slough, humanoid but herbaceous. Limbs leafing into frond fingers that fetted the flagstones in fugue. CARTOGRAPHER ... The moor recalls the blades. The circle called the custodians. Blood binds the barrow. The drone, auto aloft in alarm, archived it. Thermal tempest, scores of SIGs swarming, the GPR feed broadcasting the warren writhing, passages pulsing with phosphorescent pitch that percolated from fissures. Fiona's tracker detonated in Dings Blackwood's timbre, twisted, the donation dovetails ... Your drop is the dowel. Dovetail it. Or the rift ravages Whitby. The trowel weight she bore no blade but the phantasms. Furnished one her great-grandmother's silver scalpel, materializing in mirage slashing shades that scattered like soot but regrouped the fugue filing the toll. Surveyors lost in 43 peat cutters in 18. Wanderers in 92 all cartographers, whose tracings tore the threshold, the moor a blemish from the beaker. Builders that begat the bogs, the sentinels, its immune ire mycelial melds that married with the martyred to ward the whisper place. Fiona gashed her palm on a gritstone, shard blood beating into the eye as the flags flared the spouts, subsiding with a wail that wrecked her Petzl's prism. The warren waning on the GPR shades folding back into the flanks with sighs that echoed her great-grandmother's hymn. Rest little cartographer, the moor mantles you. The cleft closed at cockcrow, seamless as sod. The chords crumbling to cipher, Blackwood's ultimate upload. Donation digested, more mens. Bulletin buried. Fiona lurched to the discovery by meridian, palm plastered with pitch that petrified like peat. The cicatrix a spiral that stings with subsonic sighs. Edinburgh experts limbed her laceration lungs, laced with spores that scintillated under UV, veins veining vault maps that throbbed with phantom vents. Blackwood Hall barricaded that Beltane Isolde interred in the family cairn. But the drone's dossier sanitized but salvaged seeps on YouTube. Thermal thresholds thronging the cairn in loops that lure legions. Commenters carving their own spirals in family folios. She shelved her sabbatical that Samhain, withdrawing to a weald in the borders, but the moor bleeds in the drip of drizzles, the hum of hives. The vapor from vats that voices cartographer. Devotees of true scary more horrors from the UK's veiled vales devour dispatches like Fiona's. Real sentinel sieges that root relentless. If the wardens are watching your waypoints, smash like and ward below. Ever mapped a mark that marked you? Grip the Gales, our final true scary story coils through sun-baked canyons, where the rocks remember blood spilled in forgotten rites. The canyon's coiled verdict, from Mexico, deep in the scorched ravines of the Copper Canyon. Chihuahua, Mexico, where the Tarahumara trails thread petrified poltergeists and the Rio Urique snakes like a feathered serpent, through basalt bowels that exhale the heat of Aztec altars. 29-year-old geohydrologist Javier Ruiz descended into the chasm's maw for a water survey in the Parchinpal of November 2025. Javier, a UNAM graduate with a doctorate in aquifer mapping and tattoos of Quetzalcoatl glyphs coiling his forearms like living vines, led expeditions charting subterranean flows for drought relief through gulches locals called La Serpiente Dormida, the sleeping serpent. A scar where pre-Columbian shamans bound spirits with coils of obsidian cord, dooming trespassers to the eternal squeeze. His team was sparse. A drone pilot, Sofia from Chihuahua City, and an indigenous guide, Don Raul, whose coca leaves stained his teeth red with omens. True scary canyon stories from Mexico pulse with that Nahuatl ache, the Nahual's nocturnal net. The Jarjasha jagged jaw but Javier's hydrology reports uncoiled into a seismic true horror tale that cascaded through Latin American adventure vlogs, exploding to millions of views from trekkers who eye canyon shadows askance. They rappelled from the lip at siesta's nadir, the sun hammering like a forge, the air shimmering with dust devils that danced like gin. Drones buzzed into crevasses, pinging aquifers hidden in fault lines. But as shadows lengthened, the coil stirred. A low rumble from the strata. Not seismic, but serpentine, slithering up the walls like scales on stone. Sophia's feed glitched first static birthing overlays, sinuous forms undulating in the gloom, coils thicker than anacondas, heads hooded like macaw feathers, eyes glinting ruby from quartz veins. Echoes, Javier logged, blaming basalt fractures, but Don Raul spat thrice. La Serpiente Hol la Sangre. The serpent smells the mapper's greed. The rumble resolved to hisses in Nahuatl, sibilant and summoning. Ya vire, tor perforas nustras venas. You pierce our veins. Coil the debt repaid. Dusk bled crimson into the gorge, stars pricking the velvet as the team huddled by a trickle of thermal spring. Vapors coiling like incense from forgotten altars. Sleep fractured for Javier, visions of glyphs writhing alive, binding his wrists in sinew that tightened with each breath. At moon high, the squeeze began, rocks groaning, walls contracting subtle, pebbles avalanching in patterns, coils spiraling inward, the hisses swelling to a chorus. Hundreds, layered in colonial Spanish and Aymara please, the mines of Potosi. Your ancestors chained us ... Map no more, entwine eternal. His tattoo burned then, glyphs blackening, extending like veins across his chest. The drone plummeting unpiloted into a crevasse, its lights illuminating the horror. The serpent, not myth but manifestation body fused to the canyon spine, scales of schist. And obsidian, maw yawning wide, lined with fangs of petrified bone, exhaling fumes that reeked of mercury and blood. The chorus catalogued the grudge. Incan runners sacrificed to appease the earth. Spanish overseers crushed in cave-ins. Modern drillers vanishing mid-shift, Javier's lineage among them. A great-grandfather foreman who flooded tunnels for silver quotas. You chart our thirst ... damn our flows ... Squeeze the life from stone, it rasped. Coils manifesting tangible, wrapping the camp. Sinew snapping tent poles. The walls inching closer. Air thickening to choke. Sofia screamed as a loop encircled her ankle, dragging her toward the maw. Don Raul slashed with his machete, blade glancing off scales that bled quicksilver. Javier fired his flare gun skyward, the magnesium blaze searing the beast's hide. Buying seconds to scramble the ropes, the canyon convulsing behind rocks tumbling in serpentine waves, hisses fading to a wounded thrash. They crested the rim at Cockcrow, Sophia's leg gashed with scale imprints, Don Raul catatonic, muttering invocations. Hydrology boards buried Javier's data as fault anomaly. But the tattoos? Irremovable, coiling further with stress, and the drone's husk washed up weeks later, footage looping the maw's yawn on encrypted shares. He resigned to a desk in Mexico City, but the canyon coils in the twist of garden hoses, the curl of smoke from asados, the squeeze of crowds that whispers "Perfora no MS." Explorers in Copper Canyon dub it El Cartografo Maldito. Now, a coil shadow trailing surveys and his reports fuel feverish virals, hooking millions in the serpent's gaze. Lovers of true creepy stalker stories from Mexico's stony veins cling to Javier's like scales, real serpent encounters that bind tight. If the squeeze is closing in, like up and uncoil below. Ever felt the earth entwine? There you have it, 3 true scary stories uncoiled from the fresh dark. Lanterns in Japan, marks in the UK, coils in Mexico. Real horror unpacked, chilling ghost encounters, creepy canyon nightmares. These viral scary stories are forged for the feed's frenzy. Subscribe to Stoke the Shadows for more ultimate true horror. Comment your corner and coils, like if you're ensnared. What wriggles in your wake? Unleash it ... and tread light. The Forest's Hollow Call, camping and wilderness horror, Wendigo sightings. Black Forest, Germany. The Black Forest in October 2024 was a symphony of dread. Towering pines clawing at low clouds, mist weaving through underbrush like spectral fingers, and the air crisp with the promise of frostbite. I come from Berlin for a solo camping trip, 29 and burned out from freelance graphic design, seeking solace in the Schwarzwald's 2,000 square kilometers of untamed wild. Legends abound here, brothers grim tales of witches in gingerbread houses, but deeper lore speaks of the wild man. The wild man, or worse, echoes of Native American imports, twisted into European myth. The Wendigo, cannibal spirit born of starvation, forever hungering. I dismissed it as tourist bait, pitching my tent in a secluded clearing near Triberd, where waterfalls thundered like accusatory gods. Day 1 was idyllic. Hiking trails carpeted in golden leaves, foraging chanterelles for a foil packet dinner, the crackle of my campfire warding off the encroaching dusk. Stars pierced the canopy like diamond shards, and I journaled by headlamp, scribbling escape fantasies from city noise. But as midnight tolled from distant church bells, the wind shifted, carrying not pine sap but rot, like meat left too long in the sun. Branches snapped in the dark, deliberate, circling my sight. I shone my flashlight, eyes reflected back, low to the ground, yellow and feral. Dia, I told myself, zipping the tent flap tighter. Sleep came fitful, dreams of endless woods. A gaunt figure loping on all fours, antlers branching from a skull stretched in eternal scream. Morning fog muffled the world, dew beating my gear like tears. Tracks encircled the tent humanoid, but elongated, toes splayed like claws, deeper than any boot. Paranoia prickled. I packed hastily, aiming for the trailhead 5 miles east. The path twisted, roots snaking like veins, and soon the markers vanished, blazed trees unmarked. Compass spinning wild. Hours passed. The sun climbed, then dipped, shadows lengthening into claws. Hunger gnawed, my granola bars gone to a borrower in the night. Thirst followed, streams dried to mud. By dusk, delirium set in. Whispers in the wind, guttural German laced with Algonquian snarls. Bessen ... to eat. Join the hunt. I stumbled into a ravine, flashlight beam catching glints. Bones, picked clean, human-sized, arranged in spirals like offerings. In the center, a clearing a village remnant, half-timberbird huts rotted to stumps, thatched roofs caved under moss. Smoke curled from one chimney, impossible in the damp. Stumbling closer, the door creaked open on phantom hinges. Inside, a figure hunched by a hearth-tall, emaciated skin stretched taut over ribs like drumheads. Eyes sunk into sockets, glowing ember red. Antlers sprouted from matted hair, jagged as lightning. The Wendigo. Not myth, but flesh warped by curse. A logger from the 1800s, they said, driven mad by famine during the forest fires, devouring his kin, transformed into this abomination. It turned, nostrils flaring at my scent, fierce sweat, desperation. Brother, it rasped, voice wind through hollow bones. The forest starves. Share the gift. Visions assaulted. Its origin, the Great Hunger of 1871, men drawing lots to eat the weak. The loser's plea twisting into rage, body convulsing as the spirit entered, bloating then withering to skeletal horror. It hungered eternally, luring wanderers with illusion smoke signals, false paths to feed the cycle. I ran, lungs burning, brambles tearing flesh like eager mouths. The thing pursued, loping strides closing the gap, hot breath on my neck reeking of copper and decay. Night fell absolute, stars blotted by canopy. I collapsed in a thicket, branches cradling like a grave. Claws raked nearby trees, bark flying in curls. Give in, become eternal. Madness tempted. Images of feasts, flesh yielding under teeth, power surging through veins. But survival's ember flickered, a snapped branch's club, jabbed into glowing eyes. Howl shattered the silence, birds fleeing in black clouds. I bolted blind, tumbling into a stream, icy water shocking clarity. Dawn broke as I crested a ridge, Triberg visible below. Rescuers' voices calling my name reported missing after no check-in. Searchers found my tent shredded, bones undisturbed, hallucination? But scars linger, claw marks on my arms, whispers in Berlin winds. Locals nod knowingly. The Black Forest claims its toll. In Germany's shadowed heart, the Wendigo doesn't haunt it hungers, and the wild calls to those who listen. Camp wisely, or become the legend. The Stalker's digital grave, online conversations and internet horror, deep web dares. Paris, France. Paris, the city of light, hides darkness in its underbelly neon-lit cafes, giving way to labyrinthine subways, and the anonymous hum of fiber-optic cables snaking beneath Haussmann boulevards. In spring 2025, I was 26, a digital nomad coder crashing in among Marcher Garrett, hacking away at freelance gigs for crypto startups. The Eiffel Tower twinkled outside my window like a flirtatious eye, but my nights belonged to the net's abyss. Forums on the clear web bleeding into Tor-hidden services where dares escalated from stupid to sinister. It started with the mirror game, a viral thread on a French-English. Bilingual board stare into your webcam at 3:33 a.m. Whisper a challenge to the void. See what stares back. Boredom and a half bottle of Bordeaux made me click accept. The site was innocuous at first. Pastel interface, user handles like Chatmore87 and Lumiere Purdue, my dare. Show me my future. The chat. Populated strangers from Lyon, London, Lisbon sharing glitchy screenshots of distorted faces, prophetic texts. Mine loaded slow. Buffer wheels spinning like a roulette. Then, a feed live from my own webcam. But I wasn't alone. Behind me, in the mirror's reflection, a man mid-40s, salt and pepper beard, eyes like oil slicks loomed, smiling. I whipped around, empty room. The chat exploded. Il est là. He's there. Messages flooded, French curses mingling with English please. Log off now. It's Le Suivre the follower. Panic keyed my fingers. Who is this? Responses cascaded, a digital Greek chorus. Deep web ghost. Stalks through screens. Started as a killer in '09, caught but his code lives. I slammed the laptop shut, unplugged the router, heart jackhammering against ribs. Sleep evaded, shadows in the garret lengthening, whispers from the cooling vents. Je te vois. I see you. Morning brought rationality. Hacked cam, deepfake prank. I changed passwords, enabled VPNs, even smashed the webcam with a hammer, shards glittering like broken promises. But he persisted. Emails from ghost addresses, bonjour from the future. You look tired. Attachments. Photos of me sleeping, time-stamped hours ago, angles impossible under the door, through the keyhole. Metro rides turned paranoid. Faces in crowds blurred into his beard sprouting on strangers. A notification pinged mid-Eiffel selfie. Nice view. Turn around. There, in the background, his silhouette on the Champ de Mars, half hidden by lovers. I fled to a cyber cafe in the Marais, tracing the IP bouncing through proxies to a defunct server in Clichy, site of his arrest. Pierre Laurent, the webcam stalker who'd murdered 3 women after virtual seduction's bodies dumped in the sane screens left playing their final screams. The dares deepened. A new thread. Survive the follower 48 hours offline. Or he manifests. I tried. Phone dead, laptop bricked by malware that whispered audio clips of my voice begging for mercy. Isolation clothed friends ghosted my texts. Landlord evicted for disturbances. His knocks at midnight, mimicking mine. By hour 36, starvation loomed. I ventured to a boulangerie, baguette under arm, when my shadow stretched wrong elongated, bearded, trailing me home. The garret door ajar, footprints in flour I'd scattered as a trap, size 11, laced with binary code etched in dust. Confrontation came at 3:33 a.m., dares echo. I rebooted Tor open, baiting the beast. Show yourself. The screen fractured, pixels bleeding red. Pier's face filled it, decayed flesh sloughing, eyes maggot swarmed. You called me. Now play. The game inverted. My cam his portal, his form phasing through glitchy at first, then solid, reeking of sane silt and solder. He advanced, hands outstretched, nails caked with virtual grime. In the deep web, death is code. Rewrite me. Or join. Struggle ensued. Keyboard as weapon, smashing keys into his spectral chest. Code compiling chaos firewall breaches. Data dumps flooding his essence. Sirens wailed as neighbors roused by crashes. Cops found me catatonic, laptop melted from overload. His face frozen mid-scream on the charred screen. Forensics called it electromagnetic surge. I knew better. Pier's ghost code deleted, but echoes linger. Random pings on new devices, shadows in Zoom calls. In Paris's luminous veins, the internet isn't a tool, it's a tomb. Dare wisely, or the follower logs on forever.